Chapter 850, Jacob's Branded People, Complex Network of Relationships, Part 1. As the golden elixir slid down her throat, warmth spread through Bella, lulling her into drowsiness. "I'm a bit sleepy," she murmured. "Rest now," Carlyle said with a gentle smile, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. "A good sleep will do you wonders." With that, Bella's eyelids fluttered shut. Within moments, her breathing deepened into a calm, even rhythm. Carlyle leaned in, placing 2 fingers on her wrist. "Her pulse is steady," he announced. "Both Bella and the baby are sound asleep." Aaron inclined his head in relief, but then his brow creased. He withdrew a heavy, leather-bound volume from the shimmering ring on his finger. "Master, a new prophecy has just appeared." Carlyle's smile faded. "I hope it isn't bad news." He opened the prophecy book to the latest entry. Edward slipped into the room behind them, and Alice drifted closer, eager for details. Aaron cleared his throat and read aloud. "Bella and Edward Cullen's daughter will be born tomorrow morning. The werewolf Jacob Black will be branded by this vampire-human hybrid child." Edward's eyes narrowed. "Branded? By a newborn?" Aaron looked up, confusion plain on his face. "I understand the birth, but this branding, it makes no sense." Carlyle exchanged a grave glance with Edward. "Jacob has always been part of this family," he said softly, "but never like this." Edward took a step forward, tension coiling in his posture. "Show me the exact wording," he demanded. Aaron turned the page, the prophecy's letters shimmering as though alive. Silence filled the room as they prepared to confront whatever future this child would force upon them all. Aaron slid the ancient tome across the table. "Here, read it for yourselves," he urged, bracing himself as Carlyle and Edward bent over the yellowed pages. The candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the embossed cover. Seconds passed in tense silence before Edward's voice cut through the hush, tight with disbelief. How can this be? These prophecies aren't infallible, right?" Aaron hesitated, then shook his head. "Not quite 100%, but they're damn close. Think of a hospital paternity test claiming 99.99% accuracy." Edward exchanged a grim look with Carlyle. Carlyle drew in a slow breath, his eyes grave. "Then you must understand what it means for a werewolf to be branded," he said quietly. Aaron frowned. "I don't." Carlyle's voice dropped deeper. "Once branded, you and your mate are bound for life. You share your strength, your survival, everything. You become inseparable, for better or worse, until one of you dies." A chill rippled through Aaron. Recognition dawned. He blinked, heart hammering, before an expletive tore from his lips. "Gods! That's his niece, the newborn Bella's just had. He can't seriously be thinking of her as his mate. He couldn't win Bella's love, so now he's fixated on her daughter?" He snatched the book shut, the cover slamming against the wood with a sharp crack. Carlyle and Edward exchanged troubled looks, both men rubbing their temples as the weight of the prophecy settled over them. Aaron's jaw clenched. This has to be wrong." But in the flickering candlelight, the 3 of them understood the terrible truth. A bond sealed by destiny could not be undone by disbelief. And the fate of an innocent child now hung in the balance. Aaron's sneer was open contempt. "What a beast, a monster," he spat, then pulled up short. "Wait, if that's a werewolf, aren't all werewolves beasts?" Edward's eyes flickered red. He balled his fist so tight his knuckles creaked. "I'll kill him," he said softly, but with absolute menace. Carlyle stepped between them. "Edward, please, think this through." "Think? How can I think when my own daughter's safety is at stake?" Carlyle drew a slow, steadying breath. "There's one thing wolves never do. They never harm someone they've marked. It's an unbreakable rule. If Jacob really has my granddaughter—" He trailed off, pain crossing his pale features. Edward, sensing his thoughts as always, whispered, "Your granddaughter, marked by a werewolf. It must break your heart." Carlyle forced himself to meet Edward's gaze. "At least now the wolves will protect her. The worst we feared won't come to pass." Edward's fist clenched even tighter. "She's just a baby, Carlyle." "I know," Carlyle said quietly. "I know it's imperfect, but it's the only way to keep her safe." Aaron cleared his throat and raised his hand, a sheepish smile on his face. "If your daughter keeps growing at this rate, she'll be the size of an 18-year-old in just a few months. In other words, she'll need a boyfriend soon. But who could possibly love a half-human, half-vampire? It's quite the conundrum. From that perspective, Jacob might actually be the best choice. He knows her inside and out, and his loyalty is unquestioned. Honestly, this kid is remarkable. Vampire dad, human mom. Well, at least she started life as fully human, and a werewolf for a boyfriend. What a tangled family tree. Edward felt as though his heart had been ripped from his chest. He stood frozen, eyes wide, while Carlyle watched him with deep concern, opening his mouth as if to speak, then closing it again. "I'm okay, Carlyle," Edward said at last, his voice tight but controlled. "I just need a moment to accept this absurd reality." Aaron leaned forward, his grin growing. "About this prophecy, can I share it with others?" "No." "Not yet," Carlyle added firmly. Edward and Carlyle exchanged a look of mutual agreement. For now, they would let nature take its course before revealing the startling truth to anyone else. Carlyle exchanged a worried glance with Esme. "We can't tell anyone else," he said quietly. "Who knows what might happen? Bella's in no shape to handle more news right now." Esme nodded, though her eyes betrayed a flood of questions. "All right," she murmured. "I respect your decision, but tell me, how does it feel to already know your future son-in-law and grandson-in-law before anyone else?" Bella lay still and silent, too weak even to respond, her breath shallow and uneven. Just before dawn the next morning, Bella went into labor. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her eyes reddened, and her cheeks had lost all color. Every few seconds, a wail of pain tore from her throat, echoing off the walls. Months of carefully administered nutrients had given her back some strength, only for it now to ebb away even faster than anyone could have anticipated. Yet inside her womb, the baby pushed insistently, as if determined to arrive at any cost. Inside the house, Edward knelt beside Bella, his face tight with concern. Carlyle hovered nearby, ever calm and attentive, while Aaron remained just behind Edward, vigilantly watching his friend. Jacob sat a few feet away, alert to every creak and rustle. Outside, the rest of the pack formed a silent guard, ready to fend off any werewolf incursion. "Edward," Carlyle said in a low, steady voice, "give her the morphine." Edward reached for the syringe, but Aaron gently stopped him, stepping forward with 2 small vials in hand. "No morphine," he explained softly. "These will work better, a pain-relieving serum and a Vita-Boost elixir. Administer both." Edward set down the syringe and with precise care uncorked the first vial. He tipped the cool liquid into Bella's mouth, then followed with the second. Immediately, the tension in her features eased and her breathing grew more regular. Edward let out a quiet breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Grasping Bella's hand, he fixed his gaze on her with unwavering determination, ready to stay by her side until their child was safely in their arms. Jacob knelt beside Bella, holding her steady as Edward tilted 2 small vials toward her lips. The bitter liquid trickled down her throat, and almost at once the tension in her face eased. Though her breathing remained ragged, the agony in her eyes had dimmed, at least for the moment. A low, mournful howl rose from outside, followed almost immediately by a chorus of answers. Sam's voice thundered through the night as more than a dozen massive wolves bounded from the tree line, converging on the Cullen estate's front gate. Inside, Alice, Jasper, Esme, Emmett, and Rosalie fell into position, weapons at the ready. Seth and Leah, the 2 largest wolves allied with the Cullens, flanked them, growling in unison. Tension crackled through the air like electricity. Sam gave the order, and the pack surged forward with a deafening roar. Metal clashed, claws raked, and the night erupted into chaos as the fighting began. Jacob stood abruptly, pacing. "They'll break through in minutes," he warned. "Let me out there, I can—" "No," Edward and Carlyle said together, cutting him off. Jacob spun on them. "What? No, Bella's hurting." Edward's eyes were hard. "You know the prophecy as well as we do. There's only one way to end this." Carlyle's voice was gentle but firm. "Letting you go now would doom us all. We have to wait." For a moment, Jacob's resolve wavered. Then he glanced down at Bella, pale and trembling, and understood. The only hope of peace lay not in battle, but in the child she carried, and the bond that child would form with him. Despite their misapproval, everyone agreed it was best to let Jacob stay. "I'm not much help here," he protested quietly, pacing the darkened hallway. Aaron rested a firm hand on his shoulder. "Right now, just being here is the biggest help you can give. And one more thing, be respectful to Edward and Carlyle. They're going to be your future father-in-law and grandfather." Jacob frowned, still not entirely understanding, but he caught the sympathy in Aaron's eyes and said no more. From the room beyond, Aaron's voice sharpened. "Get her out. She's having trouble breathing." Carlyle stepped forward, scalpel in hand, his face pale but determined. "Hold on, Bella," he murmured. Bella cried out as the first incision was made. Bone cracked beneath the surgeon's careful hands. For 30 agonizing seconds, her scream filled the air, echoing off the walls while Carlyle and Edward worked in tense silence. Then at last, the ordeal ceased. Carlyle emerged into the hall, cradling a tiny, blood-slick newborn swaddled in surgical cloths. The baby gave a healthy wail, then to everyone's amazement, broke into a soft, curious laugh. Bella, pale and trembling, raised her head. Through blurred eyes, she saw the child's dark hair and delicate features, and sighed with relief. "She's perfect," Bella whispered. "Her name is Renesmee." No sooner had the words left her lips than the front door shattered inward with a thunderous crash. A massive black wolf bounded into the room, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Everyone froze as the creature paused in the center of the hallway, its gaze fixed on the newborn in Carlyle's arms and on Jacob standing guard nearby. Through the half-open door, chaos raged in the Cullen yard. Seth and Leah were locked in a desperate struggle, pinned under the bulk of several enormous wolves. The rest of the family fought in tandem, but without their unspoken teamwork, one of them would already be torn apart. Inside the foyer, Carlyle caught sight of Sam barreling through the entrance. In one swift motion, he handed his daughter to Jacob, who steadied the baby in his arms, then pivoted and drove Sam back out of the room with a single decisive strike. "Get her to safety," Jacob urged, glancing toward Edward. "Turn her into a vampire. Now!" Edward's eyes were fixed on Bella, who lay on the blood-stained bed behind him. "Take care of Renesmee," he said, voice tight. With no hesitation, he sank his fangs into Bella's neck. Hot venom surged into her veins, and her body slumped. She twitched once, then went utterly still. Her breathing ceased. Edward froze over her, horror rising in his chest. "This can't be happening," he whispered, panic edging his words. "It shouldn't be like this." He spotted a syringe on the nearby shelf, its fluid a cloudy steel scac, gray hue, vampire venom engineered for emergencies. Heart pounding, he grabbed it and crawled forward. Kneeling beside Bella, he pressed the syringe's tip against her heart and injected every drop of the gray venom. "Come on, Bella," he murmured, pressing a gentle but firm hand to her chest. "You have to wake up. You have to fight." Her skin was cold and pale. Her eyes remained closed. Edward's world felt as if it were crumbling, but he refused to let despair claim him. "You'll be fine," he whispered fiercely. "It has to work." He kept his palm over her heart, willing her life to return and praying that the gray venom would complete the transformation, bringing Bella back from the edge of death. "Enough," Aaron sighed softly. "You two go help the others. Leave this to me." Jacob's eyes shone with hope. "You can save her, can't you? I can't bring back the dead, but I know how to spark a dying pulse." Edward, crouched beside Bella's pale form, muttered, "Then do it, quickly." His voice cracked with desperation. "And make sure nobody interrupts." He glanced at Bella one last time, then bolted out of the room. Jacob frowned. "So what happens now?" Aaron pressed a hand gently to Bella's forehead. "Right now she's in suspended animation. The vampire venom in her veins has coagulated and isn't circulating. It won't resume its damage until her vital signs weaken further." He looked up, meeting Jacob's anxious stare. "If we're lucky, she'll undergo the transformation while unconscious, which will spare her most of the pain." "And if we're not?" Aaron shrugged. "Actually, bad luck isn't a concern. She drank the elixir, so her fortune is sealed. But even if things go wrong, the venom's effect will trail behind her heartbeat. In other words, she dies." Jacob drew in a sharp breath. "Dies? You're saying there's a chance she won't make it at all?" Aaron nodded, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I know it sounds grim, but this is our best shot. Even if it fails, it's far better than ending up with a corpse and 2 broken hearts." "Don't worry," Aaron said, offering Jacob a reassuring nod. "She's just taken the omnipotent elixir, an all-in-one potion that enhances every aspect of her physiology. She won't suffer any ill effects, and if something does go awry, I'm right here to fix it. Honestly, I've saved her from death's door more times than I can count." At last, Jacob felt his tension ebb away. He shifted his gaze from Aaron to the tiny figure cradled in his arms. "Let's leave it at that," he replied. "Right now, you and this child, Renesmee, have a chance to form your bond. Don't let it slip away." Aaron glanced at the baby. "You're what?" Jacob blinked in confusion and looked down at Renesmee. The next instant her dark eyes met his, and his world tilted on its axis. In his mind he saw her life unfold like a movie reel. Stumbling toddler steps, eager childhood laughter, the confusion of adolescence, the fierce courage of adulthood, and always him beside her, protecting her at every turn. "Wake up!" Aaron's voice snapped, accompanied by a gentle wave of his hand in front of Jacob's face. 5 seconds gone. Time to come back." Jacob refocused and met Renesmee's gaze again. He stared down at her in astonishment, a shaky smile breaking through. It sounded absurd, imprinting on Bella's daughter, but the undeniable mark of the wolf on his soul left no doubt. Renesmee was his other half, the one he would guard with his very life. Nature had a way of playing tricks on people. Jacob's dark eyes locked onto Aaron as he crossed his arms. "You knew about this all along?" Aaron's grin widened, full of triumph. "You're surprised? Amazed? Who am I to call myself a fortune-teller?" He chuckled, pride shining in his eyes. "I'm not the only one in on it. Edward and Carlisle knew too. Otherwise, why would they let you stay? Why were you so certain it was safe to leave Renesmee with me? Congratulations, Jacob Black. You've just earned the favor of your future father-in-law and your grandfather." Jacob's jaw clenched. Outrage pulsed through him, but he said nothing. Aaron shrugged lightly, then tilted his head toward the door, the unspoken question hanging in the air. "What will you do now?" Fury in his eyes, Jacob gently set Renesmee on the bed. Without another word, he stormed from the room. Aaron watched him go, then stepped over to Bella's side. Seeing Renesmee sleeping peacefully, he placed a cool hand on Bella's forehead, and in that instant, the intricate pattern of the horse charm flickered in his pupils. A faint pulse of healing energy broke Bella's suspended animation. Inside her, the vampire venom stirred to life, rushing through her veins as it repaired and reshaped every damaged cell. She drew in a ragged breath, and her eyes snapped open. At that moment, Jacob leaped into the clearing. His arrival cut through the chaos like a blade. The ragged snarls and snapping jaws fell silent as every werewolf turned to face him. After all, he was the grandson of the chief of the 10,000 Wolves, a name that carried immense weight among the shapeshifters. "Stop!" Jacob's command rang out, cold and ironclad. "It's over." For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Sam, the sleek black alpha, let out a disgruntled roar. "If you want to kill her, you'll have to kill me first." With a single motion, Sam lunged at Jacob. The black wolf slammed into Jacob's shoulder, knocking him sideways, only to discover that Jacob was more than ready for him. Mid-air, Jacob's form convulsed and shifted. Fur sprouted over his skin, bones cracked and realigned, and solid paws met the earth with a thunderous thud. He landed squarely on all fours, a powerful gray wolf, glaring up at Sam with fierce yellow eyes. A low, menacing growl rumbled in his chest. Edward stepped forward from the circle of onlookers. His voice was calm, but carried the weight of unbreakable law. "Jacob is branded. You cannot harm her. You cannot harm anyone who bears a werewolf's mark. That is our absolute decree." At the mention of the brand, Sam and the other werewolf exchanged a tense glance. The threat of their own laws was laid bare before them. With one last disgruntled snarl, Sam turned on his heel and melted into the shadows of the forest, the other wolf slipping away beside him. Silence enveloped the clearing, broken only by the whisper of wind through the trees. Bella struggled to her feet, her body humming with renewed strength. The battle was done for now, and the ancient bonds of the pack had spoken their verdict. Bella, now transformed into a vampire, whirled on Jacob, seized him by the collar, and flung him out of the house. The rest of the Cullen family watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity. "You actually left a mark on my daughter?" Bella hissed as Jacob scrambled to his feet. Jacob rubbed his neck, helpless. "I didn't want this to happen. She's just a newborn." "She won't be a newborn for long," Aaron corrected, slicing into a pale apple and taking a bite. He chewed thoughtfully before speaking. "She's only a few hours old, but already as large as a human baby, several days old. At this rate, she'll reach adulthood in under a year. Don't worry, once she's fully grown, her development will slow to a near halt, just like other vampires. Which means in a year or two, your daughter will be old enough to, well, date. Shocking, isn't it? The woman who used to love you might someday love your daughter. Enough! Bella whirled on him, eyes blazing. And remember your place. I'm the one who saved your life. She folded her arms, daring him to continue. Aaron leaned back, a self-satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You know, he began, addressing Edward and Bella, without my intervention, Renesmee would never have lived to see this day. And what thanks do I get? 0 credit. Do you really think the two of you, even as vampires, could outdo me? Don't make me laugh. Without magic, there isn't a soul in your entire family who could hold a candle to me. Bella's face flushed with embarrassment. She looked over at Jacob, whose posture had stiffened beside Edward. I'm sorry, Jacob, she murmured. This is hard for me too, but, Aaron, you're taking things way too far. Aaron scoffed. Hard to believe? Let me spell it out. Most suitors, when they find themselves shut out by the father, try their luck with the mother. But this guy, he jabbed a finger at Jacob, went straight for the daughter instead. And somehow, he won her over. That's shameless, if you ask me. He puffed up his chest, as if proud of his own refinement. Compared to that kind of brute, I'm the very image of a gentleman, unsullied by mud, as pure as a mountain spring. Jacob's shoulders slumped. He looked to Bella, eyes shining with unshed tears. Bella, you know that's not true, he said quietly. If I really were as worthless as he claims, do you think Edward would have let me live? Edward folded his arms and shot Bella a long, appraising look. He spoke softly, but each word carried a weight of grievance. To be honest, Bella, I'm still wondering why I did. Chapter 7. Bella stormed across the clearing toward Jacob, her eyes blazing. I only hugged her for a moment, she snarled, and you, stupid wolf, left bruises all over her body. Jacob froze at her words. Shame flooded his face as she closed the distance between them. Do you really think she belongs to you? She belongs to me. With a sharp shove, Bella sent him sprawling to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, cheeks burning, just as Seth and Leah charged in, their wolf forms towering over him. Leah let out a low growl. That's enough, Bella. He's fine. Back off, Seth rumbled, placing himself between her and Jacob. Bella ignored them. Folding her arms, she fixed Jacob with a steely glare. Stay away from her. Jacob winced, clutching his ribs. You know I can't. Before he could gather his balance, Bella's fist shot forward. Her vampire strength drove the punch straight into Jacob's stomach, hurling him across the grass and leaving him gasping for air. Esme rushed to Bella's side, panic in her voice. Edward, stop her. He already apologized. From beneath a nearby oak, Edward watched with that infuriating half-smile. Remarkable, isn't she? He remarked. Such power. Aaron stood quietly a few paces off, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. He needed this lesson, Aaron said softly, and a few more moments under Bella's glare won't hurt. Jacob lay curled on the ground, breathing hard. Gathering his strength, he forced himself up on one elbow and met Bella's unwavering stare. You were flirting with her just 3 days ago, he panted. Remember? But things have changed. Bella's expression softened ever so slightly, but her posture remained firm. They changed a long time ago. Jacob's voice dropped to a whisper. Because of her. I agreed to stay because Nice asked me in the first place, Jacob said, stretching out his shoulders. Aaron chuckled. Mission accomplished. You sure know how to make Bella furious. Bella's eyes flashed. Nice? You're calling my daughter nice? Like the Loch Ness monster? She stormed forward, and Jacob instinctively took a half-step back. Seth, the youngest wolf, couldn't stand the tension and lunged at Bella with a furious growl, only to be met with a sharp slap that sent him crashing into a nearby tree. Jacob and Leah raced to Seth's side. Seth, are you all right? Leah asked, concern etched on her face. The wolf groaned and pushed himself up on wobbly legs. Bella's expression softened instantly. Oh, Seth, I'm so sorry, she whispered, guilt flooding her features. He'll live, Jacob assured her, exhaling heavily. He turned back to Bella, determined to smooth things over. Bella, you know me better than anyone. I would never want to hurt Renesmee. He stopped himself as he saw Bella's narrowed gaze and chose his next words with care. I just want her to be safe and happy. You know our past was messy. You and I both made mistakes. I've learned from them, and I want to make things right. Bella drew a slow, steady breath, the anger ebbing from her face. Finally, she nodded, her voice soft but firm. Okay, I suppose it's time for me to go. If Bella and Renesmee are safe, my mission is complete. What happens next is none of my concern. I wish you all the best. Aaron's gaze swept the Cullen living room one last time. Esme stood as he turned to leave. Are you really going? You've done so much for us. Please, let us at least express our gratitude. He offered a small, wry smile. Your kindness is appreciated, but I can't afford it. I've been away for 2 days straight. If no one watches over my cousin, the consequences could be dire. He paused as though weighing his next words. However, if you feel you must thank me, there is one thing you can do. Keep an eye on Jane Volturi. Alice's brows shot up. Edward stiffened at the mention. Though he wisely kept his mouth shut, his mind-reading had already picked up Alice's unspoken plan. Renesmee might be the perfect watcher. Aaron shrugged. Honestly, I'd rather not hop a plane to Italy to track her down myself. We'll do it, Alice said without hesitation. Edward watched her, torn between admiration and apprehension. Make sure you don't back out, Aaron warned, lifting a hand. Renesmee is capable, but I value discretion. It wouldn't do to bring the whole Cullen clan with her. He swung a leg over his motorcycle. The engine thundered till then in the blink of an eye he roared off into the night, leaving nothing but the echo of his departure behind. Alice let out a soft sigh. It's such a shame Renesmee never had this opportunity. Rosalie gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, she'll flourish with the Karen family. Then, noticing Rosa's puzzled expression, she added, Actually, Alice was referring to the 7th rank on the moon path. It belongs exclusively to vampires. Edward stepped forward to clarify. Once Renesmee is elevated to Sequence 7, she'll complete her transformation into a true high-level vampire, and no longer remain the unique hybrid she is now. That afternoon, at Gaius's house of divination, Aaron pushed open the door and found Abe sound asleep in his chair. Frowning, he crossed the room and shook him awake. Abe blinked against the lingering haze of sleep and managed a bright grin. Master, you're back. Aaron exhaled in relief. Has anything happened with Hela in the last 2 days while I was away? Abe yawned and stretched. Nope, everything's been perfectly normal. Really? He hasn't given you any trouble? Abe shrugged, a fond yet resigned smile tugging at his lips. The only thing he insists on doing is, well, he loves to rub my head. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Just rub your head? Yep, Abe said with a helpless chuckle. What can I say? He'll be one of my future mistresses. He figures this is his birthright. What else has she been doing? Aaron asked. She's been gathering divine energy, Abe replied, his brow furrowed in thought. Every time she meditates, the power of death slowly weaves itself into her being. It's a gradual process, though. Progress is agonizingly slow. Aaron's eyes narrowed. And how would you know that? Abe raised an eyebrow. She was meditating with me, cradled in her arms. When you're that close, you can't help but feel it. Aaron was momentarily speechless. Of course Abe would notice. Gathering his composure, he cleared his throat. So, where is she now? Before Abe could answer, the door on the right swung open. Hela emerged in a simple bathrobe, her long black hair still damp and clinging to her shoulders. Water droplets traced delicate paths down her ivory skin, and under the soft glow of the chamber's lanterns, she looked like a blossoming hibiscus, ethereal, almost untouchable. Aaron nearly swallowed his tongue. He had always known Hela as fierce and unpredictable, the kind of woman who could draw her sword at the slightest provocation. But in that moment, all he saw was her stunning beauty. Get a grip, he told himself. This was Hela, not some courtly maiden. Do I look all right? She teased, tilting her head with a playful glint in her dark eyes. Aaron forced a steady smile and let a courteous bow slip into his posture. Of course, you look perfect. Your Highness Hela is undoubtedly the most beautiful goddess in the universe, Aaron said, his voice brimming with sincerity. Hela arched an eyebrow and let a small smirk play at her lips. I never tire of hearing such compliments. It was hard to argue with him. In all his travels, Aaron had met only a handful of deities, Frigga, Sif, Lorelei, and though they bore the title of goddess, none compared to the All-Mother's radiance. Those others were powerful in their own right, but they were not gods in the strictest sense, certainly not on Hela's level. What about the vampire-human pair? She asked, her tone curious. Aaron's lips curved into a confident smile. With my guidance, the mother and daughter will be perfectly safe. He lapsed into a thoughtful silence for a moment, then with a quiet gesture summoned his task panel, its soft glow illuminating the space between them. Mission complete. You have been awarded 600 magic points. There is no penalty for mission failure. A gentle voice echoed in the ethereal void. Points received. Congratulations, host, another voice chimed. You've successfully completed the mission and earned 600 magic points. Hela allowed herself a small smile. The mother and child are safe, she said, more to herself than to her unseen companions. Bella Swan has delivered a daughter, a human-vampire hybrid. I wonder what destiny awaits this little one. Aaron stepped forward, his presence calm and reassuring. Peace, health, beauty, happiness. Hela raised an eyebrow. Is that a prophecy? Aaron shook his head, spreading his hands in a casual gesture. No prophecy, just a simple blessing. Her parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, they all possess strong character and fine abilities. Even her future partner will be a noble soul. A cold laugh escaped Hela. I used to share such naive hopes, but since I awakened my divine power, Odin has sent me to countless battlefields. I've spent millennia conquering realms for Asgard. Warriors become hardened, their hearts turn to stone. Aaron nodded sympathetically. Indeed, that is Odin's doing. There's no denying it. In the silence that followed, his mind added a quiet note. Others grow numb with time, but the goddess of death herself has grown dangerously unhinged. Hela leaned back, a calm smile playing on her lips. But it's not all bad for me, she said softly. I'm the goddess of death. Each soul I claim increases my power, even more so on the battlefield, where deaths are plentiful. Aaron's jaw twitched. Do you mean to say Odin knew this and still sent you into the war? She met his glare with playful eyes. Think about it. Suppose your father had you fighting for 1,000 years, honing your strength with every fallen enemy. You'd grow powerful enough to raise your sword against him. Then he'd simply shrug it off and say, I did it for your own good. What would you do? Aaron's frown deepened. He was silent for a long moment, then spat. Odin's a bastard. Is that all you have to say? Hela asked, her tone cool. He straightened, fists clenched. If you ever decide to get your revenge on him, you'll have my support. I won't be fooled by your words, your highness. For the first time, Hela's expression softened. I won't deny your suffering, she murmured. I could even stand before the Allfather and call his actions cruel. But beyond that, she let her words hang in the quiet hall. Nothing more is possible. Light from the late afternoon sun filtered through the tall windows as Aaron stepped into Hela's private salon. She lounged on an overstuffed velvet sofa, one arm draped over the back, her expression every bit as unflappable as ever. Aaron paused in the doorway, clearing his throat. You know how things stand between us, don't you? Hela snorted softly, flicking a strand of dark hair off her shoulder. Enlighten me. What's on your mind? He came to a halt before her, bowing his head briefly. Your Highness, absolutely nothing happened while I was away. A razor-sharp eyebrow arched. Is that what you were hoping for? Aaron managed a wry smile. World peace, perhaps, but let's be honest, that was never going to happen. She rolled her eyes. All right, then. Tell me this. Why on earth did you open that little shop of yours? To make money, he said with a shrug that couldn't hide his pride. Pocket change, really. My savings go straight into food, and you know I have a taste for rare ingredients. How else could I keep you on your dreamlike diet? Hela shook her head in mock exasperation. And yet, in all the weeks you've been open, you've only served 2 customers, and both came looking for medicine. Aaron straightened, chest swelling with a sudden notion. Gaius's divination. He insisted the shop stay closed for 3 years, then open for 3 more. He frowned. Wait, medicine? Exactly. Hela sat up, folding her legs beneath her. One woman named Alexandra, the other Erica. A flicker of alarm crossed Aaron's face. Erica! Hela's lips curled into a knowing smile as she raised her chin. Is that a problem? The odd thing is, they both looked like they'd crawled back from the world of the dead. One died impurely, and the other died incompletely. Aaron mulled over that cryptic phrase, then pulled a fresh sheet of paper from his desk drawer. His pencil danced across the page, and within seconds the face of a woman took shape. Erica, is that her? Hela leaned back on the sofa, a wry smile playing at her lips. Ha! Don't tell me she was your ex? Not even close, Aaron snapped, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. Erica was the blind lawyer's ex-girlfriend, has nothing to do with me. By all rights, she's supposed to be dead. I attended her funeral myself. There's nothing magical about her return, or the other ones, Hala said, tapping the armrest for emphasis. It's a strange power that pulls souls back from the realm of the dead, not sorcery. Think of it as equivalent exchange. It's effective, but it has severe limits. The person can't have been dead too long. This force can't reach souls trapped in the depths of hell. And the body has to be intact. Losing an arm or a leg, you can work around that. But if the head's gone, there's no bringing them back. In the end, it only revives mortals, lower life forms, nothing more. Aaron heaved a weary sigh. Now I get it. Exhuming Erica's body and bringing her back to life with some arcane ritual, that's the sort of sick stunt only the Hand and the Showa Society would pull. Hala arched an eyebrow. The Showa Society? What kind of organization is that? Picture a half-baked cult devoted to dark gods, Aaron explained, running a hand through his hair. They've survived for centuries on little more than posturing and superstition. They're hardly formidable, but their ambitions, they're unsettlingly grand. A flicker of understanding crossed Hala's face, and a playful smile curved her lips. So they haven't set their sights on you, at least not yet? Chapter 8 and 52, The Hand in the Peace Conference, Alexandra's Decision, Part 1. Aaron spread his hands in a mock shrug and said proudly, there's nothing I can do. Sometimes being too good backfires. They've all come from my alchemy, my divination, my medicines. Nothing I wield can truly dominate them. Perhaps that's why they've dared to hatch ambitions well beyond their station. Hala's lips curled in contempt. You've actually tolerated those clowns long enough to let them run free? Generous to a fault, aren't you? If it were me, I wouldn't let them hop around under my nose. Your Highness, you've got it all wrong, Aaron replied coolly. This isn't tolerance, it's pure disdain. After centuries on Earth, you'd see there are countless people like them, and you simply can't exterminate everyone. Besides, it wouldn't accomplish anything. Hala snorted. I find that hard to believe. Aaron hesitated. He knew the goddess of death could indeed wipe them all out in an instant if she chose. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I have no doubt of your Highness's power, but I'm bound by stricter rules, restrained even within this universe's core. I won't take action if I can avoid it, and I'll refrain from using magic unless it's absolutely necessary. Chapter 7. Aaron leaned back in his chair, arms folded across his chest. Honestly, Hala, minor outfits like the Hand in the Society aren't worth my time. Unless they actively interfere with my research, I won't bother noticing them. Hala arched an eyebrow. I'm not convinced, she said with a wry smile. She paused, then changed the subject. But it seems they're preparing to make a move. What do you mean? Aaron asked, sitting up. Hala tapped her earpiece. Before Alexandra left, she asked me to tell you how much she admires your pharmaceutical talent and that she'd like to explore a collaboration. A collaboration? Aaron frowned. With them? I don't know the details, but judging by her tone, she's deadly serious, Hala replied. Aaron ran a hand through his hair and exhaled slowly. I despise trouble. So what will you do? Hala probed, genuinely curious. He considered for a moment. I'll avoid it. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in a hidden conference room whose gleaming silver-white walls were forged from high-density alloy, the so-called 5 fingers of the Hand in Society convened. Around a circular table sat Madame Gao, Murakami, Botu, Sawanda, and Alexandra. Alexandra's dark eyes swept the group. Report, she ordered, her voice cool and commanding. Botu cleared his throat. The elder with the staff has covered his tracks exceptionally well. There's no record of him in the city's surveillance logs. Sawanda tapped her fingers impatiently on the table. He's more elusive than we anticipated. Madame Gao nodded once. Our networks narrowed his possible locations, but we'll need more resources to flush him out. Alexandra's lips curved into a determined smile. Then we'll allocate what we must. Once we find him, he'll have to choose between compliance and irrelevance. Silence fell as the 5 fingers exchanged solemn glances. Across the city, their plan was already in motion, and the hunter had become the hunted. Chapter 6. Rallying the Remnants. After our strike on Kunlun, He wasted no time rounding up every last operative of the Zhenchun Society in New York. The payoff was minimal. Sawanda spread his hands, a wry smile on his lips. That blind old fool always knows when to pull his pawns back. On the plus side, our weapons shipment arrives soon, enough arms to outfit 200 men. Botu inclined his head. My disciples have all been recalled to the academy, everyone except my brightest student. She's still tagging along with that so-called Iron Fist. If she doesn't return soon, I may have no choice but to deal with her myself. A pity, really. Murakami leaned forward, folding his arms. All the New York ninjas I oversee are on standby, ready to execute any order, and the hand-picked elite operatives I train, have also answered my summons. Alexandra's voice cut through the murmur. And what of the extra squadron you mentioned? Murakami shook his head. They're here as backup, but I question whether we truly need them. We've never shown this level of force before. She pressed on, her tone darkening. Our coffers are nearly dry, and adversaries in this age seem endless. Never in our history have we faced a threat this widespread. She paused, letting the gravity of her words sink in. We must consider the possibility that even we could fall. Silence settled over the room as each leader contemplated the new reality. For the first time, they were fighting not just to win, but to survive. It's always better to err on the side of caution, Murakami warned, folding his arms as he faced the others. I know, Gao replied, her voice tight with frustration, but we've already used up our last option. It isn't just about bringing back Black Sky, it's the vessel that made it possible. Murakami's brow furrowed. You're saying we shouldn't use it? Gao met his gaze squarely. If we can avoid it, why take such a monumental risk? He hesitated, weighing the gravity of her words. Perhaps it is necessary, but unleashing something on that scale, it could destroy everything. Black Sky is our final trump card, Gao reminded him. You know I won't play it unless there's absolutely no other choice. Just then, Mrs. Gao burst into the clearing, excitement lighting up her face. It's nearly finished, she announced. The Dragonbone deposit beneath the central city circle is 10 times larger than we ever estimated. 10 times? Alexandra's eyes went wide. The other 3 members of their circle exchanged astonished looks. If Mrs. Gao's figures were accurate, they could extend their lives by millennia. Enough time to uncover other dragon burial sites, extract more bone, and perpetuate a self-sustaining cycle of renewal. Mrs. Gao grinned. And that's the conservative estimate. The real yield could be even greater. A collective thrill ran through the group. With such promise before them, the specter of risk felt more like a challenge than a threat. Mrs. Gao sat back in her chair, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the small assembly before her. Gao spoke first, his tone clipped. We still need the key, the one that unlocks that door. Botu snorted, folding his arms. You mean Danny Rand, the Iron Fist? Good luck catching him alive. A thin, contemptuous smile played across Mrs. Gao's lips. Haikong tried and failed. He let Rand slip away without a scratch. Alexandra leaned forward, her voice calm but firm. Gao, you know it's far harder to capture someone in one piece than to eliminate them. But I have every confidence in Haikong. She's our secret weapon. Mrs. Gao sighed and shifted gears. All right, what about the rest of our operations? Jin Bing is covering logistics, Alexandra replied. Thanks to his channels, our goods are scarce and in high demand. The only problem is Punisher. He's been sabotaging my deals, sealing off his territory to our shipments. I have a gut feeling he's evolving, getting stronger and more unpredictable. Mrs. Gao tapped her finger on the table, weighing her options. Fine, let him keep that area for now. We can afford to absorb the loss. Our priority is Rand, and that key. Everything else can wait. Getting the Dragonbone is our top priority, Alexandra said, folding her arms. Mrs. Gao gave her a sharp look. I know, I'm just concerned he might sabotage our plan. Then eliminate him. Alexandra replied coolly. Any complications on your end? I've already greased the wheels with key government officials and a few members of Congress, Mrs. Gao answered. Police and FBI involvement is off the table. If our operation is discovered, they'll at best pretend they didn't see anything. They won't actively interfere, but they won't cover for us either. That's sufficient, Alexandra said, exhaling in relief. Now here's the next phase. First, capture Iron Fist alive. We need his power to open that door. Second, destroy every Gentian Society cell in New York. The majority of their forces are at the Stickman compound, but there will be scattered fringe groups. We need to root out every last one. Third, maintain absolute secrecy. Gao, you know what that means. Don't hesitate to bring in outside help if it becomes necessary. Outside help? Sawanda echoed, exchanging uneasy glances with Botu and Murakami. Murakami narrowed his eyes. Alexandra, are you suggesting we divulge our secret to someone else? He sounded more than a little displeased. We're not talking about idle rumors, Alexandra interjected. The secret of immortality is the very foundation of both the hand and the society. If it ever leaked, none of us would benefit. Quite the opposite, in fact. Mrs. Gao nodded and clarified. What Alexandra means is that she plans to recruit outsiders, mercenaries, essentially, with money and other incentives to strengthen our defenses. Just then, Mrs. Gao's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, raised an eyebrow, and offered the others an apologetic smile. Excuse me for a moment. Stepping away, she answered, Hello, Mrs. Gao speaking. Good afternoon, Mrs. Gao, came a smooth male voice. I didn't expect you to call me back. Mr. Gaius, she replied, mildly surprised. To be honest, neither did I, he sighed. Yet here we are. You know I'd prefer to have nothing more to do with your organization. Then why did you call? She asked. A hint of amusement crept into his voice. Isn't it obvious? While I was away 2 days ago, someone named Alexandra dropped by my shop asking to see me. Mrs. Gao froze, then turned back to Alexandra. Alexandra inclined her head. With a resigned glance, Mrs. Gao handed over the phone. It's all yours, Alexandra. Alexandra took the handset. Hello, Mr. Gaius. This is Alexandra. Alexandra leveled her gaze at Aaron Gaius. I'm also a leader within the hand. Aaron's jaw tightened. You want to recruit me? Yes, she replied evenly. He leaned back. I have no interest in working for the hand. That's it. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Do I really need to explain why I won't ally with your organization? Alexandra offered a patient smile. I think you misunderstand us. The hand isn't a purely malevolent force. Our ultimate goal is to preserve life itself. You'd have complete freedom in our collaboration. Only do what you choose to do. Aaron raised an eyebrow. And what would that entail? Pharmaceutical research, alchemy, divination, she said. Skills you possess in abundance. Will compensate you generously, far beyond any ordinary client. He snorted. If it's just divination you want, I already run a shop in Hell's Kitchen. You'd be welcome to request my services anytime. Alexandra's tone remained calm. No, I need you to pledge your loyalty exclusively to the hand. Aaron shook his head, a humorless laugh escaping him. Look, I'm a good boss to my own business. Why would I work only for the hand? S-Shield tried something similar once, couldn't even manage to keep me on their payroll. He stood and squared his shoulders. I'm sorry, miss, but my answer's final. Alexandra nodded once, cool and composed. Very well, Mr. Gaius. The offer stands, should you ever change your mind. With that, she turned and left, leaving Aaron alone in the quiet of his office, uncertain whether he'd just dodged a bullet or missed an opportunity he might later regret. Alexandra regarded him coolly. The hand is undeniably far larger than S-Shield, which frankly pales in comparison. Aaron let a slow smile curve his lips, one eyebrow arching in mild amusement. You're threatening me? She shook her head, her gaze steady. Not a threat, just a suggestion, Mr. Gaius. Everything S-Shield brings to the table, the hand can match, and then some. There are operations official agencies either can't or won't undertake. The hand has no such limitations. So why not align yourself with the organization that truly serves your interests? She leaned forward, her confidence unwavering. Aaron, in all my centuries of service, I have never seen the hand more committed to you. Alexandra's voice over the line was calm, almost dispassionate. Now that we've reached this point, would it be disrespectful if you declined? Aaron paused before replying. It's your freedom to cooperate or not, Alexandra continued, but the association hopes you'll recognize how rare an opportunity this is. Aaron rubbed his temples. I'll think it over, he said, but it'd be better to meet in person when the time's right. Perfect, she agreed, and the call ended. Aaron leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Coercion and sweet-talking, there wasn't an ounce of substance in that pitch. Across the room, Hela raised an eyebrow. Doesn't all that corporate doublespeak get boring? He shrugged. I wanted a peaceful resolution, but she clearly doesn't respect me. Still, let her come to the interview. She'll see just how naive her proposals are. Hela clicked her tongue. Don't tell me you're just going to let her slip away again. Aaron gave her a wry smile. Your Highness, you really need to curb that temper of yours. Storming in with a sword anytime things go sideways? That's so old-fashioned. So what's your plan then? Hela prodded. Negotiate politely, fail, and then slice someone with a sword. Aaron just laughed. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Hela scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting now? My style is to do nothing whenever possible. Abe bristled, lifting a paw. Try doing something, and you'll be dead, he warned, as if this wasn't the first time he'd heard the line. Hela curled her lips. Why the pretense of politeness? In the end, you'll still resort to violence. Aaron ignored her jibe and turned back to Abe. That prototype needs a slight recalibration, he said evenly. If you're not prepared to handle it yourself, then step aside. Abe's eyes widened. And the rest of your sentence? It depends on the situation, Aaron replied, shooting Hela an exasperated glance. There are adversaries out there that even your master and I might struggle to overcome. Across town, Mrs. Gao slammed down her phone in fury. Why didn't you tell me when you went after him? Aaron Gaius is far more complex than you realize. From the far side of the room, old god Alexandra spoke up, her tone measured. The landscape has shifted. Handhahui's 5 lieutenants are all in position. Even if he seems straightforward, he can still coordinate with the entire network. Doubt our chances? Gao, with your skills, every member of the Hand will need you. Whether he agrees or not, the outcome is already decided. We will win. Mrs. Gao tapped her cane anxiously on the floor. I understand the tactical benefits of taking him out, she said, but what about the losses? Before we secure the keel, we need to avoid unnecessary complications. Suawanda nodded in agreement. Exactly. That man isn't someone you dispatch on the cheap. Judging by his record, he's fought off dozens of ninjas solo. We'd bleed too much manpower. Not worth it at this point. That's why I never severed ties with Gaius, Alexandra said, leaning forward. I went to his shop personally and learned he has one surviving cousin, his only living relative. Aaron himself is a hardened fighter, but his cousin is just an ordinary civilian. Hehui can handle her without any trouble. Murakami rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're suggesting we leverage his family, blackmail Gaius through his cousin? Alexandra's lips curved into a sly smile. After centuries in this line of work, we know family is every man's greatest weakness. He wants a face-to-face meeting? Fine. If he agrees to cooperate, everyone walks away happy. If he doesn't, we'll simply employ a bit of unconventional persuasion. Mrs. Gao leaned back in her chair, tapping her chin as she studied the schematics spread across the table. On paper, the plan looks solid, she admitted. But when we're facing the real thing, right at that critical moment, everything can go off. He rails. Bodu tilted his head, eyes sharp. All the more reason we have to keep him under close watch. Whatever our leader decides, we support it without question, yes? A knowing grin spread across Suawanda's face. He shook his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Honestly, you just want to turn him into another piece of alchemical equipment. Relax, I've got the logistics covered. I know exactly who to hire and how to pull this off. Chapter 853, Danny Rand, the Immortal Iron Fist, offers his chance at immortality, Part 1 of 2. Midtown Circle. Aaron Gaius cut a sharp figure as he rolled up to the gleaming Midtown Circle tower on his motorcycle. He wore a navy windbreaker over a simple t-shirt, understated but undeniably stylish. No sooner had he killed the engine than a poised blonde secretary approached him with a bright smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Gaius, she said, extending her hand. Miss Alexandra is expecting you. Thank you, Aaron replied, returning her smile. Lead the way. She guided him through the lobby, and they boarded the express elevator to the top floor. When the doors opened, they stepped into a short white corridor. A quick turn brought them into a spacious, sunlit conference room, where a long polished table stretched toward a panoramic window. At the head of the table sat Alexandra, a commanding presence in a perfectly tailored suit, porcelain teacup in hand. She rose as Aaron entered. Aaron Gaius, she greeted, her tone warm. I've heard so much about you. Aaron hung up his helmet and eased into the chair opposite her. Is that so? I didn't realize my reputation extended this far. Alexandra smiled, gesturing to a seat. Being marked by the hand is no small thing. He leaned back, folding his arms. I appreciate that, but you mentioned cooperation, not recruitment. Join? Aaron teased, arching an eyebrow. Well, now that you put it that way, it doesn't sound half bad. Alexandra gave a small shrug, withholding the full scope of her plan. In her mind, today marked Aaron Gaius's official elevation to core member of the Guardians of Peace. Sign on with the Hand and Harmony Society, she said, and we'll furnish you with whatever resources you need, advanced training, top-grade equipment, intelligence, you name it. You'll have every opportunity to sharpen your skills and prove your worth. We'll make sure nothing stands in your way. Aaron let out a dry laugh. Appealing offer, but let's not kid ourselves. Every achievement I've chalked up so far has been thanks to the society. He flicked a finger toward the blonde secretary standing beside Alexandra. She's a grunt. Call her a low-level recruit, if you prefer. Me, I'm more like a finely tuned instrument. Don't underestimate yourself, Alexandra countered, her tone steady. Within the Hand and Harmony Society, you'll realize your fullest potential. Your rank will be just beneath ours, or to put it bluntly, on par with us. And the rewards? They won't disappoint. It's a genuine win-win. Aaron gave a wry smile. Your proposal sounds generous, but if I sign on with you, I'll lose every scrap of freedom I have. He leaned forward, eyes glittering. I may look young, but I've been around the block. Your little displays might dazzle street beggars, but to me, they're meaningless. I have everything I need. If you want me, try sincerity for a change. Alexandra's lips curved into a triumphant grin. Very well, she said, then clapped her hands. Show him. A panel in the wall slid open, and a woman clad head to toe in scarlet ninja garb stepped into the room. Erica? Aaron's mock astonishment rang out. You're alive? No, that's impossible. I saw you buried with my own eyes. Erica didn't speak. She stood motionless beside Alexandra, her expression blank, her posture rigid. Alexandra swept an arm toward her. You know her now, so there's no need for further explanation. The Hand has conquered death itself. True immortality. That is our gift. Aaron's gaze flicked from Alexandra to Erica and back again. Erica's ashen complexion and glassy stare betrayed the terrible price of her undying state. He, on the other hand, had unlocked genuine, effortless eternal life years ago, without grotesque side effects. He allowed a slow, contemptuous chuckle to escape. Thanks, but I'll pass. Alexandra leaned back in her leather chair, her expression as unruffled as the moonlit pool behind her. The privilege of resurrection, she said, voice smooth and even, is reserved for only Tia, the highest-ranking members of the Guardian of Peace. But join us, and that privilege becomes yours. Aaron gave a slow, dismissive nod. He drummed his fingertips on the armrest. Sounds tempting, he said, then shrugged. But if I walk away from this deal, am I free to leave the building? A flicker of concern crossed Alexandra's face as she sat forward. Are you certain you want to refuse? She asked softly. Why wouldn't I? Aaron's tone was casual, as though discussing the weather. Erica, standing just behind Alexandra, let her sleeve slip back to reveal the hilt of a samurai sword. The blade gleamed under the overhead lights, her lips curled into a silent threat. Aaron smirked. No need for theatrics. If the deal collapses, I'd hate for our friendship to end in bloodshed. Without a word, Alexandra waved her hand. Erica's sword vanished back into its hiding place. Then tell me honestly, Alexandra pressed, why do you refuse? Aaron straightened in his seat and met her gaze evenly. I'm not interested. Immortality isn't something I cherish. Alexandra's lips twitched in what might have been a smile or a grimace. She already suspected that Aaron's protestations were a front, but for now, she held her tongue. At least he still had the courtesy not to lie outright. Aaron Gaius met Alexandra's steady gaze across the conference table. The tension in the room was almost tangible. Since a softer approach didn't work, he said in a low, measured tone, I've decided to use more expedient methods. Let me be absolutely clear. There is no fundamental conflict between me and the Hand and Peace Society. We each have our own mission. Just stay out of mine, and I'll stay out of yours. Alexandra nodded, her expression calm but alert. He's come all this way to deliver his terms in person, she thought. Aaron gave a wry smile and stood. Well, that's my position. I'll be leaving now. You won't try to stop me, will you? She returned his smile, though her eyes were sharp. Not at all. And remember, Mr. Gaius, the doors of the Hand and Peace Society will always be open to you. If you have second thoughts once you're back home, you know where to find me." Aaron shrugged lightly and started toward the door. Just then, it swung open behind him. Danny Rand stepped into the room, his features set with determination. "It's you," Danny said, his eyes locked on Aaron. Aaron paused mid-step. "Gaius here was just about to leave, and you, what are you doing here?" Danny glanced at Alexandra, then back at Aaron. "I'm looking for her," he said, voice steady. He took a breath, as if sealing his own resolve. "My name is Danny Rand. Last year, you funneled $243 million through my company," Danny Rand stated flatly, eyes locked on Alexandra. Aaron Gaius rose from his chair. "Pardon the interruption," he said with polite firmness. "I'm not here for corporate confessions. When you're finished, I'll take my leave. You two can sort things out later." "Please don't go, Mr. Gaius," Alexandra urged, sliding forward. "If you'd stay a few more minutes, I'm sure we can clear up any misunderstandings." Aaron paused, then nodded. "All right, I'll stay," he announced, giving Danny a reassuring pat on the shoulder before drifting to a corner. "Just promise me I won't get dragged into this." An aide moved closer. "Rest assured, Mr. Gaius, you're our honored guest. We'll look after you." "Perfect," Aaron replied, folding his arms. "Carry on. I'm just an onlooker." Danny drew a steadying breath, then squared his shoulders and faced Alexandra again. "You might think your influence keeps you untouchable, but I know who you really are." Alexandra's smile remained calm, but her eyes flickered with something darker. "You wiped out my parents and destroyed my home," Danny continued, voice low and even. "You're the power behind the Hand and the society, and I'm going to see to it the world knows exactly what you've done." "Mr. Rand," Alexandra said softly, "I admire your boldness and your conviction." Aaron watched them be. A faint smile tugging at his lips. Brave, or hopelessly naive, who stormed into the enemy's stronghold alone, expecting to walk away unscathed. Danny's eyes never wavered as he folded his arms across his chest. "Who gave you the courage to threaten me with death?" he asked quietly. "I'll admit, I'm more impressed than I expected, given all the rumors about you." Aaron Gaius leaned forward behind his polished mahogany desk. "The Rand Group already has enough evidence to bring you down. Extortion, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and that's only the beginning. We're going to expose every filthy secret you've buried." Danny offered a wry smile. "So what? You think that scares me?" Aaron's lip curled. "You can't hide forever. You've masked your operations behind Midtown's financial facades, shell companies, and hirelings who don't even know whose orders they're following. That's how you've stayed in the shadows, until now." With a sharp snap, Aaron slapped his palm against his forehead. "I can't believe you're doing this, Danny Rand. I barely know you. I've only ever met you once. Yet here you are, challenging me and stirring my curiosity. How on earth have you survived this long? It's nothing short of a miracle." Before Danny could answer, Alexandra Moreau rose from the visitor's chair, her black hair falling in a sleek curtain over one shoulder. She offered Aaron a composed smile. "Mr. Gaius, allow me." She paused to let her words sink in. "We've never intended to see him fall. A man of Danny Rand's caliber holds a pivotal place in Kunlun. He is an invaluable asset to both the Hand and the Society. That is why he has endured." Silence settled over the room. Danny relocated his weight against the wall, defiance and relief warring in his expression. Across the table, Aaron's eyes narrowed as he absorbed Alexandra's revelation. Outside, the city lights of Midtown twinkled, oblivious to the power struggle unfolding behind closed doors. Alexandra sat at the head of the glass-walled conference room, her dark eyes fixed on Aaron. "If he even shows half the skill of that old man with the staff," she said coolly, "we won't let him live." Aaron's jaw twitched. She was right. He feared not some all-powerful deity, but unreliable allies, those pigs who could turn on you at any moment. Still, if those pigs ended up in the enemy camp, that was a victory in itself. Danny Rand bristled across the table. "You've got some nerve bringing up Kunlun." "Why not?" Alexandra countered, leaning back. "What's left of Kunlun now?" Danny's eyes burned. "You'll lose everything, just as I once did. I am the eternal Iron Fist, Kunlun's weapon. I swear to destroy the Hand and everything they stand for." Alexandra's lips curved into a half-smile. "You haven't lost everything, Mr. Rand. Not yet." At her signal, the woman at Alexandra's elbow, a motionless figure until that moment, drew a slim, silenced pistol from beneath her blazer. The black barrel rested against Rand's temple. Danny's face went stone cold. "That's not nearly enough." Alexandra nodded. "Agreed. No matter how weakened he's become, an iron fist is still an iron fist." On cue, more than a dozen of Alexandra's operatives strode in, their footsteps echoing on the marble floor. With that many guards in the room, there was no room left for escape or mercy. They formed a tight circle around Danny Rand, batons at the ready. Danny's brow furrowed. He'd tangled with the iron fists before, but this felt different. Alexandra's calm voice cut through the charged silence. "I've crossed paths with you in the past, but not like this, because this time I will not kill you." A soft click echoed behind her. The door had sealed itself shut. At that signal, the blonde secretary raised a pistol. Danny lunged aside, letting the shot whistle past, then countered with a single, precise strike that floored the woman in one blow. 3 down, a dozen to go. More than a dozen guards, members of the so-called Peace Guard, moved in, weapons at the ready. Danny didn't hesitate. As the immortal Iron Fist, he trusted his speed and skill. He launched himself into the fray, fists and feet ablur. The guards cried out as blows rained in rapid succession. Within 30 seconds, every one of them lay unconscious around him. Danny straightened, chest rising and falling with relief, until the back door burst open. A squad of black-suited men filed in, each trained assault rifle leveled at his head. Instinctively, Danny dropped low just as the first bullets tore into the air. Gunfire spat out. Rat-a-tat-tat! He rolled away from the incoming hail of bullets, readying himself for the next onslaught. Danny barely has time to react when several silver syringes streak out of the barrel, darting into the white wall beside him. Their emerald-green liquid glints faintly, tranquilizer darts. Instinctively, he yanks the nearest soldier off his feet and hurls him forward to take the hits, then kicks him aside. The remaining mercenaries recoil, startled. Seizing the moment, Danny lunges at the closest shooter. As another dart whistles toward him, he sweeps his forearm up, knocking it off course, then twists the gun from the man's grip. With a sudden jerk, he swings the barrel around and fires. The shot cracks through the corridor. 2 gunmen slump to the floor, unconscious. Before Danny can catch his breath, a peacekeeper who's climbed the wall kicks him hard in the ribs. Danny grits his teeth, punches back with bone-shaking force, and watches the attacker crumple. He glances at the wall, rips an emerald-tipped syringe free, and plunges it into the neck of the dazed soldier he'd used as cover. The man's eyes flutter shut. Danny knows he can't linger. He fakes low, then delivers a sweeping kick that sends the last mercenary sprawling. Without hesitation, he dashes for the exit, every sense on high alert as he prepares for whatever lies beyond the door. Several operatives scrambled to their feet, rushing to block Danny's path, but he knocked them aside with ease. He surged past the conference table, only to have a powerful arm loop around his chest and slam him down across the polished wood. Danny thrashed wildly, but his captor's grip was unbreakable. Within seconds, another pair of hands forced his arm flat against the table, and a third pressed his shoulder down. Clenching his teeth, Danny gathered every ounce of strength he had, driving his fist toward his chest in a desperate bid to free himself. Then came the roar of distorted guitars. The conference room door exploded inward, and 2 guards were hurled aside. Luke Cage stepped into the breach. Danny froze, momentarily stunned. Instinctively, the members of the Hand and the Society who held him loosened their grips. Luke spread his hands in a casual shrug. "Thought you might need some backup. I'm here." Danny let out a long, shaky breath. Despite their occasional clashes over how best to handle the Hand and the Society, there was no question. Luke was his most reliable ally. From the far side of the room, Aaron's lips twitched. "Quite the lively gathering today," he remarked, though he looked far from amused. Luke turned to face him. "Aaron, what are you doing here?" Aaron gave an awkward laugh. "Total coincidence, really." He glanced at Alexandra. "Apparently there've been a few mishaps." Alexandra shrugged casually. "Nothing we can't handle." She shook her head. "Still, this melee is getting ridiculous. I'm out of here." Luke's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Gaius is free to go anytime, just so long as he doesn't interfere with the Hand." "Don't worry," Aaron replied with a dismissive shrug. I can keep myself in check. He moved toward the door, but before he reached it, Danny Rand shoved away the hand operative pressing on his arm. In a single fluid motion, Luke caught the man, hurled him into the wall, and a loud crack echoed through the room. Danny slipped back, a wry smile on his face. So roughing people up is acceptable now? Luke ducked 2 advancing peacekeepers and sent them sprawling with a pair of precise strikes. He dusted his knuckles off. We deal with each problem a bat. It shows up. Now make way. I'm heading home. You folks really have no sense of courtesy. Aaron offered a quick nod and began to pass. Then his eyes flickered wide, and he dove behind Luke, Danny right on his heels. Chapter 854, Unavailable. We're sorry, but Chapter 854 is currently inaccessible. You can continue reading with the next chapter, or click the Report Error button below to let us know about this issue. Chapter 855, Borrowing a Knife to Kill Someone, and it's from S.H.I.E.L.D., Fate at Play, Part 1. It's really not necessary, Aaron interjected before Hela could rise from her seat. If the goddess of death personally began hunting mortals, the fallout would be catastrophic. Surely a handful of presumptuous humans isn't worth Hela's direct attention. Hela raised an eyebrow. So, you're offering to handle it yourself? Aaron swallowed. I'd avoid direct involvement if at all possible. But Shohahui is being pushed beyond his limits. He's already taken far too much abuse. We can't just stand by and watch. Perhaps it's time to call in a favor. Such as? Aaron sighed, reaching into his coat pocket for his phone. He tapped several numbers, then pressed the device to his ear. Director Fury? Sorry to bother you so late. Nick Fury's voice crackled through the line, weary but alert. Aaron, you know how my schedule is, packed from dawn till dusk. Tracking spies isn't a matter of flipping a switch. First you identify the suspects, then you move cautiously, or you risk crippling S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm also lining up qualified agents to fill any anticipated vacancies. He paused. By the way, isn't that little compass of yours supposed to locate people? Aaron closed his eyes for a moment. That's right. It can lead us straight to a target, anywhere in the world. I'm hoping we can put it to good use. Fury clicked his tongue. All right, send me the details on Shoheihui's situation, and I'll see what operatives we can spare. But remember, this has to look like an accident. No divine intervention, no fingerprints. Understood? Crystal clear, Aaron said, a flicker of relief washing over him. As he ended the call, Hela leaned back, crossing her arms. Borrowing a knife from S.H.I.E.L.D. to do my work. How ironic. Aaron offered a wry smile. Sometimes even a goddess needs a little help from the mortal world. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, leaning back as Agent Aaron Grant fidgeted on the other side. Fury's one good eye studied him coolly. Impossible, Fury said flatly. Absolutely impossible. Closed his eyes for a moment, gathering himself. He knew better than to push recklessly. If Fury ever got a hold of the compass, retrieving it would be like chasing the wind. But he couldn't walk away now. Director, I have to tell you what I've uncovered. Fury's eyebrow rose. Well, speak up. Aaron met his gaze. I've made a major discovery about the hand. Fury's eye narrowed. The hand? Don't tell me you're calling me in over a street gang. This isn't any ordinary gang, Aaron said in a low, urgent voice. The Hand and its sister organization, the Society, have been operating in the shadows for centuries, long before S.H.I.E.L.D. even existed. Their leadership consists of 5 immortal masters who haven't changed in hundreds of years. And what, Fury asked evenly, does this centuries-old secret society want? Aaron leaned forward. They've perfected a ritual that can extend life, even raise the dead. Fury leaned back again, skepticism flickering across his face. You expect me to believe that? I wouldn't bring it to you if it wasn't true. Aaron's tone was deadly serious. This morning, I saw it with my own eyes, a man who died years ago, alive and walking. Silence fell. Fury steepled his fingers, already plotting the next move. The game had just changed, and the stakes were higher than either of them could have imagined. She was assigned to protect one of the Shu Association's leaders, and she's very much alive. Are you suggesting she faked her death, like Agent Coulson? Nick Fury's one good eye narrowed. Aaron shook his head. No, she actually died once. I'm absolutely certain of it. Fury leaned back, steepling his fingers. All right, start from the top. Tell me everything you know. Aaron took a breath and relayed every scrap of intel he'd gathered on the Hand, carefully omitting his personal stakes in the story. "So let me get this straight," Fury said when Aaron finished. "They've dug a giant, supposedly bottomless pit under Midtown Circle." "Exactly. And somehow what's down there can extend life?" "It seems so. And all 5 leaders of the Handpiece Association have convened here in New York for this?" Aaron nodded. "Then how did Shohui end up crossing you?" Aaron hesitated, a flicker of surprise on his face, until he broke into a wry smile. "Director Fury, you've already figured it out." Fury cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I knew they'd go after you. Otherwise, how would you have so much detailed intel? You're a master at cutting your enemies down with borrowed blades, and apparently you've been using shields." "Director Fury," Aaron said quietly, "you can't put it that way. The Hand and the Shoe Association aren't just targeting me. They want me to join them. They're after my abilities." "You're poaching S.H.I.E.L.D.'s territory," Fury snarled. "Abnormal events are the remit of the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support. I'm only letting you assist to give S.H.I.E.L.D. plausible deniability. And no, I don't care about your report bonus. You want a cut of whatever we find in that cave." The agent leaned back, folding his arms with a self-satisfied smirk. "Director, I understand your concern, but if Hydra can use field missions to weed out our most loyal operatives, why can't S.H.I.E.L.D. do the same? The Handpiece Society has deep pockets and even deeper defenses in the caves around Central City. Sending in our spies isn't rash. It's just attrition by another name. We'll let them bleed out Hydra's resources and ours in a controlled way." Nick Fury's single eye narrowed. The plan was cunning, almost devilishly so. "Dirty," he muttered under his breath, "but dirty might just work. Still, you're asking me to micromanage every deployment and every casualty. Controlling Hydra's losses, and ours, won't be simple." He paused, weighing the risk. "Fine, we'll draft the mission parameters. But if you step out of line, you and your precious loot are history." With that, Fury turned on his heel and stalked away, already calculating the next move in this high-stakes game of subterfuge. Pierce frowned as he studied the report on the table. "Hydra's casualties seem higher than usual," he said. "That kind of loss will raise alarm bells with Director Pierce. The enemy moves in darkness. We're operating in plain sight. This isn't as simple as you make it sound." Aaron leaned back in his chair, eyebrows arching. "So where does S.H.I.E.L.D. stand? If you want support, I'm happy to lend a hand. If not, I'll proceed under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s banner on my own. Just know the artifacts hidden in that cave aren't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s concern, so I won't accept any objections." Nick Fury let out a low, amused chuckle. "When did you decide to go it alone?" Aaron's tone sharpened as he sat forward. "I never said I'd be solo. I've brought in a team of specialists. Matt Murdock, a blind attorney with a knack for finding trouble. Jessica Jones, private investigator extraordinaire. Luke Cage, indestructible strongman. And Danny Rand, the billionaire martial artist. They work well together. And with us on the field, I'm confident we'll handle Hydra just fine, even without direct S.H.I.E.L.D. backing." Fury's expression turned serious. "I never implied S.H.I.E.L.D. would stand back. I'll have Coulson assemble a commando unit right away. When you're ready to move in, contact him directly. You'll have all the firepower you need." Aaron nodded once. "Understood. We move fast and stay quiet." Fury rose, straightening his eye patch. "Good, because if Hydra catches a whiff of this, Pierce will clamp down harder than ever." He paused in the doorway. "Let's keep it that way." "All right, Director." Aaron hung up the phone and allowed himself a confident half-smile. "Everything's under control." Hela's eyes narrowed. "You mean you went and asked for outside help? Reported us to the authorities? That's pretty underhanded." "Why not go straight to the top?" Aaron leaned back. "I considered calling the police, but the building in question is owned by Heihui. They've probably already covered it up internally. Regular channels would lead nowhere. So I took a different tack and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. Nick Fury can't resist a situation like this. He'll insist on some favors in return. He always does. But in effect, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be doing my dirty work, helping me avenge what happened at the Hand Summit." Hela crossed her arms, disbelief written on her face. "He agreed? You've already made your deal?" Aaron held up 4 fingers. Four heroes motivated by justice, the exact reinforcements S.H.I.E.L.D. is desperate for right now. Whether Fury recruits them as assets is his headache. I've done my part. Even if they never formally join S.H.I.E.L.D., this joint operation has laid the groundwork for future cooperation. Sheesh, it's a tangled web, he muttered, smacking her lips. But I have to admit, it's kind of fascinating. Nick Fury's eyes gleamed with unshed emotion as he ended the call. The four heroes Aaron had flagged, Danny, Luke, Matt, and Jessica, were officially on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, but they'd never come close to the Avengers' reputation. Until now, they'd been so under the agency's notice that S.H.I.E.L.D. could safely pretend they didn't exist. But with Hydra running rampant inside the organization, Fury was desperate for allies he could trust. These four were exactly what he'd been looking for. He just needed a reason to make contact. Aaron had provided that opening, and Fury intended to seize it. He thumbed the call button again. Agent Coulson. Take a break from fieldwork for the time being, Fury ordered. I have an assignment for you, one of the most critical you'll ever handle. It concerns the Hand and the upcoming peace conference. Their 5 leaders are already in New York. Stand by. I'll brief you when the moment comes. Inside the cozy back room of the Dragon Pearl Chinese restaurant, the front door clicked shut behind them. Danny, Luke, Matt, and Jessica exchanged relieved looks as they sank into mismatched chairs around a small wooden table. Outside, the city hummed with secrets and danger, but for now, they had each other, and a moment's peace before the next storm. We're closed, the shopkeeper said with a frown. Matt's gloved fingers found the light switch. We have to turn off the lights, he muttered. Jessica cocked her head in surprise. How do you know the lights are still on? She asked. Matt's face was half concealed by her scarf, and of course he was blind. Yet after the way he'd moved through this building before, it wasn't so strange that he could see the switch. I said we're closing, Matt repeated quietly, flipping off the last bulb. Danny stepped forward and bowed politely. Sir, please, we need somewhere to hide. Can you help us? The shopkeeper's eyes darted to the door as he fumbled for words. Luke cut in, voice low and tense. Don't call the police. You'd only put everyone in danger. Danny glanced at Luke, then back at the owner. We'll explain later, but right now, I don't want explanations. Jessica strode across the room, her patience gone. With one unhesitating heave, she tipped a heavy cabinet across the entrance, sealing the door. The shopkeeper gasped, eyes wide as he watched the furniture lock them in. Muttering in Chinese, he stared at Jessica in stunned admiration. Silence fell, broken only by the distant hum of city traffic. The little shop was dark, barricaded, and for the moment, it was exactly the refuge they needed. Sir, please trust me. This is for your own protection, Matt said in a calm but serious voice as he tugged the metal shutters down over the shop front. We need to make it look like the store is closed. The shopkeeper squinted through the slats. But it already is closed. Danny gave him a reassuring grin. We're not here to hurt you. Please come back to the table in the back and we'll explain everything. Reluctantly, the man stepped inside. Matt moved silently along the windows, locking the doors and turning off the lights, plunging the room into a private gloom. At a small table in the corner, Luke Cage and Jessica Jones were already seated, chatting as easily as old friends. Luke detailing Danny Rand's legendary martial prowess, Jessica recounting tales of Matt Murdock's courtroom triumphs. Danny laid a check on the table. Here, 6 months' rent in advance, no questions. After a moment's hesitation, the shopkeeper nodded, accepted the check, and brought out a generous dinner, steaming bowls of noodle soup, platters of sautéed vegetables, and slices of roast pork so tender it melted on the tongue. As they ate, the conversation turned to the Hand and the meeting, those secret, malevolent organizations whose influence spanned the globe. Danny spoke of hidden temples and ghostly masters. Matt described moonlit skirmishes on Hell's Kitchen rooftops. Luke and Jessica filled in the gaps, covert cells, deadly rituals, a network of corruption that reached from New York to the Far East. When the last empty bowl was pushed aside, Matt reached up and peeled off his mask, placing it gently on the table. The shopkeeper's eyes widened at the sight of the blind lawyer seated before him. Matt Murdock, the man whispered about in courtroom corridors and alleyways alike. You're Daredevil? Danny exclaimed, nearly dropping his chopsticks. I thought he'd vanished years ago. Matt closed his eyes for a moment, as if weighing his words. Then he gave a half smile. I know. It's a long story, and one I'd rather save for another night. He picked up his mask again and tucked it beneath his arm as they rose to leave, the shop's front door waiting to be unlocked once more. For now, though, they lingered a moment longer in the soft glow of shared purpose and the promise of battles still to come. Jessica's living room, late evening, the four of them, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Matt Murdock, and Danny Rand, sat in Jones's cramped living room, the air heavy with the scent of takeout boxes and stale coffee. Jessica ran a hand through her tousled hair. More importantly, she said quietly, I kept this secret not just to protect myself, but everyone I care about. Luke leaned back on the battered couch and nodded. Okay, I get it. No, Jessica shot back, exasperated. I don't get it. You're blind. Matt pressed his fingertips to his temples as if steadying himself. True, I lack normal sight, he said evenly. But my other senses, they aren't useless. Luke frowned. Look, we need a plan. The only plan we've got is to neutralize these guys without leaving evidence that points back to us. Jessica crossed her arms. We're not cops. Tonight was trespassing, assault, vigilantism, pure and simple. Matt's jaw clenched. I know a detective on the force who's clean, Det Singh. We could call her in. Absolutely not, Danny cut in, pacing by the window. That puts her in the crosshairs. And anyone else who tangles with these people, Matt agreed. They'll come after every contact we have. Danny waved a hand dismissively. We tried the legal route before. Remember how that turned out? Luke raised an eyebrow. You mean the time you got called to testify, and they threatened everyone who would back your story? Jessica reached up and pointed to the bruise on Danny's neck. That's what that was from? Danny peeled back his shirt collar to reveal a red, tie-shaped welt. Yeah, not exactly a friendly warning, Matt sighed. Look, we can't take them on head first. They're too well organized. And spare us the miracle of your hand routine, Jessica teased Danny. Danny scowled. It's key, not a miracle. It's magic to the rest of us, Matt muttered. A heavy silence settled over the room. This wasn't a simple street gang. It was something darker, more dangerous, and now they were all in deeper than ever. How about we start with intelligence gathering? Matt suggested, breaking the quiet. Find out who's really behind these operations before we make any moves. Luke stood, cracking his knuckles. Fine, we do intel, but one slip-up and we shut them down, hard. Jessica rose, eyes flashing. Agreed, and this time we cover our tracks. Danny cracked his knuckles in response. Then let's get to work. 4 unlikely allies, each with their own talents, and all with something at stake. Tonight marked the start of a dangerous game, and none of them intended to lose. I mean that if we face them head-on, alone, we'll get ourselves killed. The 3 others exchanged glances, and for a moment the room grew quiet. Finally, Jessica spoke, her tone flat. Don't. She shook her head. I know we can't take on the hand in the meeting by ourselves. Listen, she went on, her voice low but fierce. Those people robbed me of everything. I'm not walking away until I've crushed them. Luke leaned forward, sympathy in his eyes. All I want is to protect a child and a family, he said. And I'll admit it, I've overestimated myself before. This is beyond anything I can handle alone. Danny looked from Luke to Matt, part exasperated, part amused. What are you two even talking about? Invulnerable man, blind ninja, whatever you are. Matt offered a wry smile. You pick up on things quickly. Jessica ran a hand through her hair. I already tried going solo. It failed. But now, look at us. 4 of us, brought together to take down a criminal network. If that isn't fate, what is? Matt's smile softened. I know how badly you want to help, but you're not seeing the whole picture. We're not what you think. They all paused, the weight of Matt's words hanging in the air, as each considered the truth behind them. Although we all want to do the right thing, we need to think logically about our next move. Matt fell silent mid-sentence as the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered. All 4 of them turned toward the entrance and saw a tall, silver-haired man striding in. He leaned on a gnarled wooden cane, 2 samurai swords dangling from his belt. What sort of hiding place is this? He demanded. Old stick, Matt greeted him coolly. He showed no sign of surprise or alarm, and the others immediately relaxed. This was no enemy. Matt, the newcomer returned, nodding once before making his way to the dining table. He lifted the lid off a covered dish and began eating as if he'd been dining there all evening. Sorry I'm late. It's been complicated. Jessica folded her arms. Who are you? The old man swallowed a mouthful of food and smiled. I'm the one who's going to help you save New York. Matt studied him for a moment. Old Stick, how did you track us down? The man glanced over his shoulder and pointed at Danny. Because of him, the immortal Iron Fist, the living weapon and guardian of Kunlun, is still the same big idiot he always was. With that, he reached across the table, plucked Danny's phone from his shirt pocket, and casually tossed it onto the floor. The old man raised his cane and brought it down, crunching Danny's cell phone beneath its tip. New rule, kid. Broken things kill you. Danny winced as shattered plastic and glass skittered across the floor. I just wanted to call Colleen, he said. I told her where I was. The old man sighed, a weary sound that seemed far older than his lined face. That's exactly the mistake I warned you about. Personal ties, they'll use them to destroy you. Chapter 856, The Master of Fist and Stick Outsmarts 4, Part 1. Moonlight filtered through the cracked skylight of the abandoned warehouse, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist, studied the frail old man leaning on a bamboo staff. At Danny's side, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, and Jessica Jones tensed, ready for whatever came next. You really know the hand? Danny asked, his voice low. Stick tapped his staff once. Believe me, no one understands the hand better than I do. Matt cracked a rueful smile. They say the one who knows you best is your deadliest enemy. Stick inclined his head. Precisely, and that's why what I've discovered matters. The hand has secretly allied itself with another faction. Jessica frowned. Who are they? Stick's eyes gleamed. They call themselves the True Pure Society. Jessica scoffed. A more ridiculous name I've never heard. Aren't we the only reason the hand hasn't won this war? We fight under the elders of Kunlun and the mantle of the immortal Iron Fist. Stick's expression grew stern. In effect, the True Pure Society answers to me. Danny's brow shot up. You command them? In a sense, Stick admitted, but your generation of Iron Fist has gravely disappointed them. You were tasked with guarding Kunlun at its most vulnerable, yet you abandoned your post at the critical moment. That left the door wide open for the Hand and their new allies, and Kunlun paid a terrible price. The elders of the True Pure Society feel that disappointment keenly. A tense silence fell over the group as Danny, Matt, and Jessica absorbed the gravity of Stick's revelation. The next move, they all knew, would determine the fate of Kunlun, and perhaps the entire city below. Before the disaster, I managed to evacuate most of our people. A handful volunteered to stay behind and defend the old compound, and all of them died. Danny's head dropped, guilt shadowing his features. I'm deeply sorry. The old master planted his staff on the floor. Sorry? You offer your regrets to me, but the dead deserve your repentance. You should kneel before their graves and beg forgiveness. You have dishonored Kunlun's teachings, betrayed Sholao's faith, and broken everyone's trust in the Iron Fist. Do you truly believe you're worthy of that title after such a failure? Each word struck Danny like a blade. He had no excuse. No plea could resurrect those who died because he wasn't where he was needed. He shook his head. I will do whatever it takes to make this right. The master's eyes hardened. He tapped his staff once, a low rumble in the silence. Atonement isn't earned with words. If you truly bear the Iron Fist's mantle, you know your task. Destroy the Hand and dismantle their society. Danny lifted his gaze, resolve firming in his eyes. He straightened his shoulders, accepting the burden. I understand. As Iron Fist, I will see it done. Danny's jaw tightened. I failed to protect Kunlun, he admitted, voice low, but mark my words, I will destroy the Hand and the True Pure Society. Stick leaned on his wooden staff, his tone flat and unyielding. Don't overestimate yourself. If you go after the Hand and the Society alone, you'll be dead before you know it. Only with the Society's backing do you stand any chance. Danny's expression flickered with hope. So the True Pure Society still trusts me? Stick shook his head. Not quite. They don't trust you. They need you. Their resources might tip the scales, but they'll only lend support if you prove you're an asset. Matt Murdock, arms folded against the wall, let slip a knowing smile. Here it comes. Luke Cage glanced up from his seat. What comes? Matt shrugged. Stick's sales pitch, same spiel every time. The only way to win is through some grand alliance. Danny shot Matt a sharp look. How do you two know each other? Matt pushed off the wall, stepping forward. You saw me fight, right? I learned directly from Stick. Danny turned back to Stick, confusion clouding his features. Then tell me this. Are you Daredevil's mentor, or a secret operative for the True Pure Society? Matt peeled off his sunglasses and set them on the table. Neither, he said quietly. I'm not their puppet. I never signed on to their cause. Stick exhaled, the creak of his staff echoing in the tense silence. You can deny it all you like, he said evenly, but both of you have been part of this war from the start. You just refuse to admit it. Luke's brow furrowed. What war exactly? Stick met his gaze with calm intensity. The real war, the one nobody wants to acknowledge. The Hand and the True Pure Society have been pulling the strings for years, and now you're right in the middle of it. Don't think that, having insulted both the Hand and the Society, you can simply pretend it never happened and walk away unscathed. Matt said nothing. Jessica and Luke exchanged uneasy glances. Jessica dared to hope. Matt's tangled with the Hand before. He's all right, isn't he? Luke's face remained impassive. Daredevil's been off the grid for months. He's too careful, always hides his face before he moves. Thanks for the compliment, Matt replied dryly, though I'm not sure I'd call it flattering. The old man with the cane tilted his head, his voice low and grave. If the Hand's leaders weren't all gathered, you might have kept your head down and stayed under the radar. But now, Alexandra sits at the top, and she's far from forgiving. The moment she turns her full attention to you, you'll have no leverage. Matt squared his shoulders. We need to talk. Say whatever you must in front of us, Luke said. This is everyone's problem now. Matt met their eyes. We're all in danger. Luke shot a questioning look at the old man. I don't know much about you, sir, but his name is Sensei Kuroda, Jessica interjected softly. Former handmaster turned rogue. He's on our side. Luke nodded once, slowly. Then start from the top. Why are they after you, Daredevil? And how do we keep them off your trail? Matt drew in a steadying breath, prepared to lay out the truth and the plan that would determine all their fates. Matt turned from Cage to the old man leaning on a gnarled staff. Cage, you strike me as a decent guy, he said evenly. But this old coot, he's the opposite of pure. Don't believe a word he says or you'll regret it. The stick-wielding stranger straightened, his eyes cold and urgent. Kid, it's not about just a few lives. It's the whole city. Matt shook his head, disbelief etched on his face. You're talking about people's lives, families who have no idea what you're claiming. I'm not joking, the old man said, voice low but fierce. The tremors you've felt these past days, they're nothing compared to what's coming. The Hand is behind this. They've done it before. Pompeii, Chernobyl. History calls them disasters, but they were cover-ups. New York is next. The only thing standing between Manhattan and a pile of ruins and ashes is the True Pure Society, and maybe the four of you. Matt scowled. 4 of us? Shouldn't it be any 3 or even 2 if it comes to that? Stick, his gray eyes dull but intent, gave a slow nod. You're right in theory, but only if Kunlun hasn't already fallen. Jessica rolled her eyes. Can someone spit out something useful for once? I'm sick of these conspiracy theories. They're off the charts. And frankly, I'd rather sit this one out. 4 people, 3 people. What difference does it make? Matt leaned back, a wry smile on his lips. Maybe it's 2 less, with you and me off the field. Look, Jess, I get it. You have your life. I have mine. The Shohoi, the True Pure Society, Kunlun, it all sounds like fairy tales. Danny's patience snapped. How can you not see how huge this is? We're talking about Manhattan's survival. It's not that we don't understand, Jessica shot back. We just don't think we're the heroes in this story. Stick's mouth curved in a faint, knowing smile. Matt, you've been through so much. I thought by now you'd see things in a broader light. Matt laughed, but it was brittle. Sorry, Stick. I'm just not thrilled at the idea of facing Tuakai again. Danny raised an eyebrow. How in the world did you get tangled up in this mess in the first place? Matt's gaze flicked to Stick. I have him to thank. He jabbed a finger at the old master. Right here. Stick folded his arms, expression unreadable, as the room settled into tense silence, each of them weighing just how far they were willing to go to save their city. He's one of the most talented fighters I've ever seen. I know. Danny Rand folded his arms, exchanging a glance with Matt. Gunsu offered a disdainful smile. I trained him for the war, but he traded his uniform for a mask, and now he prowls the alleyways, stopping muggers instead of enemy soldiers. Matt Murdoch raised an eyebrow. You did good work back then. That was then, Danny said. He's retired now. Let's not argue about it, Matt muttered under his breath. Stickman leaned forward, voice low but urgent. Whether it's Matt Murdoch or Danny Rand, neither of you is weak, yet you face two very different foes. One, driven by hatred but reckless and pitiable, the other, brilliant but arrogant and unpredictable. Imagine what you could do together, combining your skills into a perfect fighting force. Matt's gaze was steady. I don't want to train anymore, Gunsu. Gunsu's eyes hardened. You can't just walk away. Before Matt could respond, Luke Cage stepped between them. Enough. Cut the lectures. When are you finally going to tell us everything we came here to learn? Gunsu moved a chair into the center of the circle and sat down. Every eye was on him as he took a deep breath. No one really knows when it began, only that it dates back centuries. Master Chen leaned back in his chair, the candlelight dancing across his lined face. It was thousands of years ago, he began, though the exact date doesn't matter. In those days, the elders of Kunlun first discovered how to draw upon qi, the vital energy that flows through all living things. They hoped to harness it for healing, even for governance. But 5 among them grew obsessed with a darker ambition: immortality, absolute power, and rebirth. They would stop at nothing to escape death. Danny's eyes narrowed. So the elders expelled them? Yes, Master Chen replied softly. Just as legend says Lucifer was cast from heaven, these 5 heretics were banished from Kunlun forever. In exile, they became known as the Hand's 5 Fingers, each one returning to his or her homeland to carve out a new domain, amassing power in secret. Danny swallowed. The one operating in Midtown Circle, she must be one of them. Master Chen nodded. Her name now is Alexandra. She leads the Hand, coordinating their schemes from the shadows. Since the schism, every finger has pursued their own path, some through politics, others through arms dealing or war. Danny's voice trembled. What about Gao? Master Chen's gaze darkened. Gao, once a respected alchemist at Kunlun, joined the heretics in their quest. He's responsible for more deaths than you can count. Danny clenched his fists. He helped plan my parents' murder. In the grand scheme of his atrocities, your parents were a small sacrifice, Master Chen said heavily. But do not underestimate the others. There's Sawanda, the African warlord turned arms dealer, who supplies the world's conflicts. And still others you have yet to learn about. A cold wind rattled the window pane. Danny rose to his feet, determination flaring in his eyes. Then I'll find them all, and I'll make them pay. That's the one I'm tailing, Luke said with a frown. The man in black, wearing white clothes and that white hat. Gunsu studied his tablet, his voice calm. Don't get too close. In a few precise strokes, he can slow your pulse until your heart stops. And he's never alone. He's got Botu with him. Danny scoffed. Last time I checked, he was dead. At least that makes a resurrection less likely. Luke glanced at Danny. You sure he's still gone? Danny shrugged. I'm willing to bet on it. Matt cleared his throat. And the last target? Murakami, Gunsu said, his tone low and steady. He's the one sending those letters. Of all of them, he's the most elusive and the most dangerous. Danny cracked his knuckles. Fine by me. We'll take him together. Matt's eyes narrowed. All right, Gunsu, what's the plan? And don't sugarcoat it. I can spot a lie a mile off. Gunsu hesitated, then met Matt's gaze. Maybe let's all take a breath first, yeah? No need to get blood pumping before we've even laid it out. In the last few minutes, he's told me more than I ever learned back in Kunlun, Jessica thought, the words still ringing in her ears. That's because he has an agenda, Matt said, his voice low but unwavering. And whatever he's after will put everyone we care about in mortal danger. Jessica's pulse quickened. You said that yourself. Matt didn't flinch. I'll keep talking. I've lost too much in this war. Jessica shot back. Don't treat me like a child. Then stop acting like one. Danny leapt to his feet, anger flooding his features. What did you just say? Matt stood as well, sadness flickering behind his anger. If you don't watch your back, you will die. Or worse, you'll be holding the person you love most, and you'll have to watch them die in your arms. Jessica swallowed, her resolve wobbling. I want out. Maybe I shouldn't have taken this case. Old God Gunsu's gravelly voice cut through the room. This isn't something you can walk away from, kid. You're already in Shohehui's sights. As long as you stay in this city, you'll be dragged into their war whether you like it or not. Here we go again, Matt sneered. Sticks and stones, right? Can't you just pick new words? Gunsu turned slowly, his eyes unblinking. I'm telling you the truth. I haven't lied once. If you need me to say it again, listening carefully might just save your life. A heavy silence fell. Jessica closed her eyes, trying to steady her racing heart. Outside, the city carried on, oblivious to the storm gathering around them. Inside, alliances would be tested, loyalties torn, and none of them would walk away unchanged. Matt fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. You might be right, he admitted. Maybe the city is in danger, maybe this battle really is critical. But have you stopped to think that our involvement could actually make things worse? I don't want to spend the rest of my life haunted by the mistakes I've made. If the mission succeeds, nothing will be worse, the old man replied, his gaze steady on Matt. Besides, you've already crossed paths with her. How could you possibly know that? Matt shot back. The old man let a small, knowing smile creep across his face. I know you better than you think, kid. She's the one reason you've held on this long. Erica? Who are you talking about? Jessica leaned forward, curiosity and alarm warring in her expression. She's the woman he loved most, the old man said softly. He held her in his arms and watched her die. You saw her too, clad in red ninja garb, wielding a samurai sword. Her? Matt echoed, voice barely more than a whisper. The three of them exchanged stunned looks. You mean the one we encountered in the abandoned tower earlier today? Jessica stammered. But she never even acknowledged me. Luke's voice was tight with frustration. She showed no mercy when she attacked. Matt ran a hand through his hair. Her memory's been wiped. She isn't herself anymore. That's not the point, Luke pressed. He hesitated, swallowing hard. The point is, she's not dead. She's still alive. Clearly, the hand and the society stole her body and yanked her back from the brink, Matt said. We should have cremated her the moment she died. Luke glanced at the still form on the slab. I can't find a pulse, Matt murmured, lips tightening. The girl I trained, the woman you love, is gone. Maybe there's still a way to help her, Luke ventured. Matt shook his head. Easy to say. She's been turned into a weapon by the hand and the true pure society. She doesn't recognize you, doesn't even know who you are. But today, Luke countered, voice quivering, she hesitated. She had the chance to kill me, yet she didn't. The old man leaning on his cane regarded them both with cool detachment. Luke, you've always been your own worst enemy when it comes to hope, he said calmly. Of course, you can try to save her. No one's stopping you. But remember, she's dangerous now. If you're not careful, she'll either kill you or the society will finish her off. Luke let out a sharp laugh, half defiant, half despairing. Then what choice do we have? Ha! Matt sneered. Is this really your plan? The old man leaned on his wooden staff, shrugging casually. I won't force you. But you already are, Matt retorted, the anger in his voice crackling like electricity. Then he took a steadying breath and calmed himself. Fine, I'll hold her back and make sure she doesn't hurt anyone else, but if the true pure society even thinks about harming her... The old man held up a hand. I can't promise that. Erica means something special to both our enemies and the society. She's killed countless members of the true pure society. If you can't contain her quickly, do you honestly believe they'll let her live? She's too dangerous. Matt Murdoch's jaw clenched. He met the old man's gaze, and for a moment neither of them spoke. The tension between them was as sharp as a blade. Finally, Matt nodded. Then, I'll do everything I can to keep her in check, but don't underestimate me or her. Chapter 857, Iron Fist Under Coercion and Bribery, The Four-Fingered Ambush, Part 1. Stick leaned on his staff, his voice low but urgent. It's not safe here anymore. We need to move, somewhere more secure. Jessica Jones frowned, glancing around the cramped back room of the restaurant. Not safe? We've only been here 10 minutes. His expression unreadable in the dim light. Stick replied, Have you wondered why neither the Hand nor the Society has struck in all that time? It's because the true pure society intervened. They sent a team on a suicide mission just to delay us. That window of protection is closing. Luke Cage shook his head. You can't be serious. Matt Murdock's tone turned grave. I'm afraid he is. This lull isn't normal. The Hand and the Society don't pause when they want you dead. They hit you like a tidal wave. Before anyone could answer, Stick's grip tightened on his staff. They're here. From the kitchen came the unmistakable click of metal on metal, magazines locking into place, the sharp rattle of rounds being chambered. Matt shot to his feet. Armed, he observed. Multiple guns, fully loaded. Jessica's eyes narrowed. That was fast. How did they track us down so quickly? Stick straightened, eerily calm. Doesn't matter. It was only a matter of time. Jessica curled a wry smile. Since you brought up switching places back there, you must know our way out. The old man leaned on his crooked staff and gave her a surprised nod. You're sharper than I thought. Cut the compliments. How do we escape? He pointed toward the back door. There's a sewer entrance hidden there. Lift the manhole cover and drop down. Before Jessica could reply, he shifted his gaze to the dining table, where Alexandra sat calmly, one leg draped over the other via a faint smile on her lips. This wasn't exactly my first choice of pastime, Alexandra said lightly, but I do have a weakness for fortune cookies. Why don't we all negotiate, like civilized adults? The old man planted both feet, his eyes cold. And what is it that you want? Alexandra leaned forward, her voice soft yet amused. Honestly, I'm impressed. For all your years, you're still cunning. He shrugged. I'm nobody's fool. Neither the Hand nor the Society ever bargains with someone weaker, unless they're in dire need. And trust me, their needs don't come up for grabs. They've got endless resources, and at least as many secrets as I do. You only ever want what you don't have. And we. The elder's words trailed off as a sudden realization crossed his mind. He straightened, eyes narrowing on Danny Rand. Iron Fist, they're after you. Danny blinked, incredulous. Me? They want to kill me? Alexandra shook her head and rose to her feet, closing the distance between them. No, the Hand may hunt some of us, but not you. My order has always held Kunlun's guardian in the highest regard. Guardian? The elder sneered. Hardly. Thanks to your so-called Iron Fist, Kunlun fell. Their forces swept in, slaughtered our people. A hero like that earns respect, of a kind. Danny's face went pale. It felt as though a sledgehammer had struck his chest. The weight of their words pressed down on him. My only mission, he said at last, voice tight, has been to bring you down. Alexandra met his glare with serene detachment. Centuries of life had made her patient. He was still, in her eyes, a boy who had yet to grow into his power. And yet you failed, over and over, she replied softly. Perhaps it's time we considered other avenues, Alexandra said, bumping the old man's shoulder as they strode in unison down the corridor. He bristled but kept walking. There are no other avenues. Alexandra smiled, unfazed. Oh, but there always are. That's what makes life so intriguing. Spare me the philosophizing, Alexandra, the old man growled. He halted and faced her. What exactly do you want the Iron Fist to do? Exactly what I've always desired, she replied, her voice soft yet steely. We'll bring light into the darkness. We'll infuse life where there's death. He snorted. You speak of life, and yet you've slain countless souls. It's strange we've never had a proper introduction. Let's leave that for another time, Alexandra said with a casual shrug. She glanced at Danny Rand, walking a few paces behind. I see you've formed attachments. They may comfort you, for a while. Danny's jaw clenched. They haven't let me down yet. Alexandra's lips curved into a cool smile. They won't make you any stronger. Here's a bit of advice. The more you tie yourself to others, the easier it becomes for your enemies to pull you apart. Danny frowned, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. What are you getting at? She paused, letting the silence stretch between them, then turned and continued walking as if she'd already answered. Well, we'll see. Alexandra squared her shoulders and met Stick's gaze. I'm mobilizing every asset my organization has, she announced. She turned to the old man with the cane. Do you remember the last time the Hand and the Fingers gathered? Stick nodded once, his face grave. The Great Culling. Alexandra let the words hang in the air, then shifted her focus to Danny. Her voice dropped to a deliberate whisper. And New York. It's one of the most crowded cities on the planet. Danny felt an icy fear crawl up his spine. What are you saying? She leaned in, fixing him with a steady stare. Think about how many lives you could save if you just cooperate. A horrifying click snapped into place in Danny's mind. She was holding the entire city hostage. He fought to keep his voice steady. "What do you want from me?" "Don't even think about backing out, kid," Stick murmured, his eyes darting between Alexandra and Danny. "We only want the truth." Alexandra's lips curved into a cold smile. "I can release them all," she whispered, "but only if you help me." "Refuse, and I'll kill them myself." Danny's heart pounded. He squared his shoulders. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, voice firm despite the terror clawing at his chest. He glanced at Stick, whose hand hovered over the hilt of his knife, ready to strike if Danny even wavered. For a moment, the room was suspended in tense silence. "Mr. Stick," Danny began, steeling himself for whatever came next. Alexandra's hands settled on Danny's shoulders as she spoke in a low, urgent voice. "Danny, you need to think this through." Before he could answer, Luke stepped forward. "No, get out of here. Right now." Alexandra shot Luke a glance, but remained silent. Danny shrugged free and took a careful step back. She felt a flash of regret, but no real surprise. "They're just like you, Mr. Rand," she said quietly. "Violence is the only language they understand." At that moment, the sharp ring of a blade being drawn cut through the tension. The shop door splintered inward, and Erica strode in, her expression unreadable. Alexandra rose to meet her. "So it comes to this," she said. "Ready to finish it together?" A low chuckle rumbled from the old man in the corner. Mr. Rand leaned back in his chair, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I knew it from the start," he said. "You were always going to betray us, Alexandra." "I never wanted this," Alexandra replied, her gaze unwavering. "But you forced my hand." Rand waved a dismissive hand. "Enough talk. Open the doors. Let the others in. One Erica won't be enough." Jessica rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" Rand only smiled. "Let them come," he said. Matt's pulse jumped as he sensed the trap closing in. A subtle shift in the room, too late for most to notice. "Old man with the cane," he murmured, eyes narrowing. "What are you going to do?" The old man's grip tightened on his gnarled staff. He offered a wry smile. "I wish there were another way," he said, voice low. "But we have no choice. We're going to fight our way out." At his belt, he drew two gleaming samurai swords in a single fluid motion. The blades caught the dim overhead lights. "And remember," he added, "if you hesitate, she dies." Across the room, Alexandra rose with statuesque calm anak. De returned to her seat, as if disengaging from the moment. No one dared to stop her. Alexandra's reputation for unpredictability was ironclad, and beside her, Erica watched every move with hawk-like focus. Any aggressive gesture would spark an all-out war, something no one here wanted. "Matt!" The old man's single-word command was all the encouragement he needed. Matt exhaled, coiled himself like a spring, and surged forward at Erica. She spun, her knife a blur of steel, but he leaned back just in time. The blade sliced through empty air, and with a swift kick he hooked her wrist, sending the weapon clattering across the tile floor. They collided in a brutal tangle of elbows and knees. Matt's only goal was to subdue Erica, and to shepherd her away from the crowd, pushing inexorably toward the restaurant's back door. Beyond that exit lay their slim chance at freedom, and the one hope of saving the woman whose life now depended on their every move. The old man with the cane had warned everyone that Erica had become a weapon in the service of the hand and the meeting, but in his heart she was still the woman he loved, and he would move heaven and earth to save her. He turned to Alexandra with a wry grin. "Matt really does lose his head around her, doesn't he? But you, when you had the chance to slip away, you stayed. Why?" Alexandra shrugged, meeting his gaze evenly. "Why would I run?" Before he could answer, a deafening crash split the air. The glass skylight overhead exploded in gleaming fragments, and a lone figure plummeted into the room. With barely a ripple of motion, the newcomer landed on his feet, spun, and sent Luke and Danny sprawling with a pair of well-placed palm strikes. Both men lay unconscious before they even hit the floor. "Murakami," the old man said, lifting his two swords from his belt. He smiled, half in relief, half in amusement. "So you've arrived, too. Excellent timing. You'll save me a lot of trouble." "Long time no see," Murakami replied, bowing slightly as he rose to his fighting stance. In an instant they were upon each other, steel clashing in a blur of sparks. Luke and Danny shook themselves awake, exchanged a determined look, and sprinted forward to help their comrade. In the tangled world of the Jianghu, where loyalties shift like sand, when the hand and the meeting come to blows, there are no rules. This was no cheap ambush by the many against the few. It was a righteous 3 against 1, and they would fight until the last sword fell. Murakami wasn't without skill, but neither was the old man wielding the staff. In a true one-on-one contest, it would have been hard to say who'd come out on top. Unfortunately for Murakami, luck and any sense of honor was on his opponent's side. He just deflected a series of blade strikes from the staff's hidden edge when Luke suddenly drove a boot into his waist and stomach. Murakami staggered, his vision blurred as a fist wreathed in golden light, Danny's dreaded Iron Fist, hurtled straight for him. Sensing the mortal threat, Murakami reflexively swept his right arm across his chest. A short knife slid from his sleeve into his palm. Crash! Crack! The dagger met Danny's punch in a shower of silver sparks, shattering into fragments. But the blast of force didn't stop there. It slammed Murakami backward through a row of dining tables and hurled him against the far wall with a bone-jarring thud. Murakami coughed, blood tasting metallic on his tongue as his ears rang from the impact. The old man's stern gaze settled on him, staff raised once more, ready to end the fight. Murakami staggered to his feet, a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. "These new iron fists may not be very bright," he croaked, "but you can't deny their strength." Alexandra closed the distance, her eyes cold. "What did I tell you? They're not pushovers," Murakami glared. "And where's your black sky?" "Busy escorting the old man with the staff's apprentice," Alexandra replied. At that, a frail figure leaning on a gnarled staff interjected softly. "The hand and the underworld. Hair like 5 fingers, you'll never see only 2. "Of course not." Before anyone could react, Madame Gao cracked the crumbling wall with a single palm strike and slipped through, flanked by a dozen grim-faced enforcers. "Gao," the old man greeted her, a rare warmth in his blind eyes. "Good to see you." "Good to see me?" Gao arched an eyebrow. "Stick, old man, when did we become bosom buddies?" "Just now," he whispered, chuckling. He let his staff tap the floor twice and then swept the room with a knowing look. "The 3rd finger has arrived, and what of the 4th and 5th? Botu, Swawanda, step forward." A smirk spread across Botu's face as he strolled in, hands casually buried in his pockets. A dozen of his own men followed, disciplined, silent, and far sharper than Gao's street thugs. Danny's pulse quickened the moment he saw the boy's face. Fresh, almost too young, yet with eyes that burned far beyond his years. "Gambler," Danny said through clenched teeth. Hatred flared in his chest. "I thought you were dead." The boy gave a mocking bow. "Sorry to disappoint. I came expecting Colleen to be here with you. Thought I'd finally catch up with her." "Sawanda's still en route," Mrs. Gao replied, her gaze fixed on the far wall. "But his men are here." Before she could say more, the air erupted in rapid machine gun fire. In seconds, half the wall was peppered with bullets. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed inward and spilled over a dozen armed terrorists into the room. "It's getting lively," the old man muttered, a note of regret in his voice. "And Sawanda still hasn't arrived." "He's tied up on another mission," Alexandra said, her tone edged with pride. "He'll be a little late. But grandfather, surely you can see how dire our situation is." Jessica stumbled back, panic in her eyes. "We're outnumbered at least 10 to 1. The old man tapped his cane against the floor, voice calm and measured. "That's only the vanguard. The true elite haven't even shown themselves yet." Alexandra's jaws clenched. Now really isn't the time for defeatist talk. A tense silence settled as bullets continued to slam against the rubble at their feet. The crack of gunfire underscoring the warning, the real battle was only just beginning. Alexandra's voice was soft as she addressed him. "Rand, even now I'm prepared to give you another chance. Walk away with us, and I swear no one will be harmed. Your people, this city, everyone will be safe." Danny's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Do you think I'd fall for that?" "That's more like it," the old man with the cane murmured, amusement flickering in his eyes. "This Iron Fist may be stubborn, but he's not hopeless." Alexandra inclined her head almost imperceptibly. In the next instant, 4 silent figures stepped from the shadows and closed in around them. Danny, the cane wielder, Alexandra, and Botu instinctively pressed backs together, forming a tight circle. Their eyes darted over the tree line, every muscle coiled for an attack. Neither the Hand nor the Society dared draw their firearms. If they wanted Danny Rand alive, they couldn't risk any stray bullets. "Stay in formation," the old man instructed quietly. "If we move as one, we can slip out of this alive." Botu scoffed and gave them an exaggerated thumbs up. "You're feeling pretty cocky, aren't you? Let's see if you're still so confident in a minute." The old man's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Believe me, if I weren't certain we could make it out, I wouldn't have come alone. Shame there are only 4 of the 5 fingers here tonight." He tapped the head of his cane against the pavement. "But we'll manage." With their backs locked together, the quartet stood ready, every sense straining for the first sign of movement in the darkness. Gao's heart lurched. "What do you mean?" The old man, leaning heavily on his cane, offered no answer. Instead, he lowered his voice to a gravelly whisper. "You'll do exactly as I say. No questions. Understood?" Danny frowned, uncertainty clouding his eyes. "Could you be more specific?" The old man's gaze sharpened. "I won't explain further, but if you value your life, you'll trust me." Chapter 858, The Cunning Opposite of Purity, The Ambush of the Punisher, 1/2. "Everything that's supposed to happen has happened, and our preparations are all but complete," Stickman muttered to himself, tilting his head and straining to listen. "Get down!" Gunsu barked, dropping to the floor. Danny, Luke, and Jessica exchanged confused looks, but trusted the warning and hit the ground beside him. Clatter! 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 Bullets ripped through the air, shattering glass and splintering door panels as they tore into the encircling Shohui operatives. Blood flew in every direction, and pandemonium broke loose. The first casualties were Suo Wanda's men, elite soldiers armed with deadly weapons. Neutralizing them was crucial. Once they were out of the fight, the danger to Gunsu's team would plummet. After a fierce exchange, more than half of the Shohei faction lay dead or mortally wounded, and the survivors clung for cover behind the bunkers. Yet 4 figures remained untouched by the fusillade. Alexandra, Mrs. Gao, Botu, and Murakami. Their lightning-fast reflexes had spared them from the slaughter. As the smoke cleared and the echo of gunfire faded, these 4 exchanged swift, calculating glances. The real battle was only just beginning. Gunsu barely hit the floor before rolling into the one shadowed corner the attackers hadn't covered. "Gunso!" Alexandra snapped from behind an overturned table, her voice sharp with rare fury. "You really are something else." She had been convinced they'd finally trapped their enemies in one clean sweep. Instead, Gunsu had broken every unspoken rule of martial honor to foil her plan, using his own people as bait, even dragging Iron Fist and the others into the crossfire, and worst of all, pulling firearms. Since when had Genshin's disciples gotten so modern? Weren't they supposed to be sword and spear specialists? "To each his own," Gunsu replied, his tone neither apologetic nor boastful, but with just a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. "But I have a feeling cunning doesn't quite do my strategy justice, especially coming from you." He and Danny pressed themselves against the back of a massive storage cabinet, blades gripped tight. They were only a few feet from the restaurant's rear exit. As the enemy's shots cracked overhead, Gunsu had barked the order to Luke, shoved the biggest cabinet across the room, and blocked the line of sight. It was perfect cover for their dash to freedom. After all, among them only Gunso seemed unbothered by stray bullets. Mrs. Gao laughed, a rich, genuine sound. "Old friend, this trap you've set is extraordinary," she admitted, then her smile faded as she adopted a sterner tone. "But don't fool yourself. It won't fell more than a handful of us." Gunsu went silent, her words cutting sharper than any blade. He had dreamed of burying Xiao Heihui beneath these explosives, of ending this feud once and for all. But it wasn't realistic. The masters of the Hand and Peace Society had lived for centuries, and in that time their resurrection technology had advanced by leaps and bounds. What began as crude, on-the-spot revivals had evolved into pinpoint reincarnations. These immortals now simply preset a resurrection point. Unless you remove their heads, they'll reassemble at a safe house moments after dying. It was a resource-heavy process, but with endless manpower and skills at their disposal, the sects had no shortage of either. Danny shifted in his chair, brow furrowed. Even if the Genshin Club staged another ambush, they wouldn't scratch those guys. Gunsu rubbed his temple in frustration. Our numbers are too few, our weapons and ammunition too scarce. We're lucky to have gotten this far. He paused, glancing toward the dimly glowing monitors. And Alexandra? Don't waste your breath. She may not be immortal, but she's as elusive as a phantom. You'd need more than luck, more than an army's worth of miracles, to kill her. Under normal circumstances, the danger their bullets pose is exactly the same as yours. Gunsu said coolly, Jessica's hand rose in a weak salute. If you don't mind my asking, did you plan all this? Gunsu hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Jessica's eyes narrowed. So that means we were all playing into your scheme. He let out a small, amused laugh. Doesn't it feel good to have some part in it? To know you mattered? Fury sparkled in Jessica's gaze. Matt was right. What you call purity is the opposite of it. Gunsu shrugged. Details don't matter now. The important thing is we get out of here before Suawanda and his men show up. Once they arrive, the tables will turn in an instant. All right, you go first, Luke said gravely. I'll cover our escape. Stickman hunched his shoulders and slipped through the back door. Danny and Jessica followed without hesitation. Luke was the last out, and as soon as he cleared the threshold, Mrs. Gao shouted, They're trying to run! Stop them! With a single bound, Luke kicked a heavy cabinet into place against the doorway, buying them precious seconds. Chase them! Don't let them get away! Alexandra barked at her guards. But at that moment, reinforcements from the Shoheihui burst onto the scene, rifles blazing. The gunfire forced Alexandra's team to all but abandon the pursuit. Mrs. Gao spat on the ground. What a worthless lot. Gao shot Alexandra a questioning glance, then reached out and flipped off the restaurant's overhead lights. Instantly, pitch darkness swallowed the room. From the blackness came Alexandra's low command. Now! Crash! Crash! More than a dozen heavy objects slammed onto the floor, rattling across the room. The diners froze mid-bite. Only after a heartbeat did a few trembling hands twitch. Grenades, someone hissed. Boom! A thunderous roar shredded the silence as fiery blasts cleaved through the darkness. Screams erupted, echoing against the walls. Outside, a small group that had just slipped into the night whirled around to watch a column of black smoke unfurling into the sky. Danny exhaled, tension draining from his shoulders. Thank God the manager and his staff cleared out first, he muttered. They'd have been toast. He turned back toward the wreckage and forced a half-smile. Pity I've got 6 months' rent and a wrecked storefront to deal with now. Jessica glared at the lanky figure beside her. Stickman, was this part of your plan? Stickman shrugged, expression blank. Damage was the objective. Gunsu ran a hand along his jaw. Impressive effect, but too powerful for ordinary grenades. He must have planted extra charges in advance. Luke frowned. Who are we talking about? Alexandra stepped forward, her voice cool and decisive. We'll talk about that later. Move out. We have to move now, the old man said, resting his weight on a gnarled wooden staff. Danny skidded to a halt. Hang on, where's Matt? He was right behind us. With a sharp jab of his katana, the old man pointed toward a battered trash bin against the alley wall. In the dim light, a shape slumped in the shadows. There! Danny bolted over and knelt beside the bin. Matt? He hauled his friend free. Matt's shirt was soaked through with blood, his breathing shallow, cuts crisscrossing his arms and torso. The old man tapped Matt's cheek with the dull spine of his blade. Not dead. If he were, he'd be as cold as stone. Jessica knelt on the other side. But can he even stand? A faint groan escaped Matt. His eyelids fluttered, and with a sudden, ragged breath, he pushed himself upright. Jessica leapt to her feet. Matt! Blinking in confusion, Matt swayed on his feet. What happened? Nothing beyond your usual theatrics, the old man replied with a hint of amusement. He sheathed his katana with a soft hiss. He's the most gifted warrior I've ever trained. He's walked away from worse wounds without missing a beat. Now, get him back to the others, bind those cuts, and let him sleep. He'll be right as rain in no time. Matt forced a weak grin. You really think so? Danny slid an arm under Matt's shoulder. I know it. Come on, let's go. Jessica reached down and helped lift Matt. As they made their way out of the alley, the old man followed at a leisurely pace, staff tapping on the cobblestones, confident that their wounded comrade would live to fight another day. Outside the warehouse, the night air was thick with tension. Danny crossed his arms, frowning at Stick. I don't think we're in any position to call someone else a weirdo, he muttered. Luke pushed himself off the wall. That woman, she didn't kill you, did she? Matt gave a wry smile and shook his head. Stick, Erica still remembers me, and even her own name. She's disoriented, but I can reach her. I can bring her back. Stick snorted, tapping his cane against the concrete. You're dreaming. If she really remembered you, you wouldn't be lying in a pool of your own blood. She didn't kill me, Matt insisted. Maybe you just missed your chance. And if you ever see her again, don't go in over your head. No heroic last stands. If you get yourself killed, don't expect me to come fetch your body. Matt fell silent, though he couldn't keep the faint curl of a smile from touching his lips. Suddenly, the manhole cover in the street shuddered. A gloved hand slid underneath and pried it open. From the darkness beneath, a figure climbed up, raindrops sliding off his leather jacket. Luke's eyes went wide. It's you. Matt stepped forward, equally surprised. Frank, what are you doing here? Frank Castle brushed grit from his sleeve, his expression as grim as ever. I'm here to pick you up. Jessica Jones, who'd been watching from the shadows, cocked her head. You know him? She asked. Matt exchanged a glance with Luke and Danny. In the dim light, alliances were shifting, and none of them could predict where Frank's arrival would lead. Matt Murdock nodded toward the newest arrival. Frank Castle, better known as the Punisher. Jessica Jones whistled in surprise. The Punisher, today really is bizarre. It's not every day you see people like us gathering in one place. Danny Rand smiled, a quiet conviction in his eyes. I've told you all before. This is fate. The four of us, no, the five of us, together with the True Purity Society, we can finally put an end to the Hand and the Society. Matt's gaze shifted warily to Frank. Don't tell me you've signed on with the True Purity Society, Frank. If you have, you'd be wise to walk away now. That group sends its members on all sorts of dangerous, borderline reckless missions. A shrill chuckle cut through the air as the old man with the staff, Stick, stepped forward, glaring at Matt. He's my pupil, Daredevil. I didn't twist his arm to join, but you can't forbid me from recruiting friends. Matt exhaled in relief. Well, thank goodness. So you haven't joined? Frank shrugged, eyes cold but calm. It's just a collaboration, a matter of convenience, really. Collaboration can and should go deeper, Stick said firmly. After all, we all share the same goal, taking down the Hand and the Society. Frank gave a half smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Maybe, he said softly. Without another word, Frank turned on his heel and led the group toward the sewer entrance, plunging them all into the darkness below. How did you first come into contact with the True Pure Society? Matt asked as they walked down the deserted street. Frank Castle inhaled deeply before answering. I blew up one of Madame Gao's drug labs. Before I even left the scene, this elderly man, Stick, showed up and laid out the entire history of the society, who they are, what they believe, their mission. It was persuasive. Matt chuckled. Stick really ought to retire that routine. He must think people still fall for origin stories. Frank shrugged and exhaled a plume of smoke. This wasn't a magic trick. Castle's sense of justice runs deeper than either of you. He never officially joined the True Pure Society, but he did cut a deal with them, far more than you or Danny managed. Danny Rand's face hardened. Why drag me into this? He snapped. My own mistakes nearly destroyed Kunlun. Frank saw something off in the way the Handu and the Society were moving, swooped in to rescue the Society, and then convinced me to evacuate early. That's why they slipped away. A tense silence fell over them as they processed the unexpected alliance and the secrets it still held. He planned today's ambush and even supplied the weapons, Frank explained. Without him, there was no way we'd have made it out. Matt frowned in surprise. Frank, I thought you preferred working solo. Frank shook his head, a rare earnestness in his eyes. I met someone remarkable and made a few adjustments. So far, things have gone our way. Suddenly, a deafening blast tore through the hall. A heavy table exploded into splinters, sending dust and debris everywhere. Mrs. Gao withdrew her right hand, wiped ash from her sleeve, and rose with a slight blush. From the ruined doorway, Murakami and Botu stepped into the carnage. Corpses littered the floor, weapons and broken tiles strewn about in macabre disarray. Murakami's jaw tightened as he surveyed the bodies. This was a disaster. We brought half our force, and that old man still turned us inside out. He's an old rival, Mrs. Gao said calmly, and that man and his staff, He always has a trick up his sleeve. Botu shrugged, arms folded. No matter, we've got time on our side. But did we forget someone? Alexandra. Mrs. Gao's gaze flicked around, seeking the hand and society's current leader. I'm here. Alexandra emerged from beneath a fallen beam, grimacing as she straightened. Her robes were torn, and blood seeped from a wound at her side. She leaned heavily on one arm, but managed a faint, determined smile. The group fell silent, the weight of their failure momentarily forgotten in the relief that their leader yet lived. How did you end up like this? Murakami asked, alarmed, as he crouched beside Alexandra's bleeding shoulder. Do you really think it was an accident? Alexandra snapped, wincing as she brushed blood aside. 7. No, 8. Grenades landed around me, sealing off every exit. If I hadn't yanked someone in as a human shield, I'd be dead. That old bastard Gunsu set me up. He was aiming straight for me. Madame Gao laid a reassuring hand on Alexandra's back. At least we're all alive. But where's Haikong? Alexandra's brow furrowed. Where is she? Around them, Murakami and Gao exchanged worried glances. From the edge of the clearing, Erika appeared, stepping forward calmly, as though nothing had happened. Her dark eyes took in the group without a flicker of emotion. Murakami rose to his feet. What about the target? Did you finish him? Erika shifted her weight. I can't say for sure. Murakami's expression went from hopeful to confused. Not sure? What do you mean? He was badly wounded, Erika said quietly, but we were interrupted before we could make it final. Murakami opened his mouth to argue, but thought better of it. Had they failed to hold back Stickman and his men? Alexandra drew a slow breath, forcing herself calm. It was a tactical error. Erika, get my medicine. Erika glanced at Alexandra's torn uniform, then nodded. She strode to the parked car, slipped into the passenger seat, and rummaged through a side pouch. In moments, she returned with a small glass vial. Here, Erika said, handing it over. Alexandra caught the bottle, her jaw set. Thanks. Let's patch this up, and then figure out our next move. Alexandra uncapped the bottle and downed the entire dose in one go. Ah, much better, she sighed, the tension leaving her shoulders. Murakami eyed the side of her waist and abdomen, where shrapnel had grazed her flesh. The bleeding had already stopped. What did you take? Alexandra offered him a wry smile. That's why Gaius had to be under our control. He formulated this serum. I ran the trials myself. It heals nearly any injury short of outright death and even strengthens the body afterward. In effect, it's a low-grade substitute for dragon bones. If we can produce it in bulk, it'll save us untold resources. Mrs. Gao listened, her brow furrowed. I understand the benefits. That's why I didn't object to your plan, but using such extreme methods still makes me uneasy. Botu waved her concerns away. Gao, you worry too much. Suawanda will deliver. I'm certain he'll bring us good news soon. Mrs. Gao forced herself to relax. She'd been overthinking the whole operation. Yes, Aaron was ruthless, but Suawanda, his cousin, held top posts in both the Hand and the Society. It would be unthinkable if he couldn't capture a single target in person. She nodded, determination replacing doubt. All right, let's trust in Suawanda's abilities and hope for the best. Chapter 859, Danny Rand, the Prodigal Son, Pays a Greater Price, Part 1. Alexandra's eyes narrowed as she stared at Suawanda, hardly believing what she'd just heard. You failed. Her voice trembled with astonishment. She hadn't seen him look this rattled in centuries. Mrs. Gao stepped forward, frowning. How could you fail? You personally led the squad. An ordinary woman shouldn't have posed any challenge. Ordinary. Suawanda's laughter was strained, edged with panic. You call her ordinary? That's the best joke I've heard in ages. Thank goodness I did think of her as merely ordinary. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened if I'd met her face to face. Alexandra's tone turned icier. Enough. Explain yourself, Suawanda. Shaking, Suawanda sank into the nearest chair and drew a deep, steadying breath. I didn't take her seriously at first. I sent a few of my men to the divination chamber to escort her here. And then, before I even realized what was happening, they were all lying there, their throats slit. I didn't see a thing. No weapon, no movement. They just fell. Silence filled the room as Alexandra and Mrs. Gao exchanged grave looks. If even Suawanda could be outmatched so completely, the woman they faced was clearly far more than she appeared. This, Murakami trailed off, eyes widening. Could Gaius have left protective wards specifically for his cousin? Suawanda shook her head. I doubt it. That woman seemed almost plain, like killing someone was as casual to her as eating a meal. No, that doesn't even cover it. I'd wager she slaughtered more souls in the last few centuries than we have in our entire lives combined. Botu scowled. You've got to be kidding. It's absurd, but I agree. Gaius's cousin is no lightweight. In all my years, I've never felt this kind of dread before tonight. Murakami pressed his fingertips to his temple. So, not only have we blown our chance to control Aaron Gaius, but we've also managed to offend him and his sister, who nobody even knew existed. Botu clicked his tongue in disgust. Perfectly summed up. Murakami let out a long sigh. Worse still, the iron fist we need is currently under lock and key by the Shinsenkai and their so-called freaks. It'll be months before we can even make a move. And to top it off, we've antagonized a fortune teller, an alchemist, and a pharmacist, none of whom were on the same side to begin with. The three of them fell silent, the weight of their mistakes hanging heavy in the air. They had gambled and lost, not just a weapon, but valuable allies, and now faced enemies more dangerous than ever. If Guso ever found out about this, he'd probably laugh in his sleep. Mrs. Gao didn't say more, but the reproach in her eyes was unmistakable. Alexandra's mouth twitched, a flush rising to her cheeks. What was that supposed to mean? They'd all agreed to arrest Aaron's cousin during the vote. It wasn't her lone decision, so why dump the fallout on her? She forced herself to inhale deeply, tamping down her annoyance. There's no use regretting it now. We made our choice, and we'll all have to live with the consequences. Gao, you've been in contact with him more than any of us. Is there any hope of patching things up? Mrs. Gao paused, weighing her words, then shook her head. Honestly, I don't see a way. From what I've learned, today's talks between him and the Hand Peace Conference were our last chance at reconciliation, and they fell apart. Alexandra let out a slow breath. Understood. So you think he'll try to stop us? Mrs. Gao shifted on her crutches and paced a few deliberate steps. When she stopped, her tone was grim. He won't let this slide without a fight. Botu's eyes flashed with annoyance. Yes, but I won't, Alexandra insisted. Cut the riddles, he snapped. What Shohei pulled tonight has crossed Aaron's bottom line. He won't pretend nothing happened, and he'll retaliate. But Aaron hates public fights. He won't come out in the open against us. He'll strike in secret. Alexandra exhaled in relief. So you're saying we do not need to worry too much? Don't get complacent, Botu warned. As Murakami pointed out, Aaron could very well team up with the Masumi Society. We must be ready for that. Alexandra paused, weighing her options. Then I think we need outside support. Botu folded his arms. And who do you suggest? A cold smile curved Alexandra's lips. The Kingpin. On the other side of the city, Gensu and his allies crept down a dimly lit corridor until they reached a reinforced door. Behind it lay a cramped underground chamber barely big enough for 24 people. Inside, Colleen Wing paced in nervous circles. Relief washed over her when the heavy door swung open and Danny Rand stepped through, unharmed. Colleen, what are you doing here? Danny asked, genuinely surprised. She rushed forward, voice trembling. I couldn't just wait. Her protest died on her lips when Gensu's harsh voice cut through the air. Because of you, we're all in danger. He turned to Danny, eyes blazing. The Shuhui stops at nothing to achieve its aims. For a moment, silence reigned, each of them realizing just how high the stakes had become. I can only bring her here for protection, Danny said, glancing at the newcomer in the corner. Matt shot him a crooked grin. You know you could always leverage her if the situation calls for it. Danny's frown deepened. No, I won't. Frank's expression hardened. Don't underestimate me, he said flatly. If Typhist goes off the rails and decides to defect to Shohei, I won't think twice about holding her hostage to remind you exactly why we're on this mission. Colleen stepped forward, brow furrowed. What's happened? It feels like we're on the brink of a direct confrontation. Tonight's revelations, there's so much I didn't know. Matt peered through the dusty window at the empty street below. Are we safe here? Shohei's tracking skills are no joke. Frank crossed his arms. This is my secure zone. Shohei won't get a bead on us for a good long while. Secure zone? Matt echoed, raising an eyebrow. Frank gave a small, confident smile. I've got this entire block covered. Ordinary goons don't stand a chance. much less someone like Shou Hui. Matt relaxed, a grin spreading. That's impressive. A real upgrade from my usual hideouts. Frank offered a sharp nod. All right, enough talk. You're wounded, and it's time we treated those injuries. He set a small silver case, stamped with a red cross, on the rough wooden table. With a practiced motion, he lifted the lid to reveal a neat array of clear vials and several rolls of emerald green bandages. Let's get you patched up, Frank said, reaching for the first vial. We don't want anyone falling apart before the real fight even begins. Jessica paused, her eyes narrowing as she studied the small vials in Frank's hand. I've seen these before, she said, voice tight. You didn't get them from Gaius, did you? Frank shrugged, his expression unreadable. The only thing we all have in common is that we know him. He reached into his pack, pulled out a healing potion and a roll of clean bandages, and tossed them to Matt. You know what to do. Matt caught the supplies and moved to Danny's side. He uncorked the potion and poured it straight down Danny's throat, then stripped off his shirt to expose the wound. Working quickly, he cleaned the cut and wrapped it with the bandage. He stepped back and wiped his hands on his pants. There, now that you're back in one piece, maybe we ought to talk about why the hand is after you. Stickman, his blind eyes milky and unseeing, tilted his head slightly toward Danny Rand. His voice was eerily calm. Let me ask it straight. Why does the hand want the iron fist? Danny rubbed his side, still feeling the sting beneath the bandage. Yeah, he said, voice low. That's exactly what I want to know. Frank folded his arms and gave Danny a long, assessing look. The iron fist is the single greatest threat to the hand. Even the slightest chance you could wield that power is enough for them to decide you shouldn't live, no matter how cloudy your head might be. Danny's eyes snapped up. What did you say? Frank's stare didn't waver. You were bound to protect Kunlun with your life. Yet here you are, barely remembering anything. How did you expect to honor that vow? A surge of anger flared within Danny, as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He stood silent, jaw clenched, wrestling with his own doubts as the others watched him in tense silence. We can't keep dancing around this, can we? Frank's voice was calm, but carried an edge. Until the hand and the club are crushed, this will be the nightmare that haunts you. Danny Rand, you have to understand one thing. You are the living embodiment of atonement. Danny drew a slow breath, trying to steady himself. Go on, Frank. Frank leaned forward. It's never really been about Danny Rand. What the hand and the club crave isn't you, it's the power of the iron fist. Jessica frowned. We all get that. What we need now is something useful. The Iron Fist's sacred duty is to protect Kunlun. No one else can serve as its gatekeeper. Danny's jaw tightened. I know I made mistakes, but there's no need to keep tearing at old wounds. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not denying how vital the Iron Fist is. There are things only the Iron Fist can do, responsibilities no one else can shoulder. Silence fell, and in that moment, the tension in the room finally began to ease. The fog clouding their purpose lifted, and at last they saw the path forward with surprising clarity. Danny slapped his right fist into his open left palm. So you're saying the hand and the society need me to do something only the Iron Fist can accomplish? Frank met his gaze steadily. Exactly. This mission is critical to them. That's why they've spared you so far. Kunlun's life force is waning, and it may be generations before a new Iron Fist awakens. They can't afford a misstep until you see this through. Gunsu, the silent swordsman, watched Danny for a long moment, then let his fingers tighten on the katana's hilt. The society is guarding a treasure, he said softly. Only the Iron Fist can unlock it. Frank laid a hand on Gunsu's, and that key can't be copied overnight, but it isn't the only one out there. The hand will always need the Iron Fist, and Kunlun cannot survive without one. They'll keep coming for you, or someone like you. Gunsu exhaled and slowly relaxed his grip on the sword. The notion of hunting down and destroying every potential Iron Fist had been daunting and impossible. For now, he let the idea slip away. Under the flickering neon lights in the back room, Danny swallowed hard. Wait, didn't he actually mean to kill me? Matt chuckled. Maybe. It's kind of his style. Gunsu rolled his eyes, leaning against the wall. Don't paint him as a monster. By the honor of the Zhenshun Society, I swear I never intended to kill him just now. Danny forced a wry smile. All right, but what does hand he want me to do? That's the only way we can take the initiative. Luke threw up his hands. We're going in circles. Show he isn't about to tell us anything. Frank leaned forward, voice low. He doesn't have to. We have other ways of finding out. Jessica frowned. What do you mean? Matt's expression darkened. He hates complications. We can't drag anyone else into this. Jessica's eyes narrowed. You're not seriously suggesting we hire a fortune teller, are you? Luke smirked. As luck would have it, we know one. Jessica ground her teeth. He charges $100,000 a session, and he won't cut us a deal in the name of justice. He's a shameless profiteer. Frank leaned back, watching them quietly. Is that really what you're going to say in front of my master? Colleen's voice was icy. Matt cleared his throat. Ahem, best not to say things like that when he's here. I'm not an idiot, she snapped. Colleen swallowed, voice trembling. The divination you're talking about, is it the one I'm thinking of? Matt nodded. Exactly, and believe me, his ings are uncannily accurate, astonishingly so. He shifted on his feet. That said, I wouldn't go hunting him down if I were you. I don't know much about him, but my gut says it's dangerous. There are others involved. Jessica let out a low sigh. Too late. Gaius is already mixed up in it. Don't forget he was in the building with us today and he left right after we did. Matt opened his mouth, closed it, then finally said, well, inside, Danny thought, it's him. If his divinations really are that precise, why not give him a shot? We've got nothing to lose. Jessica rolled her eyes. You think 100,000 is cheap? That's just the baseline fee. You're a billionaire. Of course he's going to gouge you. Then so be it, Matt replied, waving away the objection. Money's not the issue. If this gets us closer to uncovering the hand and the society's secrets, I don't care how much it costs. A stunned silence fell over the group. Then someone muttered under their breath, Damn that big dog. Morning light filtered through the silken drapes of Gaius's divination parlor as Aaron looked up from his neatly stacked tarot decks to see Matt, Jessica, Danny, and their companions filing in. Relief warmed him. This was exactly the kind of client he needed. His cultivation had advanced, driving up his consumption of rare dream essence ingredients, and his account, now below 8 figures, was perilously close to running dry. Aaron cleared his throat and offered a courteous bow. Welcome to the parlor. Jessica stopped halfway inside, taking in the rich tapestries and softly glowing lanterns. Nice makeover, Aaron. It's certainly more mysterious, if a bit snug. Matt chuckled. I didn't expect so many of you today. Danny cut to the chase. Let's skip the pleasantries. We need a reading. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron sent a flawless crystal orb levitating above the scarred wooden table. Wisps of violet mist curled beneath its surface. Very well. What question shall I divine for you? Danny folded his arms, his voice steady. Why are the Hand and the Society so intent on capturing Iron Fist? What are they after? Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully, then allowed himself a short, wry laugh. An intriguing mystery, indeed, but first we must agree on my fee. Danny waved a dismissive hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. Don't worry about that. Money's no object. Aaron leaned back, folding his arms with a wry smile. It isn't that money's a problem, it's that you might not have enough of it. Jessica frowned. What are you talking about? This divination won't come cheap, Aaron said. We're talking at least 8 figures. Jessica's eyes went wide. $10 million? That's highway robbery. She curled her lip. Why don't you just steal it? Aaron shook his head. You can't steal that kind of cash. Besides, it isn't expensive when you consider who's involved. Mr. Danny Rand himself is the one facilitating. If the Hand and their society hadn't recklessly targeted me, we'd have paid even more, well into 9 figures. To Danny, 8 figures is pocket change. He's a billionaire. Jessica opened her mouth to argue, but Danny cut in before she could speak. He stood quietly at the edge of the room, staring at the table. Finally, he said, I don't care about money. Jessica blinked. You really don't? Danny shrugged. When I returned from Kunlun, I didn't even have a pair of shoes. If spending this much can buy a solid intelligence on the Hand in the society, it's the best investment I've ever made. Jessica ran a hand through her hair. You're such a spendthrift. Danny's expression darkened. My parents were killed by the Hand and their society long ago. For me, there's no price too high to bring them down. If it would avenge them, I'd pay any price, he declared. Alas, Aaron sighed with regret. Had I known, I'd have thrown down a 9-digit sum on the spot. Chapter 860, The Hidden Dragon's Remains. Aaron leaned over the crystal ball, watching its milky surface churn. As the swirling fog dissipated, a vision of fate coalesced into view. Deep underground, amid heaps of shattered stone, stood a massive wall etched with ancient runes, unyielding and impervious to any force. The image fractured, then refocused on a golden fist slamming into the barrier. With a deafening crack, the runic wall disintegrated like brittle foam, revealing a colossal dragon carcass glowing with an eerie green light. The sight was so staggering that Aaron involuntarily drew a sharp breath and jerked his eyes away from the orb. "How was it?" Danny pressed, leaning forward eagerly. Aaron grinned, rubbing his palms together as though counting coins. 50 million? Cash or card? Jessica's eyes widened. 50 million? I thought the price was 10 million. That was just the base fee for peering into fate, Aaron said, flashing a confident smile. If you want the full revelation of what lies ahead, it's an extra 40 million. In the dim light of the back room, Danny Rand leaned over a battered divination table, its surface crowded with rune-strewn parchment. Across from him sat Aaron, rumored to be the best mystic analyst in New York, eyes narrowed as he studied the symbols. From what I just saw, Aaron began, his tone amused, that $50 million prophecy isn't a loss at all. Danny's heart skipped. He straightened, voice low and urgent. What did you see, Aaron? Why would the Hand and the Steel Serpent Society be after the Iron Fist? Aaron gave a casual shrug. $50. Without hesitation, Danny slid his black card onto the table. No skimping. Tell me everything. A grin flickered at Aaron's lips as he swiped the card through a portable reader. He glanced over Danny's shoulder at the 6 silent figures shadowed by the doorway, paid allies all, equally hungry for answers. Mind if they listen in? The eldest of the group, a gray-bearded man leaning on a carved wooden cane, huffed. You're here for the customer, diviner. The rest of us are witnesses. Fine by me. Danny waved a hand. Let's do this. Aaron folded his hands and studied Danny's intense gaze before speaking. What I divined wasn't just a vision of power or fortune. It was a structure, a wall covered in ancient runes. More precisely, a seal set by the Iron Fist himself. A hush fell over the room. Every face turned to Danny, whose knuckles whitened on the edge of the table. If Aaron's reading was correct, the true threat wasn't a random theft of city gold. It was something far older, far more dangerous. And unlocked, that seal could change everything. There are many ways to break this seal, Aaron said, his voice low and steady. Some are ancient, some require immense power and time. But the simplest is the Iron Fist. Its power springs from the same source. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Jessica stared at Danny. You're really the key to this treasure? She asked, half in disbelief, half in awe. No wonder both the Hand and the True Pure Society have been hunting you so relentlessly. Danny Rand squared his shoulders. I won't help them, he declared. Under no circumstances. Aaron's lips curved in a knowing smile. Don't be so sure, he said. His eyes darkened as if peering into another world. In the vision fate showed me, I saw a golden fist smashing through a stone wall. Crack! Before he could finish, the sharp hiss of steel sliding free cut through the air. All eyes snapped to the old man leaning on his staff. With both hands he had drawn 2 samurai swords from his belt, their silver blades gleaming in the torchlight. The old man paused, meeting their stares with cool detachment. Slowly, he sheathed one blade, and then the other. His voice dripped with disdain as he spoke. Are you done staring? He asked. Have you forgotten the bonds of honor? He straightened, tapping the pommel of the longer sword. By the oath I swore to the True Pure Society, I will not spill Daniel Rand's blood. I just couldn't help myself, Aaron admitted, his shoulders sagging. A murmur rippled through the small gathering. Some exchanged skeptical looks, others leaned forward, eager for more details. Finally, Matt cleared his throat. All right, you say you were covering something up, but what else did you see beyond that wall? Aaron glanced around, as if weighing how much to reveal. After a few tense seconds, he drew in a breath. It's spectacular. You remember the Battle of New York, right? The first time ordinary people saw a Chitauri Leviathan, they were terrified. What's behind that wall is every bit as astonishing. A monster? Jessica ventured. More than a monster, Aaron corrected. It's a skeleton, a gigantic dragon skeleton, if I'm not mistaken. Danny's eyes widened. A dragon? Are they planning to attack Shou Lao? The old man with the staff, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Not Shou Lao. They want the dragon's bones. Matt frowned. Why dragon bones? They can't hope to take on a living Holy Spirit, the old man continued. But a dead one, its bones hold incredible power. Both the hand and the society know exactly how to harness it. For a moment, no one spoke. The implication was grim. A colossal, ancient dragon, long dead, its skeleton entombed, now coveted by two of the world's most dangerous secret orders. And whatever they planned to do with those bones, no one in the room wanted to imagine. That's the source of their longevity. We have to stop them. Aaron leaned back, folding his arms. You want me to take on both the hand and the society? You need my help? Danny blinked. The rest of the group fell silent, staring at Aaron. Matt exchanged a skeptical glance with Jessica. Did I hear that right? He said. You're actually offering to help us? From everything I've heard about you, you wouldn't get your hands dirty. Exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures, Aaron replied with a shrug. I never planned to get involved. You're free to wage war against the hand and the society. Winners or losers, I don't care. This isn't like your usual turf skirmish, the old man with the cane interjected, stepping forward. This threat will devastate all of Manhattan. You can't stand aside. Aaron met the old man's gaze coolly, then looked around at Matt, Jessica, Luke, and the others. I can, he said simply. I have no attachment to this city. If Manhattan burns, if thousands die, it doesn't concern me. I'll just pick up my bag and walk away. Chapter 7. Don't doubt my capabilities. I just secured $50 million, Aaron said, leaning back in his chair with a confident smirk. Gunsu arched an eyebrow. So you really intend to help us? Absolutely. Aaron unfolded the story of the previous night. I politely declined the Hand Peace Conference invitation. When I got home, they tried to kidnap my cousin for leverage against me. Thank God they failed. Frank slammed his fist on the table. That was reckless and unforgivable. You can't insult those people and expect to walk away unscathed. Aaron met Frank's glare steadily. I know exactly what I'm doing. They've been squeezing me for too long, so why shouldn't I push back? Danny's eyes lit up. He pounded the tabletop and offered Aaron his hand. That's exactly the attitude we need. Welcome to the team. Aaron raised a palm to calm their enthusiasm. Wait, don't get the wrong idea. I'm in, but only on my terms. I'm not volunteering for a direct assault. I'm offering support from the shadows, manpower, logistics, intel. Frank leaned forward. And what does that look like in practice? Aaron smiled and tapped his pocket. Allow me to demonstrate. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Agent Coulson, came the smooth voice on the other end. We were just tying up loose ends. Aaron's tone went hushed. Plans change fast, Agent, and this one shifted even faster than expected. He ended the call and looked around the room. In that charged moment, an uneasy but powerful alliance had formed. When will you arrive? Tomorrow at the latest. We're not in any hurry. Aaron hung up the phone and looked around at the puzzled faces of his companions. You actually called the police? Colleen stammered. Aaron waved her off. Not the police. I contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics Agency. They operate under the UN and manage all abnormal threats worldwide. Agent Coulson's mobilizing a strike team to back us up. Isn't that better than handling the hand by ourselves? Stickman folded his arms. In a fight against the hand, quality always outweighs quantity, and I'm not convinced we can trust S.H.I.E.L.D. Cops can be bought off in a day or two, Aaron replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are professionals, highly trained operatives. The hand can't infiltrate that quickly. As for their numbers, their firepower alone should tip the scales in our favor. Listen up, the age of hand-to-hand martial arts tournaments is over. Now the stakes are weapons-based. The 5 leaders of the Shohehui may be on par with you in raw skill, but they're still flesh and blood, and they buckle when you start shooting. Gunsu fell silent. He hated the idea of teaming up with the government, yet the enemy outnumbered and outgunned them. Maybe bringing in a neutral third party wasn't such a bad plan. Hold on, what if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants the dragon bones too? Aaron snorted. I'd rather see S.H.I.E.L.D. with the bones than the Union. Those Holy Spirit remains deserve protection, not desecration. He rolled his eyes. The situation was convoluted but simple at its core. The Hand and the Society were nothing more than tomb raiders, digging deep to plunder the dragon bones. Opposing them stood the Gentian Society, Iron Fist, and others, guardians sworn to prevent such theft. And the Aegis Bureau? Officially, it was just the government's archaeological bureau. What they were really after, nobody could say for sure. The officials and the tomb robbers were at an irreconcilable impasse. No one could begin the formal inspection of the dragon's tomb until the thieves had been dealt with. Aaron addressed the gathered agents in low tones. We'll discuss ownership of the dragon bone once the tomb robbers are neutralized and the site is secure. S-Shield isn't unreasonable. If we make our case, they may agree to entrust the entire bone to us for safekeeping. He paused, considering the wider stakes. Nick Fury would never willingly house a treasure of this magnitude in S-Shield's vaults if there were any risk of Hydra getting even a fragment of it. Such a mistake would be tantamount to arming the enemy. In reality, Aaron went on, the true Pure Society has the simplest plan for protecting the dragon bone. Just don't let Iron Fist break the seal. Of course, keeping Danny Rand locked away until this blows over is far easier said than done. Stickman, silent until now, blinked and turned his blank stare on Danny Rand. You'd better stay off the streets until we've resolved this, he said quietly. Danny's fists clenched. What did you say? He demanded. He hated the true Pure Society more than any foe. After all, he'd spent months gathering the Destiny Group to exact his revenge, and now, just as he was ready to strike, he was being told to stand down. He couldn't accept being sidelined, not after coming this far. Matt folded his arms and gave Gunsu a rare nod of agreement. He's right. We can't let the Hand get their hands on the key. Danny Rand bristled. I'm a fighter, not some magic key. I know Iron Fist's chi is a weapon. No argument there, Matt said, leaning forward. But chi can do more than just punch people. It can seal things away. Or open them again. Luke Cage held up a hand. Let's not lose sight of the big picture, Danny. Everyone calm down. Danny shot him a look. Okay, but do you really think I'd help them break the seal? Matt exchanged glances with Luke. Cooperation isn't the issue. If they capture you, they'll find a way to control you. Blackmail, drugs, whatever it takes, and force you to open We can't risk that. A heavy silence fell. Danny's shoulders sagged as he realized all eyes were on him, full of concern and a hint of fear. Jessica Jones piped up from the corner. What if we get him out of the country? Lay low somewhere the Hand can't reach. Danny blinked. You want me to desert the team? Jessica shook her head. No, you're not abandoning anyone. You're a high-value asset we need to protect. Danny let out a humorless laugh. Great, so I'm the team's chosen one now? Matt offered a small, sympathetic smile. You're our best shot at keeping the seal intact. We'll figure this out, together. Danny slammed his fist on the table. I can't accept this. I refuse to back down. I've devoted my life to fighting. Right now, you need me more than ever. Jessica's lips went pale. No, Danny, we need you out of the line of fire. Either step away or go into hiding. He glared at her. If that's your decision, fine. I'll do it on my own. Before anyone else could speak, Aaron rose slowly from his chair, his cane clicking against the floor. With a practiced motion, he drew a samurai sword, its blade gleaming in the torchlight. If Alexandra gains control of you, we will lose this war, he said evenly. I cannot allow that. Colleen sprang up, her own sword flashing free. What are you doing, Aaron? You swore you'd never harm Danny. Aaron's shoulders tightened. I regret that promise, he admitted. Mercy in wartime can cost us everything. Look at him. He rushes in without strategy, knowing both the Hand and the meeting are hunting him. He's become the most reckless Iron Fist in history. Frank, seated nearby, cleared his throat. Aaron, do you have another perspective? Danny's breath caught. Hope and dread warred in his eyes. Aaron lowered his sword and spread his hands. If it were me, I'd rather risk a few mistakes than do nothing at all. Danny's face broke into a relieved grin. He slapped his palms together. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. You all heard him, right? It's only an old proverb, someone scoffed. The elderly master tightened his grip on his staff, his eyes narrowing. A proverb won't save us if we fail, I still say. Aaron raised a hand to forestall him. With the Hand's resources and reach, you can't simply hide Danny Rand forever. They'll find him sooner or later, and even if you succeed in killing him, Kunlun will train the next Iron Fist. The Hand has all the time in the world. They'll wait. Besides, breaking the Iron Fist's seal isn't a one-trick process. There are other ways to undo it. How can you be sure the Hand won't discover those methods? You can't. The old master fell silent, tapping his staff against the floor as he considered Aaron's words. After a long moment, he admitted quietly, "At least it would buy us some time." Aaron's gaze was steady. "I understand your point, Master, but the real problem isn't Danny Rand, rash as he may be, but the seal itself. Once the Hand and the Shadow Society know its location, they won't stop until they reclaim it. Remember, a thief only needs one opening to strike, but you can't stand guard forever." He paused, then held up 2 fingers. "There are only 2 paths before us. First, we eliminate the root of the problem." "What's the real problem?" she asked, her voice low in the dimly lit war room. "It's the sealed dragon bone. As long as it remains intact, the Hand and the Society will never stop. They'll tear that seal open at any cost." Matt's throat went dry. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "You mean we have to get to it before they do? Steal the dragon bone ourselves?" "Exactly," she replied. "That removes their incentive completely. Of course, it's a massive undertaking. We'll need enough manpower, specialized gear, you name it, to extract and secure it." He ran a hand through his hair, weighing the risk. "And if we can't pull that off?" She paused, then her expression hardened. "Simple. If you can't neutralize the problem, eliminate its source. Wipe out the Hand and the Society. No survivors. Once they're gone, the seal and the bone itself becomes irrelevant." Matt exhaled slowly, the gravity of their options settling over him like a shroud. There was no turning back. Chapter 861, The Shortcut to the Holy Dragon's Evolution and Eshild's Protective Measures. "Of course we go with the second option. Eliminate the Hand and the Association once and for all," Danny said, his voice steady. He swept his gaze across the others. "So you need my power, not a hiding place." "I never feel entirely secure," Gunsu said bluntly. "Same here," Matt agreed, then refocused the conversation. "But the fact remains, if we want to find the Dragonbone seal, these are the only 2 routes open to us." Gunsu nodded, resigned. There was no way around this fight. With Matt, the rest of the Pure Society's New York cell, and official Eshild resources at their disposal, they finally had the means to confront both the Hand and the Association head-on. At that moment, Aaron's phone rang again. He checked the caller ID, eyebrows rising in surprise. "Good morning, Mr. Gaius," he greeted. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, already guessing who was on the other end of the line. Jin Bin slipped into the private office, bowed once, and greeted, "Good morning, Kingpin. What can I do for you today?" Jessica, standing off to the side, nearly choked on her own surprise. "Kingpin? You mean him? He's the Kingpin, the most powerful crime lord in the United States." Aaron Gaius, lean, impeccably dressed, and entirely unflustered, smiled at her. "That's right." He turned back to Jin Bin. "Mr. Gaius, anyone else with you?" Jin Bin hesitated, glancing toward the doorway. "Yes, sir. A few associates." Aaron raised a finger and winked at Jessica. "Doesn't matter. Pretend no one else is here. Now, tell me, what brings you?" Jin Bin took a steadying breath. Mrs. Gao of the Shoei Society came calling. She asked 2 favors. Aaron leaned forward, folding his arms. "Go on." "First," Jin Bin said, "she wants to find out exactly who your cousin is." Aaron laughed, a low, mirthless sound. "My cousin? Let them try. From where I stand, she's already inked a death warrant. Sooner or later, someone's going to send her to meet her maker." A faint smile tugged at Jin Bin's lips. "I tend to agree. The New York underworld is only so big. We each carve out our slice of the pie. Ours is substantial, but the Shoei Society has claimed a hefty share too. This time, though, they've run straight into an iron plate." "An iron plate?" Aaron arched an eyebrow. "Impenetrable," Jin Bin explained. "They've tested every knife in their stash, and none of them will cut through." Silence fell as Aaron regarded the messenger, calculating. Then he nodded once sharply. "Good. Keep me informed, and remind Mrs. Gao that some walls just aren't meant to be breached. If anyone dared to cross the goddess of death, the Shohui would be crippled, if not utterly destroyed, and their share of the spoils would be handed over to her." Mr. Gaius tapped his fingers on the table. "What's the second item on the agenda?" Kingpin's thin smile held no warmth. I'll arrange for the detention of a few problematic individuals. Nurses, reporters, lawyers, talk show hosts, even a dojo master. Honestly, I can't see how they're all connected. It's baffling. Aaron's stomach twisted as he studied the roomful of terrified faces. Luke's girlfriend was the nurse. The reporter and the attorney, Mark's ex and his best friend. The host was Jessica's half-sister, and the dojo master was Danny's one true love. If the rival factions known as the Hand or the Union seized control of these innocents, Danny's destiny group would be irreparably shattered. He straightened. All right, but don't lay a finger on them. Not yet. Once you do, you'll be dragged into a whirlpool you can't escape. Kingpin's eyes flicked with understanding. So that's why Mrs. Gao demanded such an exorbitant price, honey sweet, but laced with poison. Mr. Gaius, I'll hold off on any action, but if we hesitate, the Hand and the Union certainly won't. Mr. Gaius leaned back and nodded. Very well, just delay them for today. Everything else can wait, Aaron said, ending the call. He turned back to the grur, exhaling slowly. Any questions? Matt frowned. How do you know Kingpin so well? You know who he is, right? Aaron shrugged casually. Of course I know who he is. He's a murderer, an arsonist, a drug lord. He breaks every law in the book. But that's his business, not mine. Our relationship is exactly like the one I have with you. I couldn't care less whether he lives or dies, just like I don't care about your lives or deaths. Matt chewed on that, then nodded. Okay, I get it. Good, Aaron said, urgency creeping into his voice. But now isn't the time to debate it. You need to arrange safe places for your families and friends, right away. If you delay, you'll be the ones paying the price. Matt clenched his jaw. Can we bring them here? Your place seemed the safest. Aaron glanced at him in surprise, then shook his head. No. Luke spoke up, brow furrowed. What about the precinct? I know a trustworthy officer there. I can't think of anywhere safer right now, Matt said warily. Go back and warn the others. We'll meet at the precinct first thing tomorrow. They exchanged quick nods and filed out of the divination room. Just as they reached the door, Aaron called out, Frank, hold on a moment. I need to talk to you. Frank paused, then hesitantly stepped back into the shop. Aaron motioned him into a chair. Have a seat. Frank sat down, nerves visible in his posture. What's on your mind? Aaron studied him for a moment. What do you think your odds are of taking down Kazuo? Frank didn't hesitate. 60%, conservative estimate. That's optimistic, Aaron said, leaning forward. In reality, you might not even have a 40% chance. Frank's brow shot up. Why do you say that? Do you know something I don't? Call it educated guesswork, Aaron replied. The Hand and the Society have been at this game for centuries. They've surely hidden cards up their sleeves you've never seen. Kunlun's got muscle and something called Shou Lao, a dragon of legend. Their power isn't just ordinary strength, it's beyond imagination. That's why the Hand and the Union have stayed neck and neck for hundreds of years. Turning the tide with just a few operatives, it won't be simple. Frank frowned. You really think they might have superhuman abilities too? Better to assume they do, Aaron replied. Frank ran a hand through his hair. And if that's the case, can you handle them? Aaron leaned back, his expression unreadable. Yes and no. I don't exactly fear the Hand or the Society, but I can't dismiss them either. They've been probing my limits nonstop. So what's the plan? Frank asked, hopeful. Want to call in Bruce Banner? Are you kidding? Aaron shot him a look. If the Hulk showed up down here, he'd crush us without a second thought. And ever since Banner made peace with him, he's been dragging his feet. No rush to hit Sequence 8, apparently. He sighed. I'll have to light a fire under him. Standing still isn't an option. As for the Hand and the Society, if something goes south tomorrow that you can't handle, let me know. I'll drop by with a bit of backup. Frank stiffened. I don't need a reminder. Aaron grinned wryly. Hey, don't expect miracles. It'll be modest help at best. Frank just shook his head, speechless. One more thing, Aaron said, scooping up Abe, who'd been sulking in the corner, and setting him on the table. Take him with you tomorrow. Frank blinked. Excuse me? Aaron met his gaze steadily. Abe is the key to stopping the Hand and the Society. You don't have to worry about what he does or when he'll decide to leave. He won't slow you down or cause trouble. Frank studied the little dragon for a moment, then gave a confused nod. Understood, sir. As Frank departed, Aaron stretched luxuriously and allowed himself a small smile. This is our chance. Don't let it slip. Footsteps thudded on the stairs as Hella descended. You want him to feed on those dragon bones? Not a bad plan. Abe's eyes widened in surprise, then suddenly gleamed with excitement. He hopped in plell, ace, a soft glow radiating from his scales. All right, I'll be careful. Aaron rapped the dragon lightly on the head. Easy there. You're still far from your next evolution, but the dragon bones stored in the Central City catacombs are a shortcut. How much energy you absorb is up to you. Just make sure no one notices. Master, I won't let you down, Abe chirped eagerly. Hella folded her arms, watching the little dragon with interest. Do you really think he can break the seal? Aaron's expression grew serious. That seal was placed by Iron Fist himself to protect the bones, but Abe is a dragon, and he may be the only one with the power to shatter it. The seal won't resist once it senses the dragon's power, Aaron said, voice level. In fact, it'll open right up. All we need is a clean entry into the cave's depths. The next morning at the precinct, Coulson and Skye stepped into the police station's cramped conference room. Around the table sat Matt Murdock, Luke Cage, Danny Rand, and Jessica Jones, locked in a tense discussion with Chief Moore. They'd come seeking protection for a group of people they'd rescued, but the talks were going nowhere. The police force was split. Some sympathized, others vehemently opposed, harboring self-styled vigilantes. Every time a skeptical officer asked for specifics, Matt and the others danced around the question, offering only vague, evasive answers. Their uncertainty only deepened the distrust in the room. Finally, Coulson cleared his throat, offering a courteous smile as he held up his wallet. I'm Special Agent Phil Coulson, Eschild. These individuals are now under Eschild's jurisdiction. The chief bristled. With all due respect, Agent Coulson, isn't that presumptuous? He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, daring Coulson to back up his claim. Coulson's smile never wavered. I understand your concern, but I've already notified Commissioner Pendergast. He agrees this is the safest course of action for both your officers and the people in question. The room fell silent. Chief Moore studied Coulson for a long moment, then gave a slow nod. All right, Agent. You've got 24 hours to make your case to the mayor's office. In the meantime, you can use the holding cells and no funny business. Skye exhaled softly beside Coulson. He shot her a reassuring glance. No funny business, he repeated, then turned back to the others. Let's get to work. Let me put it bluntly, the inspector began, stepping forward. Coulson held up his shield credentials, then smiled and slipped them back into his pocket. Hold on, he said, raising a finger. I'm going to count down. 5, 4, 3. Before he could reach 1, the inspector's phone rang. He shot Coulson an apologetic look, backed away, and answered. 30 tense seconds later, he returned, his shoulders tight with unease. All right, he said. You can take them. Jessica's eyes went wide. What? We haven't agreed to anything yet. The inspector took a deep breath. Jessica Jones, I swear S.H.I.E.L.D. is the only organization that can guarantee your sister's safety. She'll be under their protection until this is all handled. Jessica folded her arms. Guarantee? Why on earth would I trust you with that? Matt stepped forward. He's telling the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. will look out for her. Easy for you to say? Jessica snapped. Do you even know what it means to hand her over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Luke glanced at the agents arrayed behind Coulson and raised a hand. Honestly, I still think the precinct is safer. They've got armed officers, secure holding cells. It's practically a fortress. Skye let out a flat, mirthless laugh. A fortress, huh? I once thought the same thing, until they hauled me in. She met the inspector's gaze. I didn't take S.H.I.E.L.D. seriously, then they locked me up. That's when I learned just how terrifying their reach really is. I understand, Coulson said with a slight nod. S.H.I.E.L.D. has only one stronghold, but trust me, it's far more secure than any police station. Come with us and see for yourselves. If you're not satisfied, you can always turn back. I'm confident the police inspector will allow your officers to stay at the station in the meantime. They exchanged uneasy glances, then reluctantly agreed. 10 minutes later, Coulson led them onto a wide-open tarmac. There, a massive aircraft stood ready. Now the source of his confidence was clear. This, Skye announced with a proud smile, is our team's temporary airbase. Unless our adversaries can fire missiles, they'll never breach this fortress. Wow, this is incredible, Danny breathed, eyes wide. As the plane's gangway descended, Coulson addressed the group. Agent Matt will take you up to tens of thousands of feet or drop you off in a remote town far from New York. No one will be able to find you until your mission is complete. Fudge swallowed hard, staring at the aircraft. We're actually flying in that? This won't interfere with our lives or jobs, right? It'll be troublesome enough just going to the police station. Trying to explain it to S. Shield would be even worse. Don't worry, Fudge said, waving a dismissive hand. S. Shield knows exactly how to handle PR crises. We've drafted plenty of speeches for Tony Stark. They'll use one of those. Sky will set you up with a perfectly legitimate cover vacation. You'll get off the plane and go to work the next morning like nothing happened, no negative fallout. That sounds perfect. Matt exhaled in relief. Fudge stepped forward and handed him a small duffel bag. Matt raised an eyebrow. What's this? I still have a copy of your house key, so I grabbed it and threw in a change of clothes, Fudge explained. That way you won't look like Invulnerable Guy or Super June Jet wandering around. People will just assume you're a lawyer on vacation. Matt nodded, understanding in an instant, and realizing Fudge had also slipped in Daredevil's battle suit. He tucked the bag under his arm. Thanks. Don't mention it. Fudge hugged him fiercely. That's what family's for. Karen approached, folding her arms. You're starting a new life. Why risk it again? She gave Matt a tired look. But like Fudge said, I'm not about to stand in your way. Matt managed a small smile. I appreciate that. I owe you both a lot. Fudge patted him on the back. Just promise us you'll come home in one piece. I promise. Matt squared his shoulders and headed for the door, ready at last to face whatever came next. I don't even know what to say. I just want you all to know I wish you the best. Matt gave a firm nod. Come on, get on the plane. Luke, Danny, and Jessica exchanged final hugs and handshakes with family and friends before climbing aboard the waiting Airbus. As the engines spooled to life and the aircraft lifted off, each of them felt a tension ease from their shoulders. There was no turning back now. Danny folded his arms and stared out the window. This is it. Once they're gone, the real fight begins. Jessica pressed her lips together. Honestly, I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Coulson stepped forward, laying a reassuring hand on her shoulder. None of us ever feel truly ready before a big mission. Trust me, I know. But we've come through before, and we'll get through this one. Luke shot him a skeptical look. You sound like you've been doing this forever. Coulson straightened his jacket, pride lighting his eyes. In a way, I have. That's why Director Fury put me on this team. I was the man negotiating with Tony Stark before he became Iron Man. I even tracked down Thor's hammer in New Mexico. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton are former colleagues of mine, and I've worked closely with Bruce Banner. We've all got our strengths. Now it's time to use them. He glanced around at their determined faces. Ready or not, this war is ours to win. Silence fell as the plane climbed steadily toward the clouds. Each of them steeled themselves for the battles to come, knowing that together they stood a fighting chance. Captain America actually signed this for me. At Coulson's words, the cop room fell silent. Then one by one, faces broke into looks of stunned admiration. Nobody had expected this. Turns out Agent Coulson really was on friendly terms with the entire Avengers roster. Chapter 8 and 62, The Hand in the Society Cannot Control S-Yield. Midtown Circle looked more like a military blockade than a city plaza. Dozens of S-Yield vehicles were parked at the surrounding intersections, forming a loose cordon around the central tower. Agent Coulson led Danny Rand, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Matt Murdock, now suited up as Daredevil, into the makeshift command center set up in the building's lobby. Frank Castle and Stick were already conferring over a table strewn with maps and surveillance feeds. Sir, we've cleared the perimeter, an agent reported. All civilians have been evacuated. Good, Coulson said. Now send the gear out to our field teams. Jessica raised an eyebrow. Gear? You mean battle suits? Frank gave her a pointed look as he patted the Kevlar vest under his jacket. Bulletproof vests, Jones, unless you're planning on tanking a rifle round like Luke. Luke smirked at Jessica. Better safe than sorry. Coulson handed each of them an earpiece. These are for secure comms. Stay on channel Alpha. We don't know what we're walking into. Matt clicked his earpiece into place and tested the mic. Channel's clear. Stick, folding his arms, studied Coulson. Why do you need numbers from my club tonight? How many people showed up? Coulson met his gaze evenly. The hand uses public gatherings to move their pieces. We want to be sure you're not sitting on intel we don't have. Stick's jaw tightened. He didn't trust S-Shield any more than they trusted him. But right now, cooperation was the only way forward. He nodded once, curtly. The agents around the table fell silent. The stakes were high. If the Hand and the Society had learned to outmaneuver S.H.I.E.L.D., it would fall to this ragtag team of vigilantes and soldiers to prove otherwise. As the earpieces chimed in with live updates, they braced themselves for the coming storm. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't mean anything else, Coulson said quickly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has picked up a few intel threads on the True Pure Society. Like the Hand, they're a clandestine ninja order. We're heading into a tough fight, and we're outnumbered, so superior firepower is our only real advantage. Before I left base, I requisitioned a shipment of weapons and equipment. How many do you think you'll need? Gunsu took a moment to consider. 50, he decided. That works, Coulson replied. I've got just enough. Your team can pick up the crates later, and please make sure to return them when we're done. Understood. Danny glanced at the fortress-like building nearby, his jaw set. So when do we strike? Coulson's expression turned serious. We'll need a solid plan. There are bound to be dozens of skilled ninjas inside. Forget the planning, Frank interjected. The moment we tip our hand, they'll be ready for us. Honestly, they've probably already picked up our signal. Let's just move in. Coulson hesitated. Director Fury did tell me to weigh your opinions, but isn't that a bit too hasty? Frank shrugged, holstering his pistol. In my experience, ninjas aren't known for waiting around. Matt studied the floor plan one more time. Even if we have to force our way in, we need to pick our route first. Coulson pointed at the map. The central corridor on the ground floor. That's our best bet. The entrance is right there. You won't get turned around in the hallways. Let me lead. Are you sure? Matt asked. Coulson shrugged. Yeah, no objections. In a hidden conference room elsewhere in the building, Alexandra stared at the live surveillance feed. Her face shadowed with anger. Can someone tell me why official forces are here? Mrs. Gao peered at the screen and frowned. It isn't local police or the FBI. Look at the emblem on that SUV. It's S-Shield, and a routine private meeting of ours shouldn't matter to them. Alexandra's brow furrowed. Then why is S-Shield intervening in our hand-to-hand summit? From the far corner, Murakami's low voice rumbled. Beats me, but it can't be good. They've deployed a sizable EM. Exactly what we feared. The Shinsumi Association has allied itself with S-Shield. Alexandra clenched her fists. Gunsu, she spat the name like a curse. That old fox, he's got no shame. He's resorted to every underhanded trick in the book, one of them snarled. Botu leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. It was almost inevitable. After our strike on Kunlun, the True Pure Society's morale and fighting strength plummeted. Their alliance with the Hand teetered on disaster. Shinsunkai and Daredevil, left to their own devices, could never have pulled this off. They had no choice but to seek foreign aid, and they picked S-Shield of all people. Swawanda's eyes cooled. That changes nothing. We've been down this road before. Our forces outnumber theirs 2-1, and in weaponry, technology, and training, we're superior. The advantage is ours, and we will win. A hush fell over the room. The tension that had gripped the other four dissipated in an instant. Whether it was Shinsunkai or S-Shield daring to meddle in their quest for immortality, the penalty was the same: death. Once they secured the keel, Manhattan would lose every scrap of value, even if it meant sacrificing all of New York to keep it from their enemies. Alexandra forced herself to calm down, smoothing the tension from her brow. Danny Rand, she said evenly. He's the linchpin. We have to capture him. Mrs. Gao chuckled softly. Honestly, it won't be hard. This new Iron Fist is painfully naive, too kind, too reckless. He's happy to throw himself into danger, but when it comes to endangering others, he hesitates. Kidnap 1 or 2 innocents and he'll bend to our will. He'll open the gates himself. Alexandra tapped her finger against the console. What about the message we sent to Kingpin? It's been nearly 24 hours. Why hasn't he produced anything? Mrs. Gao sighed and shook her head. We can't count on him. Genshinwei moved far too swiftly, caught us completely off guard. Unless Kingpin's crew snags someone before this conflict ends, worrying about Rand alone is pointless. But in the wider battle ahead, there are other targets. Daredevil, Mr. Invulnerable, Strong Woman. If we can't get Iron Fist, any of his allies would still be powerful hostages. Alexandra nodded. So we settle for Plan B. Botu leaned closer to the surveillance monitor, his lips curling into a grin. Here's the best news of all. Iron Fist just volunteered to join the front lines of this war. He's practically running toward us. I thought he'd stay hidden, May muttered under her breath. All right, everyone, get ready to fight, John announced, his tone sharp. This time, it's going to take all 5 of us working together. They exchanged resolute glances and were about to slip out of the hidden room when Mrs. Gao's phone buzzed insistently. She recognized the caller immediately, Gaius, a.k.a. Aaron. Her pulse quickened as she answered, voice unsteady. Hello? Mrs. Gao stiffened at his mocking greeting. Mrs. Gao, Aaron sneered, did you enjoy the little gift I left you after our last encounter? I take it you've noticed your enemy count has just exploded? She took a deep breath before replying, have you gone to S.H.I.E.L.D. with whatever information you stole? Who else would I sell secrets to? Aaron purred. You knew I never intended to side with the Hand, or the Society for that matter. We clearly underestimated you, she admitted with a soft sigh, stepping back from the doorway as her teammates gathered behind her. Can we still salvage this? The Hand Union hasn't completed whatever unpleasant business they're meddling with. We could even offer Miss Bennick a generous compensation. Compensation? Aaron's laugh was cold and hard. Do you really think the goddess of death takes bribes? Reconciliation is off the table. You set this chain of events in motion, and now you're living my revenge. With that, he hung up. Mrs. Gao let out a trembling breath and pocketed her phone. She turned to the others, determination in her eyes. Hezbollah closed every avenue for peace. There's no turning back now. Jian tightened his grip on his weapon. Then, let's finish this. Together, the 5 of them slipped out of the hidden room, ready to face the storm Aaron had unleashed. Gaius's dark laughter faded into a low growl. Let me make myself perfectly clear, he said, fixing Mrs. Gao with a cold stare. If you're still breathing when this is all over, do us both a favor. Never show your face to me again, because the next time, I won't promise you'll walk away alive. Mrs. Gao bowed her head stiffly. Understood, she replied, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Gaius leaned back in his chair, and a wry smile curved his lips. But since you're showing such a cooperative attitude, I'll share a little more with you. Yesterday, Danny Rand and his companions came seeking my divination. They wanted to know what Shohei would do, whether the Iron Fist could prevail. The casting went exceptionally well. What I saw was a massive stone wall etched with ancient runes, runes that only Iron Fist could shatter, and beyond that, the skeleton of a magnificent dragon. Mrs. Gao's sharp eyes flicked up, betraying her surprise even as she controlled her emotions. Your divinations are alarmingly precise, she admitted. Flattery will get you nowhere, Gaius replied, waving a hand dismissively. But accuracy isn't the point. What matters is that this prophecy has caught my interest. From the side of the room, Alexandra Gao spoke up with a half-smile. So, Mr. Gaius, you want dragon bones, do you? That's easily arranged. Consider a small share sent to you as a gesture of goodwill, an apology to the lady, if you will. Gaius's grin turned sharp, almost predatory. I don't accept apologies, he said. We'll get what we want on our own terms. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. And believe me, when we do, you'll regret ever thinking you could bargain with me. Mrs. Gao ended the call and turned to the group. What did he mean by that? I don't know, Botu replied, frowning. But it makes me uneasy. It's like he's always one step ahead of us. Alexandra slammed her fist on the table. It's ridiculous. He wasn't even at the site. How could he be tampering with the dragon's bones? Her voice wavered despite her anger. In truth, her organs had been failing for months, and without the dragon keel, she had only days to live. She swallowed hard, steeling herself. Listen up. We gear up and go all out. We can't afford to lose. On the other side of the city, Danny and the other Shinsen Club ninjas were suiting up in lightweight body armor and slipping on tactical headsets. Each of them checked the cooling packs on their thermal weapons one last time. Danny's heart pounded with adrenaline. "All right, ready?" he called, scanning the faces around him. "Ready," they echoed, their determination as sharp as their blades. Danny took a deep breath. He had waited for this moment his entire life, to avenge his parents, clear his name, and settle the score with Shohei Hui once and for all. "Let's move," he said, and they vanished into the night. "Hold up, there's another problem," Coulson said, his tone unusually cautious. "We've only cleared the perimeter. No one's gone inside yet, and that building isn't just packed with gang operatives, it's full of ordinary civilians. If we storm in, we'll risk killing innocent people." Danny frowned. "You're only telling me this now?" Frank gave him a curt nod. "Don't worry, I've got it under control." He reached into the trunk, pulled on his skull mask, slung a loaded pack over one shoulder, then lifted an AK-47 and strode straight for the front door. The silence shattered in an instant. A deafening fusillade tore through windows and doors, glass spraying in every direction. From inside came terrified screams and frantic shouts. Civilians bolted for the exits in sheer panic. Those who couldn't run huddled in dark corners, too afraid even to breathe. "Nailed it," Frank's gravelly voice crackled through the comm. The team exchanged uneasy looks and let out hollow, uncomfortable laughs. Jessica pressed her lips together. "That was brutally effective, but let's never mention it again." She had no choice but to operate outside the law. Vigilantism was her only option. Yet every time she edged closer to Frank, she worried innocent bystanders or rival factions might draw the wrong conclusions. Stickman's voice cut through her thoughts. "If Frank had joined the Zhen Society years ago, we wouldn't be in this mess," he said, regret lacing his tone as he shot a disdainful glance at Danny Rand. Danny bristled at the slight, but guilt quickly chased away his anger. Kunlun's defenses had fallen on his watch while he was elsewhere. They slipped into the abandoned high-rise and wove through dimly lit corridors until they reached the heart of the building. A reinforced vault door bristling with circuitry and biometric scanners. The team fell silent, all eyes turning to Danny. "Your move," someone murmured. Danny drew a steadying breath, placed his right hand over his heart, and let his chi flare to life. Gold light pulsed along his arm as he balled his fist and drove it into the lock. Boom! The blast of force ripped the door off its hinges and blew a jagged hole through the adjoining wall. Agent Coulson, standing a few feet back, stared in stunned disbelief. He might question Danny's intellect, but after that display, there was no mistaking the level of raw power he possessed, on par, perhaps, with the Hulk's most devastating strikes. Several agents led the way through the shattered doorway, followed by the baton-wielding officer and Coulson's team. Matt reached out, trailing his fingers along the jagged wall, carefully gauging the faint draft. He stopped after a few paces. He rapped twice on the stone. Listening intently, he nodded. "It's hollow. No obstructions in there." "I'll open it," Danny offered. "Let Luke do it," Matt said quickly. "If it's empty above and below, your strength could send you tumbling. That'd be disastrous." Luke stepped forward without hesitation. With a single, well-placed punch, he cracked the wall, fractures snaking from floor to ceiling and revealing a yawning darkness beyond. He thrust his hands into the gap, pried at the debris, and tore free a heavy metal door. Behind it stood an elevator car, its steel walls gleaming under the flashlight beams. Coulson stared at the suspended lift in astonishment, then glanced down the shaft and swallowed hard. That explains why there were no guards outside. It's far more efficient to secure this deep passage than to patrol the entrance. Luke let out a low whistle. "This goes a lot deeper than I expected." "I have to admit, I don't belong here," Jessica said with a bitter smile. "I'm just a detective, and yet here I am, battling ninjas with you to save New York. No one's paying me. Why am I doing this thankless job?" Luke shrugged. "The fact that you're here is reward enough." "Was that a compliment?" Jessica raised an eyebrow. Phil Coulson pursed his lips. "The elevator only holds a few people at a time. The rest of us will have to take the stairs, and there are hundreds of flights. Honestly, it's more thrilling than any level-up game we've ever played." Danny Rand pointed at Stick and Coulson. "Stick, Coulson, You two take the stairs. The 5 of us will ride the elevator down. He tapped the back of his hand. 5 fingers on a hand. 5 of us. That's destiny. Silence rippled through the group as they exchanged uncertain glances. Stick covered his eyes with his palm, shaking his head in exasperation. Turning to Danny, he asked softly, "Any objections?" Matt Murdoch offered a hollow chuckle. "So the 5 of us go down first? Have you even thought about what might be waiting for us at the bottom? There could be far more than just the 5 leaders of the Hand and the Society down there. Hundreds of ninjas at least. If they bring in heavy firepower, we'll be cut to pieces long before Jack and the others even arrive." "I'm not overthinking it," Jessica said, her voice steady. "I just don't trust that elevator. It's too primitive and unreliable, and if the Hand or the Society manages to seize control of it, we don't stand a chance. At best, we'd be forced to surrender. At worst, we'd plummet to our deaths." Chapter 863, A Fight Without Morals. How about finding a place to rest for a bit, Part 1. Danny's brow twitched. "So that means we're stuck taking the stairs?" Coulson nodded gravely. "Exactly. We can't split our forces. Small teams would be picked off one by one. By keeping everyone together on the staircase, we'll make full use of our manpower, move more safely, and sweep each level thoroughly so nothing or no one slips through." No one argued with him. Matt, whose hearing was the sharpest, took point, and the rest fell into line behind him. The Shohehui security detail had done its homework on this underground complex. Although it plunged straight down through several levels without any grand expanses, the corridors were fitted with energy-efficient lights, so visibility wasn't a problem. Carefully, the team descended into the silent shaft. Their footsteps echoed faintly against the concrete walls. Click, 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 until they had walked for who knew how long. Then, without warning, Matt held up a hand. Instantly, every footstep halted, every breath stilled. They stood poised in the dimly lit stairwell, every pair of eyes trained on Matt, waiting to see what he'd detected in the darkness below. Luke edged toward the corridor's bend and peered around. "What's happening? Are they waiting for us?" Matt's face went grave. "Ambush. A dozen armed men hunkered down just out of sight." "I'll draw their fire," Luke said, hefting his rifle. "You all pick your shots when you see an opening." "Wait," Frank interjected, holding up a hand. "There's a better option." Danny shot him a dubious look. "You sure that bulletproof vest will hold? I'd hate to lose you out front." Frank rolled his eyes. He set his satchel on the ground, unzipped it, and pulled out several grenades. "Gunsu, you think this is overkill?" Gunsu took one grenade, inspecting it with a sneer. "Showing mercy here only hurts us later. The more of them we neutralize now, the fewer we face down the line." Danny cleared his throat. "I just hoped the blast wouldn't collapse the corridor behind us." Frank offered a confident grin. "I scoped this passage earlier. It's rock solid. A few grenades will stun and scatter them without caving in the tunnel." "Stick, Coulson. Get your squads in position," Frank ordered. He yanked the safety pins with a flick of his wrist and lobbed the grenades around the corner. Boom! The explosions hammered the corridor's walls, sending dust and debris spraying into the stale air. In the ringing aftermath, gunfire erupted and Frank's team surged forward, ready to finish the job. Boom! Boom! The explosions rocked the corridor, rattling the very floor beneath their feet. "Fire!" Sergeant Gunsow barked, and Agent Coulson swept his arm in a wide arc, signaling his team to open up. In an instant, muzzle flashes lit the darkness, and a staccato of bullets thundered back and forth. Every few seconds, a sharp crack cut through the air as someone fell. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the combined forces of the True Pure Society and the Hand Union, reinforced by their most deadly operatives, suffered far heavier losses. Luke, shielding his teammates with his own body, took several near misses, but thanks to his quick thinking, the strike team pressed forward methodically. Within minutes, the last of the enemy gunmen lay motionless on the blood-spattered floor. As the echo of gunfire faded, a heavy silence settled over the survivors. Each looked at the carnage, dozens of bodies strewn across the hall, and felt their stomachs churn. "I'm going to be sick," Jessica whispered, pressing a hand to her lips. "These were all Sowanda's men," Gunsu growled, his face dark with anger. "There's a chance some of Gao's people are mixed in too." Agent Coulson knelt by a fallen guard and surveyed the damage. "We lost nearly a fifth of our team," he he said quietly. At this rate, another ambush like that, and we won't make it to Heihui's inner chambers. Gunsu squared his shoulders, meeting Coulson's gaze. We're not going to get any more Serpro. Eyes like this. Our timing was perfect. We hit them before they could muster a proper defense. Let's keep moving. With grim determination, the team wiped their weapons clean and advanced deeper into the labyrinth, steeling themselves for whatever lay ahead. They didn't have time to summon reinforcements across New York. Keep moving, Frank snapped, wincing as an insistent itch crawled across his back, the holy dragon in his backpack, urging him forward. They pressed deeper into the facility, expecting resistance, and they weren't disappointed. At first, the guards used nothing more lethal than rifles, but as the tunnel descended, the Zhenshunhui combatants escalated their firepower. Grenades clattered off the walls, machine gun bursts hammered the ceiling, and even RPGs sent thunderous explosions echoing through the narrow shaft. Boom! A rocket detonated above them, showering the party with earth and stone. Amid screams and ricocheting rounds, Alexandra and the others barely flinched as debris tumbled around their feet. Suawanda, Botu called from 10 feet below, voice eerily calm. He peered up at the crumbling tunnel roof. Looks like your men can't hold them back. Suawanda's jaw clenched. And what about your side? The defenders above can't keep them at bay either, Botu shrugged. When your arsenal consists of only small arms, this is exactly what happens. Mrs. Depgao leaned heavily on her cane, surveying the ruin around them. You brought pistols and submachine guns, fine for street fights maybe, but S.H.I.E.L.D. would have dispatched tank units or air support. Frank shot her a quick glare. We're past relying on S.H.I.E.L.D. Right now, all we have is each other, and we're running out of tunnel. A fresh volley of gunfire rattled the passage. Alexandra tightened her grip on her rifle, eyes hardening. Then let's make this count. On 3, we breach the next barricade. No more hesitation. They formed up. The tunnel quivered again under another distant blast. Frank inhaled, blinking grit from his eyes, and nodded. 1, 2, 3. Together, they surged forward into the chaos, determined to fight their way through whatever the Zhenshunhui threw at them. They even brought rocket launchers. Yeah, I hear you, Botu replied with a weary laugh. It's not for lack of effort on our side. It's just that they don't play by the rules. Botu shrugged. After all the trouble they took to chase us down here, I'd love to see their faces when they realize where we've ended up. Despair, Murakami said with a cold smile. All those fighters on the upper levels were no more than cannon fodder, to bleed us dry. The real power of the hand and the association is gathered right here, on this final tier. Alexandra let out a long breath of relief and glanced over her shoulder. Erica stood like a statue at the cavern's mouth, flanked by hundreds of elite ninjas, each armed to the teeth. Any one of them could hold their own against a so-called superhero, and if they surged forward together, not even the strongest hero could stand in their way. At last, Matt and the combined forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Zhenjin Society descended to the lowest chamber. The space opened into a vast, level hall, its ceiling supported by dozens of immense stone pillars that lent the cavern an almost cathedral-like grandeur. Despite its stability and size, the air was thick with tension. Every agent and operative looked drained, bruised, bloodied, and on the brink of collapse. After so many fierce encounters, they stood at a precarious impasse, the fate of their mission hanging by a thread. They'd burned through a staggering amount of weapons and ammunition, and paid dearly in casualties. Coulson and Stickman shared a silent understanding. There was no time to lower the wounded off the mountain before the final assault. Instead, they redirected extra hands to escort the injured farther up. This battle was for the fully capable. Alexandra stepped forward, a triumphant smile playing on her lips as she faced Danny Rand. "Thank you for sending the Iron Fist," she said, her voice proud and almost hungry. "We've been waiting a long time for you." Coulson's face grew grave as he surveyed their dwindling numbers. "The situation isn't good," he admitted. "We've got just over 30 fighters left, and they're facing hundreds of opponents." "They're all hand ninjas," Matt interjected, his voice tight with memory, "stronger than the ones who once hunted me through Hell's Kitchen. Right now, I can't even sense their presence." Frank Castle dropped his backpack into a shadowed corner and cocked his rifle. That must have been the last of the hand's protective wards, he said. Crush these ninjas, and this war ends. Danny's eyes drifted to the rune-covered wall behind Alexandra's line, ancient symbols glowing faintly in the torchlight. His blood thrummed in his veins. Then let's get to it, he said, tightening his stance. With that, the Iron Fist stepped forward, ready to charge headlong into the fray. Agent Phil Coulson blinked, utterly unprepared. So what you're saying is, we probably don't stand a chance against them. Don't waste time worrying about it now, Jessica said, looking away. Win first, ask questions later. Coulson let out a rueful chuckle. Can't argue with that. Mrs. Gao took a step forward, her tone calm but firm. There may not even need to be a fight. The hand has no desire to make an enemy of S-Shield, and there's no real conflict between our goals. Everything that happened upstairs was a misunderstanding. Withdraw now, and I guarantee you and your team will leave this building unharmed. That does sound tempting, Coulson admitted dryly as he turned to regard the rune-covered wall beyond them. But I didn't come here for an exit strategy. S-Yield's charter is to contain and secure the extraordinary, and whatever lies behind that barrier undoubtedly qualifies. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Unless the hand and will formally renounce any claim to what's behind that door and sign a binding agreement never to pursue it, my orders stand. We secure it ourselves. Mrs. Gao paused, studying him, the weight of the moment hanging in the air. Gao frowned. There's nothing more to discuss? No, Suwanda replied evenly. This is non-negotiable. There's your mistake, Phil Coulson, Alexandra added with a casual shrug. Shield may be vast, but it's still green compared to the hand. Coulson opened his mouth, but Alexandra cut him off. Other than Iron Fist, eliminate every last one of them. At her command, hand operatives and ninja warriors raised their weapons, taking steady aim. Get ready, Gunsu shouted. His own squad of fighters sprang forward, unholstering heavy ordnance that matched the enemy's firepower. A chorus of steel on steel as barrels locked into place. The 5 hand elder leaders shared a glance, each inhaling sharply. They'd expected dishonorable tactics, but not a full-scale assault featuring rocket launchers and dyeing the color of midnight, the Punisher manning a Gatling gun. So brutal, so utterly shameless. Despicable, Suwanda hissed through gritted teeth, her eyes alight with fury. Absolutely despicable. Frank sneered, lips curling into a disdainful smile. You really are the despicable ones. Who said we couldn't bring weapons? A shield agent stammered. But these were prepared specially for you, Frank interrupted. I didn't bother using them on the way down. We've got more than enough ammo. The only question is whether this cavern can withstand a bombardment. One salvo, though, it should hold. Mrs. Gao's face darkened. Open fire. Almost instantly, hand operatives and their ninja allies squeezed their triggers. At the same moment, Gunsu raised his arm. Fire! A dozen ninja fighters stepped forward, RPGs at the ready. Flames trailed each rocket as they streaked down the tunnel. Boom, 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 clatter, clatter, clatter. The thunder of grenades and the rattle of gunfire blended into a chorus of destruction, like oil igniting in a roaring inferno. The Shinshunkai ninjas and shield agents dove for cover behind makeshift bunkers. Matt Murdock and the others weren't caught flat-footed either. They threw themselves to safety in the flash of explosions. Despite S.H.I.E.L.'s superior firepower, the sheer numbers of the Hand and the clandestine club threatened to overwhelm them. And every missed shot, every ricochet, risked another casualty. The Hands and Society's ninjas found themselves in the same desperate spot. There were simply too many of them, and they couldn't take cover fast enough. Before they knew it, dozens were torn down by a relentless fusillade of bullets. Only one man ruled the battlefield. Frank Castle yanked Luke behind him for protection, then set his Gatling gun spinning. Its barrel roared like a storm, spitting tongues of fire that cut through enemy ranks with merciless precision. Each burst was a reaper's scythe, mowing down Hand and Society ninjas alike. "This is fucking savage," Danny Rand blurted, eyes wide, as he silently saluted the Punisher's unyielding ferocity. Agent Coulson watched in stunned admiration, finally understanding why Nick Fury held Frank in such high regard. Here was a man who fought with an invincible resolve, perhaps more formidable even than Natasha Romanoff. But Mrs. Gao and the other onlookers suffered a cruel heartbreak. These fallen were their finest, Elite warriors honed through months of rigorous training. Losing one was a blow. Losing dozens in mere seconds felt like an irreparable tragedy. At last, Frank's Gatling gun clicked empty. The first wave of attackers lay scattered across the courtyard, and a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Frank's hand tightened around a grenade, but before he could throw it, the old warrior with the staff slammed his cane against the stone floor. "Stop, Frank! This place is about to cave in." Matt's warning echoed through the chamber. "If you go on, we'll all be buried." With a reluctant curse, Frank dropped his machine gun. Alexandra and her 5 lieutenants stepped out of the shadows, their faces as hard as carved idols. Alexandra fixed the defenders with a cold stare. "Enough posturing. For everyone's sake, let's finish this the ninja way." The old warrior let a grim smile cross his weathered features and unsheathed twin samurai swords. "I was starting to worry bullets wouldn't do the trick down here." Matt, Luke, and the others spread into guarded stances. They all knew that another exchange of gunfire might bring the entire underground palace down on top of them. Agent Coulson lifted a trembling hand. "I realize this is a terrible moment, but my men are—" Alexandra cut him off with a mocking laugh. "Spare us your excuses, Coulson. If you're so eager to die by blade, step forward." Coulson hesitated, glanced at his fewer than 10 men, then squared his shoulders. His jaw tightened as he prepared to abandon every principle he swore by. "Or, let's head upstairs, find a place to rest for a while, and handle the logistics on the way," Coulson said. "The commander is wise," someone murmured in agreement. Under the scrutinizing gaze of both the Hand and the Pure Society, Coulson led his men toward the exit. Neither faction made a move to stop them. No one even noticed when Coulson quietly left a monitor behind. In Gaius's divination house, Aaron and Hala sat opposite each other at a small carved table. Between them lay a wizard's chessboard, its black and white pieces animated by magic, shifting imperceptibly as if alive. Hala surveyed her position with a self-satisfied smile. Black knights and pawns hemmed in Aaron's lone white king. "Wizard's chess, hardly a challenge," she said, her voice cool and triumphant. Aaron rubbed his temple. "You're right. It'd be easy enough if you hadn't already smashed the board 4 times, driving up the stakes." He shook his head in exasperation. He'd never imagined the goddess of death would be so competitive. With that final thought, the Black Knights surged forward. The board trembled under the strain of their enchantments. Crack! The White King splintered beneath the onslaught. Ella leaned back in her chair, folding her arms. The shattered remnants of the king lay at her feet, a clear declaration of victory for the goddess of death. "I win." Aaron sank back with a sigh. "I swear I'll never play wizard's chess again. Your Highness Hala, your skills are in a league of their own." Hala let out an amused snort, curling her lip. "Oh, I'm not clueless. I know exactly how I won." "So why?" She raised a perfectly arched eyebrow. "Because I wanted you to lose. Isn't that a perfectly valid motive?" She paused, watching his face. "Besides, your expression just now was utterly delightful." Aaron rubbed his temples. "Your Highness, you genuinely find my misery entertaining?" "Absolutely." Hala stretched out on the sofa, looking utterly pleased with herself. "Think of it as an honor to entertain the goddess of death." "Spare me the honor," he muttered. "Too late. You've already received it." She leaned forward, her tone shifting to business. "Speaking of which, how's Abe? Have you reached the rendezvous point? You should have eyes on the operation by now. Any updates for me?" Chapter 864, Devouring Dragonbone Energy, the Secret Hand Technique and its Allies. A tall, 1-meter mirror stood before Aaron's desk, but it was no ordinary looking glass. Instead of reflecting his study, its surface rippled with real-time images of the hidden caverns far beneath the Midtown Circle. Hala lounged in a cushioned chair, her dark eyes glittering as she watched 2 rival parties face off within the crystal depths. "I only suggested this on a whim," Hala remarked with a lazy smile. "I never thought you'd actually pull it off with real magic." Aaron shook his head with a wry grin. "Please, it's hardly full-blown sorcery. Since Frank is one of my favorite agents, I tapped into his viewpoint. Then I layered in a bit of mirror divination, my own, just enough to satisfy your Highness's request." Hala leaned forward, intrigued. "And you're content calling that enough? Don't you want to see the results for yourself?" Aaron gave a rueful shrug. You know how tricky this commission has been." With a flick of her wrist, Hela commanded, "Cut!" At once, the scene within the mirror exploded into action. Tiwakai and Shinsumikai, leaders of the opposing squads, discarded their clumsy, oversized weapons. In the next heartbeat, both warriors drew sleek blades and charged at one another, steel flashing, muscles tensing, as the underground arena trembled with the promise of battle. Although the Showa Society had taken heavy losses in the firefight, their sheer numbers still gave them the upper hand against the Genshin faction. Across the open field, shurikens and throwing darts whistled through the air, samurai swords clanged in deadly duels, and battle cries cut through the chaos. Ninja combat was a brutal spectacle, deceptively simple techniques laced with lethal intent. One slip and you died on the spot. At the heart of the melee, Sergeant Gunsu, Matt, and their comrades pressed forward to face Erika and the Hand's 5 leaders. By unspoken agreement, the rest of the ninja ranks fell back, clearing a wide ring in which the true champions could test their skills without interference. Matt's eyes locked onto Erika, his former girlfriend. He launched himself across the battlefield, determined to rescue her. And, just as critically, to keep her from coming face-to-face with certain deadly opponents, like the infamous Stickman. If Erika and Stickman clashed, one of them would almost certainly fall. As if on cue, everyone selected their match. Murakami spun his baton with a growl, raised his voice in a fierce war cry, and charged directly at Stickman, eager to prove himself. Luke squared his shoulders and lunged at Suawanda, thirsting for retribution. After all, she'd murdered his neighbor's child back when she was locked up. Suawanda only sneered, raised her arm, and slammed her gauntleted fist into his shoulder. The clang echoed through the courtyard, and a burst of tingling pain flashed in Luke's nerves. His eyes widened for a split second, then he forced himself to relax and channel his chi. "They say you're indestructible," he muttered, "but I had to see for myself." Before Suawanda could regroup, she surged forward and struck him twice more with open palms. Each blow landed with a thunderous bang, sending Luke reeling backward. Pain flared along his ribs, a sensation so rare it stole his breath, but he refused to retaliate too soon. He watched her for that one opening. When her guard slipped, he exploded into action, swinging a brutal right hook that connected squarely with her jaw. The force drove Suawanda across the ground, her body skidding and tumbling before it finally came to rest. She lay on her back, groaning, a dark stain spreading on her lips as she spat blood. Her face was ashen, anger and humiliation flickering in her eyes. Luke steadied himself, breathing heavily, not quite sure if the blow had been as decisive as he'd hoped. But one thing was certain, neither of them would walk away unscarred. "Gunso claimed you'd be able to kill me in seconds," Suawanda taunted, voice ringing across the courtyard. "Yet more than 10 seconds have passed, and here I still stand. Honestly, I'm feeling a bit let down." With a furious roar, she lunged at Luke again, only to be effortlessly thrown aside as before. Meanwhile, Jessica squared off against Mrs. Gao. Relying on her exceptional strength and peak physical conditioning, she absorbed and countered the older woman's qigong strikes. Their battle swung back and forth in a blur of fists and energy pulses, each landing punishing blows on the other. On the opposite side, Danny faced Botu. The smaller man's mocking grin put Danny on edge. Botu clearly had no interest in a bare-knuckle fight. The moment Danny closed the distance, Botu drew his katana and met him with blistering skill. Danny felt the gap immediately. His iron fist techniques were formidable, but beyond that specialty his skills were only passable, and nowhere near the level of these qigong disciples who had honed their arts for centuries. Forced to acknowledge he was outmatched, Danny channeled the raw power of his iron fist into every strike. Yet even that mighty force wasn't enough to turn the tide quickly. He pressed on, knowing he'd have to outlast Botu if he wanted any hope of victory. Alexandra stood alone at the edge of the chamber, one of only 2 women among the Hand's 5 chieftains. By every right, a leader should be the strongest of the group. Yet Alexandra's body was failing her. Her vital organs on the brink of collapse had reduced her to the weakest of the 5. Frank cracked his neck, tightened his grip on his military dagger, and lunged. Even before awakening any transcendent talents, he'd been renowned as a soldier who could go toe-to-toe with Daredevil. Now, as an eighth sequence transcendent on the judge path, his strength, speed, and endurance had only grown, though Sequence 8 granted him no overt supernatural skills just yet. Across the dusty floor, Alexandra's qigong flared in response. Threads of focused energy twined around her limbs, each movement precise and deadly. Frank met her attacks head-on, blades clashing against invisible qi barriers. With each block and riposte, he felt her mastery of internal energy, and he began to push back, carving away her defenses bit by bit. The duel turned into a blur of steel and fist strikes, violent enough to shake the carved pillars that loomed overhead. Neither combatant granted quarter, and dust swirled like a storm around them. No one noticed, however, a small shape stirred in a dark corner where Frank had tossed his backpack. A razor-sharp claw scored the canvas, and from the shadows Abe slithered out, draping his serpentine body over the pack. The creature's scaled head lifted slowly, its molten gold eyes sweeping past the maelstrom of battle. Finally, Abe's gaze came to rest on the far wall, a vast slab of stone intricately carved with ancient runes. Hidden power seemed to hum within those sigils, and as the dragon's head fixed its stare upon them, it was clear that this fight might hinge on more than sheer strength alone. An overwhelming pulse of life energy seeped from the sealed door, igniting a ravenous hunger in Abe's chest. If he could draw in even a fraction of that force, his magical reserves would swell dramatically. Even if it fell short of triggering his next evolution, the boost would still be remarkable. Pushing that urge aside, he slipped silently from the pouch where he'd been concealed. Earlier, Abe had slipped into a form-fitting nightgown to hide his pale scales beneath the dark fabric. In the cavern's dim light, he was nearly invisible to all but the most attentive eye. Then, with a sudden surge of speed, his draconic form blurred into a shadow as he streaked toward the arcane seal carved into the rock wall. The ancient runes flared to life as he approached, but proved powerless to stop him. Unimpeded, he passed straight through the barrier into the hidden chamber beyond. Inside stood the colossal skeleton of a long-dead dragon. Abe's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He unfurled his wings and lifted into the air. This was a feast worthy of a gluttonous holy dragon. Wisps of emerald energy drifted from the ancient bones and streamed into his waiting form. Abe closed his eyes, letting the warm surge of power wash over him like a revitalizing bath, as his magic reserves climbed ever higher. As the infusion drew on, the faint green glow along the dragonbone's surface began to ebb. The last vestiges of the Holy Spirit vanished, their ethereal essence collapsing into nothing more than cold, lifeless bones stripped of all magical power. Beyond the chamber's sealed door, the two rival organizations, locked in their own brutal struggle, fell suddenly silent, their attention irresistibly drawn to the blood-red runes that now pulsed across the seal. Inside, Alexandra's eyes blazed with fury. "What's going on here?" she snapped. These dragon bones were her lifeline. Any mishap was unacceptable. Matt's forehead creased into a frown as he glared at the stick old man. "Was this your doing?" "Don't be absurd," the old man sputtered, bristling. "The Gentian Society has no part in whatever this is." Frank watched their exchange with a shadow of amusement flickering in his eyes. He might have guessed the truth, but he said nothing. Then, in a single fluid motion, he lunged forward, exploiting Alexandra's momentary distraction. In his hand gleamed a wicked dagger, and before anyone could react, he slashed across her throat. No matter how many times the hand in society could defy death itself, a severed head offered no second chance. In that instant, Alexandra's instincts screamed a desperate warning, but it was almost too late. A hush fell over the chamber as the red runes on the seal blazed brighter than ever. Sparks of energy crackled in the air, and the two outside factions pressed themselves against the walls, wide-eyed with shock. Inside, Alexandra staggered back, crimson staining her lips. The world spun, but her will, iron-willed and unbroken, raged on. Frank's grin was cold, triumphant. "Goodbye, Alexandra," he whispered. His blade gleamed for another strike. But even at death's edge, Alexandra refused to yield. Gathering the last embers of her strength, she lunged into a desperate counterattack, her own dagger striking out with lethal precision. The chamber erupted in chaos. Red runes flared, green energy sputtered, and the fate of friend and foe alike teetered on the knife's edge. Alexandra's heart lurched as the silver blade descended, Instinctively, she threw up her arm to block it and grabbed Frank Murakami's wrist in the same motion. He yanked his hand free, and the dagger slipped through her guard. With astonishing speed, Frank caught it by the hilt in his offhand and drove the tip into Alexandra's side. "Ah!" Alexandra cried, pain and panic choking her voice. Summoning the last of her strength, she rammed her shoulder into Frank's chest. He stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby ninja of the Hand Society, and killed him with a single, brutal twist of his blade. Blood spattered the ground where the two men collapsed. Frank looked back at Alexandra, an unreadable glint in his eye, but she was already sagging to her knees, crimson staining her tunic. "Master Kane!" Alexandra gasped, breath coming in ragged sobs. "The seal's gone haywire. We have to pull back now, before the dragon bone tears itself apart." Master Kane, a lean, weathered figure clutching a wickedly curved knife, stepped between them and pressed the blade's tip against Frank's throat. "Retreat?" he repeated, dark laughter in his voice. "No, this is our moment to crush both the Hand and the Society. Let them flee now, and we'll spend the rest of our lives chasing regrets." Alexandra glared at him in disbelief, fury and fear warring in her eyes. "You're insane. The artifact could blow up at any second, and you'd risk all our lives for your vendetta?" A cold smile twisted Master Kane's lips. "Our orders from the Zhenchun Society are clear. Eradicate those two factions. Everything else is secondary." He planted his knife's hilt against his palm and glanced at Frank. "Do we advance, or do we die here?" Blood gurgled in Alexandra's throat as she fought to stay conscious. Around them, the ruined courtyard trembled, an ominous warning that the real danger hadn't even begun. "As for the remains of the Holy Spirit, as long as they don't fall into the hands of the Hand or the Society, I can live with it." "Iron Fist," Alexandra called, frustration creeping into her voice as she shifted her gaze helplessly. "Do you even realize what you're seeing? The bone locked inside that seal. It's from Shoulau's own clan." Danny paused, uncertainty flickering across his face. Before he could answer, the old man with the staff leaned in and reminded him, "Remember your mission. The object itself matters less than the fact that the seal must never be broken." "I understand," Danny replied, straightening his shoulders. "I won't help them open it." "Then fight," Alexandra snapped. "Use your hidden arts and secure that seal, now." At her command, all the ninjas of both the Hand and the Society abandoned their current opponents and fell back into formation. They produced bizarre talismans from their belts and began chanting under their breath, tending to the seal as though it were a flickering flame. Jessica glanced at them, alarmed. "What are they doing over there?" "I don't know," Frank admitted, eyes narrowing. Then inspiration struck. "But we can't let them succeed. Everyone, follow my lead." In an instant, the wiry old man with the staff bellowed, "Charge!" The warriors of the Zhenchun Society surged forward as one, swords raised and glinting. They raced across the courtyard to intercept their foes, determined to keep the dragon bone sealed at any cost. As soon as our team closed in, they were driven back by a wave of Hand and Society ninjas. The old man leaning on his staff froze in surprise. He could sense, though he couldn't see, their strength had increased dramatically. It made no sense. One by one, the ninjas' pupils went pitch black. A sinister, writhing aura crept along their limbs as they unleashed bestial roars that echoed through the chamber. "This," Alexandra said with unmistakable pride, "is the power of the primal demon beast. Only a handful ever master it, and the cost is steep. You trade away decades of your own life." The old man's eyes widened. "I didn't expect you to fall so far." "Fall?" Alexandra laughed, a cold, joyless sound. "I wouldn't call it a fall. He showed us how to harness dragon bones, granted us immortal vigor and uncanny strength. All he asks in return is our faith, our worship, and our sacrifices." "Sacrifices?" Matt's voice shook. "You mean like Erica?" Alexandra's smile turned sharp. "Exactly. Erica's the perfect tribute to our dark benefactor. She's clever, still useful, at least until this war is over." She lifted her hand. "Finish them." "Including Iron Fist?" Murakami ventured, hesitation heavy in his tone. With him inside, the seal's power was draining fast. It was already no more formidable than a thick brick wall. Even without Iron Fist's chi, they could tunnel through it given enough time. "I understand." At Danny's signal, Hand and Society ninjas surged forward without a second thought, clashing steel first against the Shinchun Society's ranks. The moment their blades met, the Shinchun fighters buckled under the onslaught. These allied ninjas fought like avenging phantoms, impervious to pain, roaring battle cries with each slash. Even when a sword cleaved into chest plating, they pressed on, blade swinging and shout-driven. Within minutes, the Shinchun lines fractured, and their numbers plummeted. With their opponents routed, the Hand and Society warriors split off to reinforce their leaders. Matt Murdock, Danny Rand, and Luke Cage suddenly found themselves on the back foot. "Heads up," Danny warned, slamming his fist into the concrete. The shockwave sent 3 ninjas flying across the courtyard, but before he could press the advantage, a shadowy assailant named Bodu darted in, knife drawn, forcing Danny onto the defensive. Luke P. roved the most vulnerable of the 3. Surrounded by nimble Shinchun operatives, his broad frame made him an obvious target. They weaved under his arms and hammered precise strikes into his ribs, leaving Luke struggling to find an opening. Despite their newfound speed and strength, the alienated ninjas had no abilities beyond raw power, and their blades still shattered against his copper-like skin and iron-hard bones. Matt found himself trading blows with several of them, while also fending off Sawanda's relentless attacks, and all the while steering just enough energy to protect Jessica from the fray. For a moment, it seemed he might be overwhelmed, until Erica slipped in from behind. With a swift, merciless arc of her knife, she cut down the 6 ninjas who had Matt pinned in on all sides. They hit the ground in a cascade of motionless bodies before Matt could even register relief. "Erica," he gasped, muscles uncoiling as he broke free. A grin of pure relief lit his face, and he shook his head at himself. "I knew you'd come through." Erica leaned casually on her blade, eyes scanning the field as if she'd only paused for a breath. "I swear I've killed more people today than I have fingers to count them," she shrugged. Matt clicked his tongue in amusement, then slipped into position back-to-back with her. Together they repelled the fresh wave of ninjas slashing toward them. "Well, I'm impressed. When did you get your memories back?" Erica's grip on the knife tightened for a heartbeat. Then she exhaled, her voice low but steady. "Right after I saw you in that building. And thanks, Matt, for not giving up on me." He offered her a half-smile through the chaos erupting around them. "Always." Alexandra's breath came in ragged gasps. "That old bastard Stick Sao wanted me dead." "It's not surprising," Matt replied darkly. "You slaughtered half the Shinchun Society." "Hey, Kong, you betrayed me," Alexandra spat, her eyes wide with desperation. Exhaustion dragged her down, and she collapsed at the edge of the battlefield. From there, she watched Erica and Matt fighting back-to-back, their blades cutting swaths through the enemy. "This only proves how dangerous it is to resurrect the dead," she muttered. "I refuse to be someone's next sacrifice." In a quiet side chamber, Aaron examined his hands, now etched with faint shifting runes. He stared into the polished obsidian mirror before him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The so-called Prime Demon," he said aloud. "A grand title. Has Her Highness Hela ever heard of him?" "Never," Hela replied from her throne, a contemptuous smile playing at her lips. "And from what I've seen, he's surprisingly weak." Aaron arched an eyebrow. "Why do you think that?" Hela waved a dismissive hand. "The powers he grants mortals are pitiful compared to even the simplest undead soldier I can raise on a whim. His gifts actually drain life instead of strengthening it, and his hold over mortal wills is almost non-existent. He sounds like a fragile, fledgling demon god, not a figure worth our worry." Hela watched the dying embers of the souls she'd just harvested flicker and fade. "Using this method to siphon mortal life," she said, "doesn't yield as much power as my 2 less fortunate brothers manage." "Your 2 unlucky brothers?" Aaron asked, raising an eyebrow. "Thor certainly seems stronger than Loki." Hela shrugged, her dark eyes cool and unbothered by his question. "Strength isn't the point," she replied. "It all comes down to one sword." Chapter 865, General Ika's Warrior Group. The Hand and the Society are merely names? "We can't keep this up," the old warrior with the wooden staff admitted, blocking Murakami's strike with a crack of splintering wood. His face was lined with exhaustion. "They outnumber us, and their fighters are inhumanly strong. The longer we stay, the fewer of us will walk away." Frank ducked beneath a sweeping blade and spun to dispatch 2 ninjas who had been circling for an opening. I get that, he said, panting. But what do we do now? Murakami sheathed his sword slowly, gaze cold and composed. We can't stop them here. The Genshin society should have been wiped out years ago. This place is perfect for our graves, but only if we stay. The old man's knuckles whitened around his staff. My men are nearly spent. We need Shield's reinforcements, now. Murakami let out a short, harsh laugh. You're dreaming, old man. Shield barely has enough agents left to hold their own. If I sent just 2 of my ninjas after them, you'd lose what little cover you've got. They slipped away before, because I was tied up here, but not this time. You'd do better to tell them to run. Frank's eyes flicked between the 2 leaders. Running's not an option, he muttered. Then, with a decisive flourish, he drew the shuguang, his custom alchemical pistol, from his coat. He cocked the hammer. Then we fight our way out. Instantly, 3 thunderous cracks split the air. Bang, bang, bang! The alchemical rounds thundered from the barrel, ripping into the ranks of hand and society ninjas. A sinister black aura erupted from each wound, inky blood spilling across their uniforms. But instead of falling, the wounded simply slowed, as though those mortal strikes had no effect. Murakami folded his arms and laughed coldly. Useless, he declared. Once that secret technique takes hold, they become nothing more than obedient weapons. As long as their life flame still burns, they fight on at full strength. Then sever their heads, the old man with the staff shouted, fury in his eyes. That's the only way to kill them. Murakami's smile widened. Clever, but how many heads can you chop off before they overwhelm you? 10, 20, 30? You won't last long enough. And with every hand and society commander here tonight, we'll never give you the chance. Not if I have anything to say about it. Frank's voice was rock steady. He raised Shuguang's rifle and took careful aim at Murakami's chest. The supervillain's grin faltered. His pupils contracted, and he lunged backward just as the first shot slammed into the floor, sending splinters and sparks flying. Immediately, the surrounding ninjas surged forward, forming a living shield around their master. Bang! 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 After a staccato burst of gunfire, Shuguang's rifle clattered empty. Murakami had already fallen back more than 10 meters, pressing against the far wall for cover. What a waste of bullets, muttered the old man with the cane, shaking his head. Frank crouched low, heart pounding. Just give me a few seconds, he whispered, breath ragged. I have an idea, though I'd rather not do it. He closed his eyes and, in a voice no one else could hear, began to chant, Aaron, god of contract, ancient inheritor, creator of souls, lord of shadows. A faint ripple ran across the cracked mirror mounted on the warehouse wall. The glass glowed, then shattered inward, unveiling a tall, lithe figure draped in shifting darkness. Looking for me? The newcomer's voice was smooth, almost amused. Frank's eyes shot open. Aaron? He pressed one hand against the rough concrete floor. Thank God! Things have gone to hell out here. Aaron's gaze swept over the battered room, taking in the scattered crates, the shell casings, Shuguang's empty rifle. He raised an eyebrow. I see. You're in a tight spot. We're outnumbered and outgunned, Frank admitted. We need your power. A slow smile curved Aaron's lips. You already bear the mark. I elevated you to an extraordinary of the judge's path. That gift alone could turn the tide for you. Frank shook his head, desperation flickering in his eyes. Then show me how to win this fight. Aaron folded his arms, considering. I can lend you an army, shadows bound to your will. There is, however, one condition. Frank's pulse spiked. Name it. There is one life you must claim, Alexandra. Frank's breath caught. Alexandra, leader of the Hand in Society, enemy to both sides. He met Aaron's unblinking stare. Done, he said quietly. The air crackled. The mirror's broken surface convulsed and then stilled. In that instant, their pact was sealed, and Frank felt dark forces begin to gather at his command. Aaron snapped his fingers, and in an instant a blue demon mask materialized in his palm, only to vanish the next moment. At the same time, Frank stilled, reached into his pocket, and drew out the Ika mask. Without hesitation, he pressed it against his face and let the darkness within him rise to the surface. Memories of his family's brutal murder flooded his mind, unleashing a wave of rage, hatred, and revulsion. All around the battlefield, inky shadows writhed at the edges of vision. From within those black shapes, pairs of glowing red eyes stared out. One by one, armored figures stepped forward, warriors cloaked in shadow, their blades at the ready. Click, click, click. The soft but chilling sound of weapons being drawn echoed across the field, sending a shiver through every onlooker. Luke's eyes went wide. "What the hell is this?" he cried. He turned to the old veteran beside him. "Stick, old man. Does the Hand or the Society really have its own ninja army?" "Can you describe it in detail?" Alexandra's voice trembled with urgency. Danny swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the darkened corridor behind them. It emerged from the shadows, a single glowing red eye under heavy rune-inscribed armor. I know it wasn't human. The stick old man's heart pounded in his chest. "By all the old codes, Alexandra, the Hand and the Society have gone further than I imagined." Alexandra's fists clenched at her sides. "What are you talking about? We were relying on the true pure society to finish off our enemies, bury them here, and seize the dragon bones. That would secure our power for centuries to come." He shook his head, lips pressed into a thin line. "No, this wasn't their doing. Another force has just stepped onto the board, and it's certainly not friendly." Before anyone could react, Frank stepped forward, his voice a cold blade. "Kill them." "Frank, wait! Aren't we jumping the gun?" Jessica protested, but her warning came too late. In a blur of motion, the shadow warriors at their backs drew samurai swords from their waists. The blades sang as they sliced through the still air, and in the next heartbeat they were rushing headlong into the ranks of the Hand and Society's ninjas. Steel clashed with steel, sparks flew, and the air filled with the sounds of battle. The corridor, their carefully laid trap, erupted into chaos as this unexpected third faction made their presence known. Under the flickering torchlight, ancient rivalries were about to be shattered by an even older, darker power, one no one had foreseen. The air trembled as a new force crashed into the fray. Dozens of scarlet-clad warriors, their faces hidden behind eerie blue ghost masks. They moved with inhuman precision, no flicker of fear, no hint of pain, yet each strike carried bone-crushing power. Even the Hands and the Society's ninjas, masters of forbidden techniques, were swept aside within seconds. In an instant, the battle flipped on its head. Jessica stared, slack-jawed, as the masked fighters battered the enemy relentlessly, their only focus on the Hand and the Society. She swallowed hard, then let out a shaky laugh. "Are those your reinforcements?" "Yes," Frank replied, his voice rougher than before. Relief flooded Jessica. "Thank goodness. If you'd had these warriors on your side earlier, we might have—" Frank cut her off with a slow turn. Under the hood, the pale glow of his blue ghost mask revealed cold, unblinking eyes. "There's a price to pay for calling in this force," he said softly. A collective breath caught in their throats as they realized this army's aid came at a cost none of them fully understood. "Is this the price?" Danny exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you human or a ghost now?" "Better this than all of us dying here together," Alexandra replied, her voice hollow. "No, I mean, can you go back to normal?" Danny pressed. "In theory, yes," Alexandra said wearily, "but you'd have to kill someone." Matt's lips curled into a grim half-smile. "That choice is hers," he added, nodding toward an unseen figure. "All right, everyone, time to fight back." No sooner had he spoken than battle erupted anew. The Hand and Society ninjas surged forward, only to be met by Alexandra's summoned shadow warriors. Still, the odds were turning against Alexandra, Mrs. Gao, Murakami, Botu, and Sawanda. With Stickman and Erica joining the fray, it was now 7 defenders against 5 assailants. A desperate stand. Amid the chaos, Alexandra battled fiercely, striking at the dark phantoms that had sprung from her will. But before she could regain her footing, Frank vaulted into the air and delivered a crushing flying kick that sent her sprawling. As she struggled to rise, Frank strode over, grasped her throat with one powerful hand, and hoisted her clear off the ground. Gasping for breath, blood trickling at her lips, Alexandra locked eyes with him. "What kind of black magic is this?" she managed, terror flickering in her centuries-old eyes. She had witnessed horrors across 100 lifetimes, but never an evil force capable of conjuring warriors from the shadows. Frank's transformation into an evil spirit had multiplied her strength several-fold. Alexandra didn't stand a chance. Frank grinned, rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. "I was just wearing a mask." "A mask?" Alexandra breathed, but before the question even left her lips, Frank's hands snapped around her neck. In a single brutal motion, she broke Alexandra's spine and tossed the body aside like refuse. With her master's orders fulfilled, Frank paused only to survey the rest of the battlefield. Stripped of their ninja allies, the old warrior wielding the club and Murakami were locked in a fierce duel. But the elder's twin swords held Murakami's staff in check, and every strike left fresh scars across his arms and torso. Luke was in the clearest advantage, pressing Sawanda so relentlessly that at some point he'd smashed the warlord's nose. Blood spurted freely, turning Sawanda's face a grotesque crimson, one arm drooping uselessly at his side. He was barely hanging on. And then there was Mrs. Gao, hardly a concern. Jessica and Erica had fallen in beside each other, two determined young women flanking the seasoned Qigong master. Even with decades of training in bare-handed techniques and the Iron Club, Mrs. Gao simply couldn't match their speed and coordination. Frank tucked her swords away and stepped forward, the faint echo of Alexandra's broken bones still lingering in the air. The real fight was only just beginning. She was quickly gravely wounded, forced to fight simply to stay on her feet and keep retreating. At that moment, Matt's compassion flared to life. Twirling the short staff in his hand, he dashed in to shepherd the last survivors of the True Pure Club out of harm's way. Across the rubble-strewn courtyard, Danny Rand faced off against Botu. The gambler moved with cat-like grace, blade flashing in each hand, and though Danny's golden fist had put him briefly on the defensive, Botu's only wounds were the faint dust marks on his jacket. Frank stood back, lips curling in disdain. "Pathetic," he muttered. Then, with a sudden surge, he lunged at Botu. In one clean, devastating punch to the chest, he sent the gambler sprawling. A fountain of blood spurted from Botu's mouth as he crumpled to the ground. Before Botu could stagger upright, Frank strode forward and planted a boot on his chest. He shifted his weight, pressing down with slow, merciless foray. Say! Botu's eyes burst red as agony stole his breath. A strangled groan tore from his throat. Danny took a step forward, unease in his voice. "This is too cruel." Botu, gasping for air, forced out a plea between spasms of pain. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I'm not like them. None of those I've killed were innocent." Frank ignored the gambler's desperate cries and drove his boot into the man's chest. Bright red blood spurted, soaking Frank's coat. The gambler's plea cut off in a horrible gurgle. Danny's face went pale. "Frank, this isn't right," he said, his voice shaking. "We can't stoop to torturing him." Frank looked down at the blood. A slow, eerie smile spread across his face. "Oh, Danny, I almost thought you'd become a saint. Don't forget why we're here. Avenge your parents' murder." Danny clenched his fists. There was no need for this. If you wanted to kill him, you could have done it cleanly. "True enough," Frank nodded, stepping back. At once the shadows behind him deepened, taking on a crimson glow. From that scarlet-tinged darkness slid a figure, tall, silent, and cloaked in shadow. It knelt on one knee, holding out a samurai sword, blade gleaming under the dim light. Frank grasped the hilt. With a single precise backhand stroke, he swept the blade across the gambler's neck. The head and body separated cleanly, the corpse collapsed without a twitch. Frank wiped the sword on his sleeve. "There," he said softly. "No chance he ever comes back." Danny stared, horrified. Frank turned his cold gaze on the three remaining leaders of the Hand and the Society. Their faces drained of color. Only Suawanda dared meet his eyes. Her torn robes and bruised limbs spoke of Luke's merciless beating. Despair lay heavy in her expression. Frank's voice dropped to a whisper. "Next." Frank's brief interference had already sealed Murakami's fate. Had he pushed any further, Murakami wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds. Mrs. Gao watched, stunned. Could the centuries-old Hand Society really be coming to an end today? A low growl rumbled from Frank's chest as he strode forward, his katana's edge carving glowing red sparks into the stone floor. Murakami froze for an instant, then his hands began to flail in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Gunsu struck. One blade knocked Murakami's weapon aside, while the other swung in a clean arc, severing his arm. Murakami's scream echoed off the walls, a desperate wail of agony. But before he could even register the pain, Frank stepped directly between him and safety. Pale and unmoving as a marble statue, Frank loomed over the crippled thug. Murakami's voice cracked as he tried to bargain. "Wait, please, I surrender. It was Alexandra's doing. She's the real leader of the Hand Association. I'm just her muscle." Silence swallowed his plea. In one fluid motion, Frank swept his blade in a single, merciless cut. Murakami's head rolled across the floor, coming to rest beside his twitching one-armed corpse. For a heartbeat, the body spasmed as if refusing to believe its own end. Frank straightened, voice cold and measured. The third one. Mrs. Gao's knees buckled. Could this really be the final chapter of the Hand Society's dark history? Gao should have been finished. Erica's sword had pierced her heart, and Jessica's fist had driven her to the ground. She lay there utterly still. "Number 4, Frank said in an even tone. Then for a moment his cold eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light, and Mrs. Gao's form began to blur, turning translucent before vanishing entirely. "How is that possible?" Jessica murmured, staring at the empty air. "She must have had a failsafe," Erica replied, her voice firm. "That Gao from the Showa Association is known for her cunning and her thirst for self-preservation. It wouldn't surprise me if she'd hidden a resurrection elixir, or several, just in case." "So, she let you stab her on purpose?" Jessica's brow shot up. "If I'd known that, I'd have cut off her head." Erica sighed. "She's the only one who knows where those resurrection Sufor plies are stashed. We won't find her again anytime soon." "Never mind," Jessica growled, turning toward the remaining fighters. "Retreat, now. Those last ninjas are on their last legs. If we take down the final adversary here, both the Hand and the Union will collapse entirely." Boom! With a single thunderous punch from Luke, Suwanda slammed into the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed outward beneath him, and the battlefield fell eerily silent. He lay utterly spent, every ounce of strength gone. His blood soaked the ground, and only the shallow rise and fall of his chest betrayed the fact that he still lived. "Well done," the man with the staff said, stepping forward. He pressed the blade of his knife against Suawanda's throat. "Our hand-to-hand bout is finished." Suwanda coughed up a mouthful of blood and forced a rasping laugh. He managed a twisted grin. "So you think you've won?" he wheezed. "Alexandra may lead the Hand Peace Conference today, but who can say who stood at its head centuries ago? Gao's corruption has made her a servant of darkness. As long as she draws breath, neither the Hand nor the Association will fall, and all the legions we've spent years forging will serve under her command. Do you understand what that means? The Hand and the Society will no longer be a fractured alliance. The Genshin Society is about to face a far more powerful foe." Chapter 866, Alexandra is Not Dead Yet, The Dragon Beside Shou Lao, Part 1. A soft thud and the slender figure effortlessly severed Suwanda's head. As blood gushed from her neck, he sheathed his blade with visible disdain. "What a dull final word," he scoffed. Frank's face grew serious. "Still, she made a point. We helped Mrs. Gao silence the dissenting voices at that meeting." Luke leaned back, unconcerned. "Troublemakers always surface, but I doubt the Show Association will pull off anything major in the short term. As for Mrs. Gao, I'll handle her when the time is right." Just then, Matt appeared, flanked by the only 2 surviving Shinjukai ninjas. "It's all done," he reported. Gunsu's eyes narrowed. "No survivors?" Matt let out a weary sigh. There was no chance for mercy. The side effects of the Shohei Association's secret technique are so severe that even if they'd lived through the fight, they wouldn't last a few hours. Gunsu allowed himself a rare smile. "That's what I wanted to hear." Heihui lay against the rubble, clutching his hand. 4 of his 5 fingers were shattered, by far the worst injury he'd suffered in centuries. Matt knelt beside him, wiping grit and sweat from his brow. "It's over," Matt said quietly. "What do we do with this place now?" Frank surveyed the ruined chamber. "Call in a shield," he replied. "They specialize in this sort of cleanup and won't drag us into the report." "That works." Matt exhaled, relieved, until a new thought struck him. "With Alexandra dead and every ninja from the Hand and the Association taken out, you're free of all ties, right? You can ditch the mask now?" Frank's hand hovered at his jaw. He flexed his fingers as if he might peel the mask away, but he recoiled, pain radiating through his cheek. "Not yet," he said with a grunt. "Feels like I'd be tearing my own skin off." "Fair enough." Matt stood up and started toward the cavern's entrance. "Let's get out of." Before he could finish, the sealed wall behind them erupted in a thunderous blast. Stone shards flew, and a gaping hole opened where the seal had held. From the breach surged a molten red-gold light, flooding the cave in an uncanny glow. Danny's protest died in his throat. I didn't do this. Of course not you, you blundering iron fist. Alexandra sneered. Every head snapped toward her voice, and there she was, the woman who was supposed to be dead, standing before the shattered seal. Her eyes were empty voids, and in her hands she cradled a bazooka that oozed green smoke. Frank's eyes narrowed. A secret technique? When I snapped your neck, you must have used the Hei method to survive. Alexandra's lips curved into a triumphant smile. Too late to wonder about that now. I've already broken the seal. My instinct was right. The barrier weakened for reasons unknown, but the keel remains intact. The cost was high, but reclaiming that keel makes every price worth it. Alexandra, you're more ruthless than I ever imagined, Stickman muttered, shaking his head. Silence, Alexandra snapped. No one can stop me from achieving immortality. Hang on, no one said you'd get away with this unopposed, Jessica interjected, waving her hand with a grin. You've got one, but we have 7. Chapter 7. Do you honestly believe the only gift this world bestowed upon us was the secret art of the beast that consumes our lifespan? Alexandra's lips curved into a knowing smile as she turned to Erica. I'll tell you why I intend to resurrect you. You are the perfect vessel for Haikong. This cavern's ley lines provide all the power he needs to return. You might resist now, but it won't matter. I can endure a bit of defiance. Besides, once you're no longer in the way, those dragon bones sealed here will be mine. No, stop her. Gunsu's voice cracked in panic. Don't let her complete the ritual. Alexandra laughed, cold and triumphant. Too late. She lifted the ancient seal high and began to chant in guttural, otherworldly syllables. Click, 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 with each word, elaborate runes flared across, ease her skin. The enchanted barrier behind her trembled, groaned, then exploded outward in a shower of dust and stones. As the wall collapsed, every eye in the chamber fell upon it, a colossal skeleton emerging from the earth. The skull alone was a masterpiece of ferocity, with jaws agape in a silent roar. Massive ribs curved like the hull of a ruined ship, and wing bones stretched skyward as if ready to take flight. Beyond what they could see, the rest of the dragon's gargantuan frame lay buried beneath centuries of rock and soil, waiting to be unearthed. Alexandra dropped the seal, her eyes shining. Behold the true power of Haikong, she whispered, and soon I will command it. Terror and awe rippled through the onlookers. The ritual had begun, and nothing would ever be the same. Light trickled through the keel, seeping into Alexandra's body as a translucent barrier snapped shut, sealing off the entrance. With a roar, Danny swung his iron fist into the shimmering wall. The barrier rippled beneath the blow, then smoothed itself out as though nothing had happened. It's no use, Alexandra said coolly, her posture regal and uncompromising. Not even your iron fists can breach this seal before the ritual is complete. A triumphant smile curved her lips as she felt her strength returning. Your death is imminent. Yet within seconds, her confident grin faltered. She blinked, confused, then stared behind her in mounting alarm. The vast heap of dragon bones that had bolstered her power seemed suddenly insufficient. What's wrong? Jessica whispered, frowning. Gunsu studied Alexandra carefully. Something's gone awry with the ceremony, he muttered. Alexandra's voice trembled. No, this can't be. It shouldn't happen like this. She ran a trembling hand through her hair. How is this possible? There should be more than enough energy. She stared again at the mountain of dragon remains. The bones rattled and shifted beneath her gaze, their promise of power failing her at the crucial moment. Not enough? Insufficient, Jessica echoed, eyes widening. Alexandra's face twisted in panic. Yes, not enough energy. Everyone exchanged confused glances, then turned to Gunsu, waiting for her to explain. She hesitated, eyes on the glowing glyphs etched into the dragon bone. It looks like there isn't enough energy in the bone to sustain the ritual. The elderly man leaning on a cane frowned. Insufficient power? That sounds like a good thing, so why isn't it? We'll worry about the why later, Jessica cut in, her gaze fixed on Alexandra thrashing inside the shimmering barrier. Right now, I want to know what's going to happen to her. Black Sky will be furious, someone muttered. These believers botched the ceremony. If nothing else goes wrong, Gunsu continued, Alexandra's mind will slowly unravel. By the end, she'll be a walking corpse, undoubtedly powerful but utterly devoid of her own will. Frank let out a derisive laugh. How fitting. She always did demand to be in control. Inside the barrier, Alexandra's eyes widened as she realized her fate. She lunged for the dragon bone, pressing her palms and then her face against its smooth surface, even biting at the edges in desperation. Nothing happened. The bone stayed cold, its magic dormant. With each passing second, her hope drained away. The artifact she'd once treasured as a source of immense power had become her death warrant. Alexandra's vision swam with pain and fury as the old man loomed over her, crooked staff tapping against the shattered stone. "Alexandra," he taunted, his voice rich with malice, "if you can't hold on much longer, just give up. For old time's sake, I'll even grant you the mercy of an honorable death." She spat out blood, grit her teeth, and met his smirk with defiance. "Shut up, you old bastard." Summoning every ounce of strength, she drove her fist into a massive dragon rib, pinning her to the ground. Bone splintered with a thunderous crack, and in that instant a blur of white shot down from overhead and thudded onto the earth beside her. Alexandra staggered back, heart pounding. "What?" The figure beneath the dust stirred, a yawn, a stretch, and then wide, blinking eyes. Abe, draped in the pale shimmer of dragon scales, he sat up as though waking from the best nap of his life. Overcome by the dragon's residual energy, he'd slipped into deep slumber, and only now, fully rested, had he roused himself. "Abe?" Alexandra gasped, disbelief softening her fatigue. "You're awake?" Abe shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs. "Did someone mention breakfast?" He gave a low, amused chuckle. The old man's face twisted in disgust. "Your pet falls asleep on the battlefield? Pathetic." Alexandra offered him a fierce smile. "You're about to find out how dangerous pathetic can be." Before the old man could raise his staff, Abe stepped forward. With a roar that shook the air, he unleashed a pulse of draconic power, so intense it sent the man reeling. Far away, in the silent sanctum of Gaius's divination house, Hela leaned over her enchanted mirror, a goblet of half-drunk wine in hand. She peered into its smoky depths, watching the clash, the shattered rib, the tumble of dust, and finally the young dragon's nonchalant yawn. Puff, she choked on her wine, then burst into laughter. "Fascinating, simply fascinating. I rather like this little fellow." Aaron, poring over arcane charts nearby, slapped his forehead and groaned. After all these years, he'd never managed to tame Ab's knack for drawing attention, letting himself be discovered in such an undignified nap, of all things. "Great," he muttered. "Now everyone's seen him, and by extension, us. I'd better come up with a good cover story, and fast." Alexandra stared at the little cat before her, so familiar it sent a shock straight to her heart. Then she remembered Aaron's cryptic phone call. He must have siphoned the energy from the dragon bone. But how? She scoured her mind for answers. At this point, only the cat held the key. The notion seemed absurd, yet no other explanation fit. Was it you? No, maybe Gaius? But how could he have done it? Alexandra muttered under her breath. Before she could think twice, she reached out and grabbed the cat firmly by the scruff of its neck. A deep, furious growl erupted from the creature's throat. In a flash, its tiny paws sprouted claws as sharp as razors. Shock froze Alexandra in place. Suddenly, memories of her very first meeting with Shou Lao on Kunlun Peak flooded her senses, the same raw, ancient power she'd never felt again. Her face went deathly pale, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. What are you?" she gasped. "It can't be. There's no other living dragon on Earth besides the Lord of Longevity." Outside the barrier, the assembled onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. They saw Alexandra's terrified expression, then the harmless, wide-eyed cat in her grip, and their jaws dropped in unison. No one could believe their eyes. "Is she insane?" Jessica scowled at Abe. "He's Aaron's pet, cute, harmless. There's no way he's a dragon." Matt shook his head. "Yet he did emerge from the barrier. You can't deny that." The old man tapped his staff thoughtfully. "And if Abe had been following us, we'd have spotted him ages ago. Someone brought him here. But who?" A tense silence fell over the group. Then Frank slowly raised his hand. "I did." Danny's eyes widened. "You? Why on earth would you do that?" Frank's voice was quiet but steady. "Lord Gaius ordered me. He said that if our mission fails outright, Abe could still thwart the Hand's conspiracy. He also lent me this mask, but wearing it binds me to help kill Alexandra." Matt rubbed his chin. "So that's the truth." Alexandra let out a furious curse, slamming her fist on the table. "Damn him! He sends men after his own cousin. We failed to catch her, and now he's punishing me?" Jessica crossed her arms and snorted. Easy for you to say. Humph. Alexandra's lips curled into a savage grin. He never expected me to break the seal, she murmured, eyes flashing. I'm no match for Sholau, but this dragon, it's already stolen my bones. I'll just use its own. After all, I've never actually slain a dragon before. Alex, what do you think you're doing? Jessica demanded, horror in her voice. You're out of your mind. You wouldn't even spare Abe when he was still young. Now you intend to kill him? I couldn't care less, Alexandra said coldly. She drew in a deep breath, gathering her chi, and slapped out with a single brutal strike. Pah! Abe twisted instinctively, vaulting onto a nearby bone just as the blow landed. The massive bone cracked beneath a hideous palm-shaped fracture. Abe roared in fury, scales shimmering as he blurred into a white afterimage. He shot toward Alexandra like a living missile. Alexandra's eyes narrowed. She began the incantation of her forbidden ritual, and the sky above them darkened as if a shroud had fallen. Though her summoning was far from perfect, her power surged, her vision locked on Abe's flight path as he dove. Now, she shouted, slapping the air once more. A wave of invisible force erupted from her palm, brushing across Abe's skull. With a thunderous crack, it snapped through one of the giant dragon ribs scattered across the battlefield. Abe screeched, wings unfurling to arrest his descent. He hovered, battered but defiant, golden eyes blazing with wounded fury as he glared down at Alexandra. If the young dragon hadn't righted itself midair, Alexandra's crushing palm would have sent it flying. She sneered. Just as I thought. Nothing but a hatchling. I'll enjoy smashing what's left of you. Kill her, Frank said abruptly, and if your true identity comes to light, don't hesitate. Gaius told me to pass that on. Abe froze for a heartbeat, then a sly smile spread across his face as an idea took hold. Alexandra frowned in confusion just as a radiant aura, shimmering in blue and white, enveloped him. His body swelled, muscles bulging under gleaming scales, until in an instant he'd grown to the size of a fully grown dragon skeleton. Danny could only stare, mouth agape. What? He'd seen Sholau, of course, but this was only the second living dragon he'd ever laid eyes on, and it was clearly under someone's command. Had dragons really become so commonplace? Oh my God! Jessica gasped, fumbling for her phone. I have to show Tracy this, or she'll think I've gone insane. Aside from Matt and Gunso, who were both blind, everyone stood frozen. A living dragon was a far more awe-inspiring sight than any pile of bones. In an instant, Frank lunged forward, wrenched the phone from Jessica's hand, and ground it beneath his boot. Hey, what are you doing? Jessica cried. It's too dangerous to let Abe's existence get out, Frank replied, his voice low and tense. If word of a living dragon spreads, we'll all be in deep trouble. Jessica stared at him, speechless. As a private detective, she knew he wasn't joking, yet she couldn't help herself. I just deleted the photos, she protested. This was a brand new phone you just crushed. Frank's shoulders trembled. Sorry, he muttered. I can't keep my emotions in check right now. Alexandra pressed her back against the cavern wall, swallowing hard. She'd actually asked for dragon bones. Stupid, suicidal. Great dragon, she said, voice barely above a whisper. I was only kidding. Abe tilted his immense head, nostrils flaring. Then, with a thunderous roar, he exhaled a torrent of red-hot flames straight at her. Alexandra barely had a moment to react before the searing flames engulfed her, reducing her instantly to nothing more than drifting ashes. No trace of her remained. Chapter 867. Sincerity is the Ultimate Weapon, Mythical Creatures and Phantom Masks, Part 1. Agent Phil Coulson stared at the live surveillance feed on his tablet, his eyes widening as he fought to steady his racing thoughts. He'd seen the Hulk's raw fury and Thor's thunderous strikes, and he'd weathered the Battle of New York, but nothing in S.H.I.E.L.D. archives prepared him for this. He needed to alert Aaron at once. Who else in the world could possibly keep a dragon as a pet? And that mask on Frank's face, capable of summoning an army of spectral warriors, it defied anything a serious alchemist might conjure. It reeked of a far more dangerous power. Sir, Agent Peggy Carter announced as she entered the command center. All the wounded have been airlifted to the infirmary. The Hydra operatives who slipped back with you, they've already been dealt with. Coulson powered down the tablet and let out a low, controlled sigh. He turned to Carter. Excellent work. No loose ends? She met his gaze calmly. I can guarantee it. They were pure Hydra, no allies, no civilians. All accounted for. He nodded, relief and concern warring on his features. Good. Now get me Aaron on comms. Fast. I killed them with my own hands and with my own weapons. Agent Coulson's gaze never wavered. Any questions? Sharon Carter paused a moment, gathering her thoughts. S-Shield, really? Yes, Coulson interrupted gently. Nick Fury's already deep into his investigation of Hydra spies inside S-Shield. We've managed to identify a handful of high-level operatives, but it's not yet time to strike. We still don't know how extensive their operations run. That's why Fury sent you to help me. You're beyond suspicion, which means you can see the truth with your own eyes. Then you'll report back to your Aunt Peggy Carter and let her prepare for whatever comes next. He leaned forward, voice low. We all know Agent Page's health is deteriorating, but she's the last surviving veteran capable of holding us together once civil strife breaks out. Without her, we're in trouble. Sharon straightened, determination in her eyes. Understood, sir. Coulson tapped his comm device. Fury has also assigned me to perimeter security and crowd control at the rival peace conference. Plus, he wants me to meet with Dr. Gaius and commission a batch of universal potions for Page's recovery. He paused, then offered Sharon a wry smile. I'm telling you, he's about to deliver a serious blow to S-Shield, for all the right reasons. Sharon nodded, steeling herself. Very well. I'll go brief the other heroes. With that, she turned and strode out of the briefing room, ready to face the storm that Fury had set in motion. S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to need every hand it can get down the road, Coulson said, eyes fixed on the holographic display. With all due respect, Director, I don't think any of them will sign up for S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon Carter replied, arms crossed. Coulson shook his head, almost amazed. Of course they won't. Most of these people have lives, families. They can't just drop everything to become agents. But that doesn't mean we can't be allies. They all have a strong moral compass. When the chips are down, they'll help us. Sharon considered that for a moment, then nodded. Without another word, she turned and left the control center. Matt and Gunso stepped out of the Midtown Circle building into the cool evening air. Waiting on the sidewalk was Coulson, his expression warm. I knew you'd pull it off, he said. Gunso rubbed the back of his neck. I wouldn't call it a complete victory. We took out 4 of the hand's 5 fingers, but Madame Gao slipped away. I've got a bad feeling she's already plotting her next move. That's still impressive, Coulson said, hands on his hips. In my experience, the hand, or the club, aren't household names, but taking them down ranks right up there with our toughest international ops. You did good work. Matt glanced at Gunso, then back at Coulson. We're just getting started. Next time, we'll make sure she does. Nick, get away. Coulson nodded. I'll hold you to that. Coulson cleared his throat, folding his hands in front of him. I know you both lead busy lives, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Jessica Jones raised an eyebrow and leaned back in her chair. You're not trying to recruit us, are you? Her tone was amused but wary. I've known that sooner or later, all us vigilantes would get a pitch from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not interested in becoming a full-time operative. I've got cases to solve and lives to save on my own schedule. Luke Cage crossed his arms and gave an easy shrug. Same here. Plenty of people out there need protecting, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s got more heroes than it knows what to do with, right? Coulson offered them a small, inscrutable smile. Inside, he cursed. The roster was thin these days, but he kept his expression neutral. We do want to build relationships with capable superhumans. But rest assured, there's no obligation here. What I'm asking for is simply a way to stay in touch. If something like today's incident ever happens again, you could alert S.H.I.E.L.D. We'd deploy backup without tying you up or impeding your work. Our liaison team would coordinate directly with local authorities so you never run into red tape. He paused, letting that sink in. In return, S.H.I.E.L.D. might call on you if a situation arises that requires your particular expertise. Consider it an informal alliance. No strings attached, just mutual support when it's needed most. Jessica exchanged a glance with Luke. Neither looked impressed, yet neither dismissed the offer outright. Coulson gave them a pen and 2 sheets of paper, each headed with the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem. Just your contact info, that's all I'm asking. After a long beat, Jessica reached forward, picked up the pen, and began to write. Luke followed suit. Coulson folded the forms, slipped them into his jacket pocket, and nodded. "Thank you. That's all I needed." As they left the meeting room, Coulson allowed himself the briefest of exhalations. Whether they ever used those numbers, he couldn't be sure, but under the table or out in the open, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be ready. "But don't get me wrong," Agent Coulson continued. "I'm talking about a large-scale crisis, something like the Chitauri invasion, when S.H.I.E.L.D. brings together a scattered group of heroes to face the threat as a team, not go it alone." The room fell silent as Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Matt Murdock, and Danny Rand exchanged astonished glances. Coulson's frankness went beyond anything they'd expected, and his offer was difficult to refuse. Life as a vigilante was never easy, especially for Jessica and Luke, whose civilian identities were all but secret. A formal link with S.H.I.E.L.D. could smooth over a lot of red tape. "Now I see why you get on so well with the Avengers," Matt said with a knowing grin. "Sincerity really is a killer move." Coulson shrugged modestly. "I've wanted to be a hero since I was a kid, so I became an agent. I'm no Avenger, but I know what heroes need." Jessica lifted an eyebrow. "So, we're agreed?" "I'm in," she said after a moment, firm in her decision. Luke nodded in silent assent. "If all it takes is handing out a contact number, I don't see why not," Matt added. Danny cleared his throat. "Count me in too." "Mr. Rand, you don't have to," Coulson interrupted with a half-smile. He'd caught a glimpse of Danny's earnest dedication, which was admirable but not essential to this arrangement. "Just remember, if you ever find yourselves facing something bigger than you can handle, you've got one number to call." "Working with S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be the best idea," someone muttered. "It could easily hold him back." "Why's that?" Danny asked, intrigued. "Because you're the Iron Fist," Coulson replied, a hint of insincerity in his voice. "Kunlun spent a lifetime training you. You've got your own mission." Matt and Frank, Gunsu as they sometimes called him, heard nothing amiss in Coulson's explanation. Danny paused, considered the point, then simply nodded and let it go. Once they'd swapped phone numbers, Coulson turned to Frank, who still wore his trademark skull-emblazoned mask. "Frank, what's your status?" "Don't worry about me," Frank said, his voice low and gravelly. "I've got it handled." Coulson cleared his throat. "Actually, I'm heading to Gaius's place later, if you need a lift." Frank cocked his head, that familiar devil-may-care grin flickering across his face. "I don't mind." Relief washed over Coulson's expression. He briefed Danny and Matt on when and where their families would disembark, then led Frank outside. They climbed into Lola, the sleek red convertible that could sprout flamethrowers at a moment's notice, and lifted off from Midtown's Circle. As they soared through the city skyline, Frank settled little Abe, who dozed off again, into the passenger seat. He glanced at Coulson. "You're in the loop on all this, right?" "Of course," Coulson replied with a confident nod. "I'm an 8th-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. I've got eyes on everything." Frank's grin widened, the shadows of the city reflecting in his mask. Together, they sped toward Gaius's rendezvous point, each man lost in his own thoughts about the storm gathering on the horizon. Agent Coulson adjusted his collar. "I prefer not to take people out myself. It'd be a disservice to my professionalism." Frank's eyes narrowed. "You left something behind when you slipped away. Just a little handiwork from Fitz and Simmons, omnidirectional camera arrays. Cheap, hard to spot, and feeding me real-time intel." "How many people know about them?" Frank's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Right now, it's only me. Maybe Fury down the road, but that's it, no one else." Frank studied Coulson's face. "You'd better keep your word, Agent. Gaius has more secrets than anyone I've ever met. Dig too deep, and the fallout won't be pretty." "I knew he was secretive from the start," Coulson admitted, "but I didn't expect it to go this far. Who in their right mind raises a dragon?" Frank let out a soft exhale. "You haven't even come close to the truth." Silently, he warned himself. Best not interfere. "That's my advice, to you and to S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson offered a thin smile. "Appreciate the warning. I doubt Fury wants to cross the owner of a mythical beast." 10 minutes later, Lola pulled up in front of the quaint little building known as Gaius's Divination House. Coulson and Frank climbed out, ready to step into whatever mysteries lay beyond the threshold. Aaron sat in the captain's chair, his chin propped on folded hands, expression utterly blank, as if he'd been expecting them all along. Phil Coulson stood at the head of the table, arms crossed. "Aaron, we need to talk," he said flatly. "About your pet and about that mask Frank's been wearing." Aaron didn't even turn his head. "Hold that thought, Coulson. First, I want to hear from our famous Punisher." Frank Castle shifted uncomfortably and gently laid Abe, the baby dragon, on the scanning pad in front of him. Guilt flickered across his face. Aaron cut him off. "You let me down. I trusted you with General Ica's mask, yet you didn't do what I asked. It was an oversight. My fault." "Oversight?" Aaron sighed, exasperated. "Is that really all you've got? Because of your negligence, Abe had to show his face. Now half the world knows I've raised a dragon. Do you understand how much trouble that will bring me?" Frank bowed his head. "They won't say anything. I swear it." Aaron let out a harsh laugh. "You can't guarantee that. At the very least, Coulson here will mention it to Nick Fury." Coulson held up a hand. "I give you my word, Aaron. Director Fury will never hear a whisper. You know S.H.I.E.L.D.'s situation right now. Some things simply have to stay under wraps." Aaron's laugh rang hollow in the still conference room. "Ha!" He leaned back, still unreadable, as Coulson and Frank exchanged uneasy glances. The tension hung heavy in the air, the future of his secret dragon and his fragile alliances more uncertain than ever. Aaron threw back his head and ged. "Coulson, seriously, do you not know Nick Fury at all? You actually think he wouldn't use Abe's cover as an excuse to rope me into his little games? The man lives to squeeze every last drop of advantage from his intel." Coulson hesitated. He knew Aaron was right. There was no telling what Fury might do once he learned Abe's true identity. Fury would exploit it to the fullest, no doubt about it. "Cheh," Aaron snapped, curling his lip. "Your silence says it all. He absolutely would." Coulson drew in a steadying breath. "So, Agent Coulson," Aaron pressed, "are you really going to tell him who Abe is?" Coulson chose his words carefully. "Yes, I think we have no choice." Aaron's lips curved into a satisfied smirk. "Good, but don't go spilling without a warning. Make sure Fury understands that Abe's raw power, a full-grown dragon, is on a scale so beyond the Hulk's it might as well be in another league. He needs to know the stakes before he even thinks about poking the bear." Coulson nodded, relief and apprehension mingling in his gaze. Threats traded, assurances given, they both understood the precarious balance they were about to upset, and the impossible task of keeping Abe's existence from toppling the entire operation. "Let's cut to the chase, Frank. I want answers." Frank glanced up, wary. "I'm listening." "You gave me your word," Aaron said, his voice low but tense. "No matter what you do, that news doesn't get out. How do you plan to keep that promise?" Relief washed over Frank, but he couldn't hide his skepticism. "You don't actually expect me to kill someone, do you? I'm not that crazy." Aaron gave a humorless laugh. "Matt, Luke, Jessica, Danny, Erica, Stickman, none of them are especially important on their own, but each serves a purpose. If you can't guarantee their silence, my generosity ends." Frank's jaw tightened. He knew exactly what Aaron was implying. Failure meant Aaron would eliminate them himself, one way or another. Convincing Matt, Luke, Jessica, Erica, and Stickman to stay quiet would be straightforward enough, but Danny Rand? That would take real tact. Swallowing his doubts, Frank met Aaron's gaze. "I'll handle it." Aaron nodded once. "Good. And as for that mask you've been wearing," Frank swallowed, "how do I take it off?" "Patience," Aaron said, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "We'll talk about it soon." Agent Coulson leaned forward. "Let's start with how you're feeling. I have a feeling this'll interest me." Frank met his gaze and spoke in a low, steady voice. "It's incredible. There's this endless power coursing through me. I've never felt stronger." Coulson offered a faint, dry smile. "Could you be more specific?" Frank nodded. "Picture me as Captain America at his peak. On top of that, I command a regiment of soldiers who don't fear death." An eyebrow rose on Coulson's forehead. "Tell me more about this regiment." 50 warriors who move invisibly through darkness," Frank said. "Each one's as lethal as a Navy SEAL, and if any of them fall in battle, they can be summoned back a short while later." "So whoever wears this mask effectively controls an immortal army," Coulson mused, his tone serious. "But there must be a price. Your appearance has certainly grown more menacing." Frank gave a wry, self-conscious smile. "You're right. The mask is changing me, slowly drawing out the darkest parts of my nature. Bloodlust, cruelty, treachery. If I'm not careful, I'll become its slave, or worse, become the catalyst for the mask's rebirth. Snap, snap, snap. That's exactly right. Aaron's hands came together in a crisp clap. His voice turned serious. Every ghost mask harbors an evil spirit, and tapping into its power always carries a price. How fast you fall depends on your strength of will. Take Frank here. His resolve and sense of justice are rock solid. He'll resist corruption for about 10 days, maybe 11. But a hardened death row criminal? He'd be twisted by the mask in barely 3 days. Coulson's face went pale. Can the mask actually be removed? Of course, Aaron replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Otherwise, why would I lend it out? He strode to his desk, opened a drawer, and produced a small vial of glowing green liquid. Want to drink it straight from the bottle? Coulson raised an eyebrow. Who says potions are only for drinking? Here. He stretched out a hand. Aaron tilted the vial and let the emerald fluid pool into Coulson's open palm. Just a few drops, he murmured. As the cool liquid coated his skin, Coulson felt a faint tingle, like a promise, and a warning all at once. Coulson stared at his hands, which were now glowing an eerie green. He swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face. I think I actually know how to remove the mask. Then go ahead and try, Aaron said, sweeping his arm in invitation. He turned to Frank with a reassuring grin. Don't worry, the pain will only last a moment. Chapter 868, Do I Dare Give It to S-Shield? Suspicions about Grant Ward. Half. Ah! Frank Castle howled, staggering back with his hands pressed to his face. At last, the rigid shell concealing General Ika's features tore free and dropped into Coulson's outstretched palm. Coulson sucked in a breath, wincing. This stuff's impossible to remove. It's like peeling hardened taffy off the floor. Frank let out a pained chuckle. That's a good way to describe it. For a moment, it felt like someone slapped duct tape all over my face, then ripped it off in one brutal yank. Aaron, who insisted on being called by his given name here, picked up Ika's cracked mask and dropped it on the table with a casual flick. Take off the mask, he said to the dazed general. If nothing happens, you're free to go. Castle nodded once, a conflicted look in his eyes fading to resolve, and turned on his heel. Coulson watched him leave, his brow creased with unease. You've got the Punisher's respect, it seems. Aaron shrugged as he ran a finger along the mask's fractured edge. Help him track down every last person who slaughtered his family, he replied coolly, and he'll respect anyone. Agent Phil Coulson leaned against the lab's observation window, dismissing his unease with a firm nod. I know this is going to sound strange, even embarrassing, he admitted, but I need to trace Ob's origins and the history of that mask to assess whether they pose any real threat. Aaron reached down and gently scooped up the snoozing creature. Holding Abe in his arms, he smiled wryly. I figured this day would come sooner or later. Coulson blinked at the sight before him. Wait, a little guy? Are you serious? The only thing I've run into that's bigger is the Chitauri Leviathan ship, and that thing's part organic, part machine. Aaron gave a light, amused shrug. Size isn't everything. Abel is just 10 years old, practically a hatchling in dragon terms. Coulson's jaw dropped. 10 years old? From the surveillance footage, this hatchling must have stretched at least 50 meters from snout to tail. He swallowed hard, recalling everything he thought he knew about mythical beasts. Nothing prepared him for a dragon that size, barely a decade old. You're sure about that? I swear, Aaron said, smoothing the dragon's scaly forehead. He still has a lot of growing to do. Coulson exhaled, running a hand through his hair. All right, let's get to work. Identify Abe's lineage, track the mask's provenance, and figure out exactly what we're dealing with. With that, he headed for the door, determination replacing his earlier hesitation. No stone unturned. Aaron sat on the edge of the workbench, gently cradling the small dragon in his arms. Its scales shimmered with an iridescent glow, and every so often it let out a soft purr. Across the room, Coulson's eyes went wide. It's been following me since it was an egg, Aaron said without looking up. An egg? Coulson's voice caught on the word, and his posture stiffened. He strode closer, examining the creature with a mix of awe and disbelief. Where did you find this dragon egg? Was it alone, or part of a nest? Aaron offered a wry shrug. I wish it were part of a nest. Imagine finding an entire clutch of dragon eggs. That would shake the world. But no, I've never seen another. Abe here. He tapped the little dragon on the snout. He was a gift from my teacher. Coulson narrowed his eyes. A gift? From your teacher? You're telling me this is a dragon straight from a master's hand, and that it's the last holy dragon on Earth? That's what he said. Aaron's tone was flat, but his grip on Abe tightened protectively. I haven't got any proof beyond what my teacher told me, but he wouldn't lie about something like this. A last dragon, Coulson murmured, more to himself than to Aaron. He paced in a slow circle, studying the creature's delicate wings folded at its sides. Shouldn't it have parents, a mother, a father? If there were dragons here before, what happened to them? Aaron shrugged again, though his lips thinned with frustration. I don't know. All I know is that Eb came to me as an egg, and I've raised him ever since he hatched. For a moment, silence filled the workshop. The only sound was the dragon's contented rumble against Aaron's chest. Coulson ran a hand through his hair, his expression torn between skepticism and wonder. Finally, he exhaled and nodded, as if reaching a decision. All right, he said, stepping closer. Whether he's the last or just the first to resurface, we need to be careful. If word gets out there's a living dragon, he glanced at Abe, we'll have half the world knocking down your door. Aaron met his gaze and offered a faint, determined smile. Then we'll keep him safe, no matter what it takes. Aaron leaned back in his chair, a small, dragon-like creature perched on the edge of his desk. Don't let his appearance fool you, he said with a wry smile. Abe's intelligence rivals our own. He understands every word I say, and anyone else with ulterior motives simply can't dupe him. Agent Coulson glanced at the creature warily. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't exactly a secretive outfit, but it still feels like you're reading into things too much. We're hardly out to recruit a giant baby dragon, especially one that could sneeze you into next week if he wanted to. Aaron laughed softly. If Abe were just any hatchling, perhaps you'd have a point. But this isn't an ordinary dragon. It's a holy dragon, and it possesses powers no natural creature can match. For one thing, it can grow or shrink at will. Beyond that, though, well, that remains Abe's secret. He tapped his temple conspiratorially. All I can tell you is that a holy dragon is always stronger than its mundane counterparts. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Strong, sure, but what about that mask you've been guarding so jealously? Aaron produced a battered, iron-gray mask from a drawer, turning it over in his hands. Legend speaks of 10 ghost masks, each one bound to a distinct ghost general. Whoever dons one of these masks gains extraordinary physical prowess and the ability to summon the spirit army attached to that particular general. He lowered his voice. But tread carefully. Power like that always comes at a price. Aaron's voice turned grave as he leaned forward. Once you don the mask, he began, its darkness seeps into your heart, little by little, until it fully consumes your mind. You become nothing but a demon, and if you summon the ghost army, you only speed up that corruption. The rate may vary from mask to mask, but the outcome is the same. It's irreversible. Even the most virtuous soul, say, someone like Steve Rogers, wouldn't escape unscathed. Coulson's brow furrowed. So it's all poison in the end? Not quite. Aaron offered a half-smile. There is a way to remove the mask once it's on, but only if you have the right antidote. Is it the same potion we used earlier? Coulson asked, recalling the small vial that had freed their friend from the Ika mask. Aaron shrugged. Yes, and no. There are 10 ghost masks in existence, and each one demands its own specific cure. Coulson tapped his pen against a file, and until you use that cure, the mask's corruption is non-stop. Exactly, Aaron nodded. But if you administer the correct antidote in time, the wearer comes through without a scratch. You get all the benefits, the enhanced strength, the phantom army, without the permanent cost. Coulson's eyes gleamed. So far, we've only dealt with the Ika mask, the one that summons those dark warriors. Where are the other 9? And how do we break their hold once they're worn? Aaron studied him, that half-smile growing a fraction wider. You want to track them down? He asked. Well, that's a story all its own. The conference room was barely illuminated by the dull fluorescent lights overhead. A single, long table separated Agent Phil Coulson from Aaron. Coulson's fingers tapped nervously against a metal case resting between them. These masks are extremely dangerous, Coulson said, leaning forward. If they fall into the wrong hands... Please, see, Aaron interrupted, his voice flat with contempt. He fixed Coulson with a cold stare. Do you really think I need you to lecture me on that? Coulson's cheeks flushed. He forced a polite smile. I won't deny I've pondered the ghost mask's potential, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has no hidden agenda here. He trailed off as if realizing something mid-sentence. Aaron uncrossed his arms and leaned back, a mocking grin tugging at his lips. Well, he prodded. You keep talking about what S.H.I.E.L.D. can do. Why don't you just say it? Do you want the masks or not? Coulson cleared his throat. If you handed the masks over to S.H.I.E.L.D., we'd secure them, study their capabilities. Aaron shook his head. I'm more than willing to hand them over, but does S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to take them? He let the question hang in the stale air. Coulson's jaw worked as he met Aaron's gaze. S.H.I.E.L.D. was riddled with Hydra infiltrators. Confiscating the masks could be seen as abetting the enemy if they ever went missing. And there was no need for speculation. The moment anyone donned a ghost mask, its power was unmistakable. Finally, Coulson's voice dropped to a whisper. To be honest, you're not the only one carrying them. 6 of the 10 ghost masks are already in my possession. 6? Aaron's eyebrows shot up. Disbelief warred with curiosity in his eyes. You have 6 masks? Coulson nodded grimly. Yes, I've been safeguarding them, but the situation's become too risky. Hydra's claws are everywhere. If even one of those masks were to activate under the wrong person's control. Aaron leaned forward, his voice dangerously quiet. Then we both have something to lose. So tell me, Agent Coulson, what's your next move? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Agent Coulson demanded, his eyes narrowing. Aaron chuckled, leaning casually against the wall. Come off it, Coulson. I've been doing this for 20 years. Finding 6 ghost masks is hardly a stretch. Behind this panel are the Ika, Nigia, Lazo, Bart, Samo, and Rezu masks, all tucked away in a secret chamber. Coulson ran a hand through his hair. Don't act like it's nothing. You stashed something that dangerous right behind a simple wall? Isn't that a bit reckless? Without another word, Aaron gave a subtle nod. The wall slid open to reveal a hulking dragon, scales glinting in the pale light. With a thunderous scrape, it lifted one massive claw, flexing its razor-sharp talons toward Coulson. Wow, Coulson breathed. A dragon? You've got a dragon guarding your wall? Meet Abe, Aaron said proudly. Raising him's cost me a fortune, mostly on food. If he just sat around all day, I'd be broke by now. But he's not here for show. Abe stands watch over Gaius's treasure vault. That's a big responsibility, and anyone who can't defeat him. He let his words hang in the air. Coulson swallowed hard as the dragon rumbled low in its throat. Dies, he finished. Abe's eyes gleamed in the darkness, and Coulson realized Aaron wasn't exaggerating. This was no ordinary guard dog. This was a legend come to life, Aaron's ultimate sentinel. Aaron lifted the tarnished mask from the display case and turned it in his hands, the pale glow of the lanterns dancing across its surface. Anyone who's strong enough to beat Abe, he said quietly, has no reason to fear this ghost mask. Agent Phil Coulson offered a tight nod. He'd seen a lot in his years with S.H.I.E.L.D., but stepping into Aaron's vault, filled with artifacts and elixirs drawn from realms few agents even knew existed, felt safer than the compromised S.H.I.E.L.D. building he'd just left, crawling with Hydra operatives. Agent Coulson, is there anything else you need? Aaron asked, replacing the mask and dusting off his hands. Coulson straightened his jacket. There is one more thing. Director Fury wants another shipment of the universal elixir. Aaron raised an eyebrow. That's no problem, but it's been months since S.H.I.E.L.D. last ordered. Why the sudden request? Coulson took a steadying breath. Fury's gearing up to purge Hydra from inside our own ranks. He expects a schism, maybe even open conflict. When that happens, he wants someone with real influence to keep the peace. The corners of Aaron's mouth lifted in understanding. He extended 3 fingers. Then my fee is triple the normal rate. Coulson didn't blink. It's done. Do you still have any Phoenix Tears? Coulson asked, never taking his eyes off the rows of gleaming vials. Aaron shook his head. Phoenix Tears are far too valuable to sell. Coulson leaned in. What about 500 million? That's no small sum. The almighty potion alone costs a fortune. The Phoenix Tears would just be insurance. This isn't about money, Aaron replied coolly. All right, Coulson said, lowering his voice. 600 million. That's the absolute ceiling. If it doesn't work, then deal. Aaron didn't hesitate. He reached behind him, lifted a small glass vial from the shelf, and set it on the table between them. 600 million. I'll put 590 on my card. The remaining 10 million I want in cash. For a moment, Coulson stared at him. Didn't you just say it wasn't about money? Aaron shrugged, a wry smile playing on his lips. It isn't, until you're running low. Raising a dragon doesn't come cheap, you know. Coulson carefully slipped the vial of phoenix tears into a protective case. Fair point. Now, in addition to the almighty potion and these tears, there's one more thing we need to discuss. That gives me a headache, Coulson muttered as he sank into the chair. Aaron leaned back, steepling his fingers. For the sake of this deal, I'll listen. What's on your mind? I suspect Grant Ward may be compromised. Aaron's eyebrows shot up. Ward? You mean your team's operations specialist, Agent Grant Ward? Coulson nodded. Yes. A short, disbelieving laugh escaped Aaron. This is rich, Coulson. One of your most trusted agents is a Hydra asset? You've got to be kidding. Promise me you'll let me know as soon as you catch him in the act. I'd hate to miss the show. Coulson forced a small smile. It's only a suspicion right now. I haven't confirmed anything. Aaron's gaze turned sharp. Don't sell yourself short. You wouldn't bring this up without reason. What tipped you off? Agent John Garrett, Coulson began. Fury uncovered him as a Hydra double agent after a thorough internal investigation. Garrett brought Ward into Asailed and acted as his mentor. You know our training model. Veterans guide the rookies. Garrett used it to indoctrinate Ward, to make him an equally skilled Hydra operative. He paused, leaning forward. I've been tracing irregular communications in Ward's files. Encrypted messages routed through known Hydra safe houses. The more I dig, the more everything points to Ward being Garrett's protege. Aaron's eyes narrowed. If this is true, you're sitting on the kind of betrayal that could bring a shield to its knees. Proceed carefully, Coulson. If you're wrong, you destroy a valuable agent. If you're right, well, you know there's no turning back. Coulson met his friend's gaze, determination in his eyes. I know what's at stake, but I can't ignore the evidence. I'll confirm it, then we'll decide how to handle Grant Ward. Aaron gave a single, slow nod. Keep me informed, and Coulson, be ready for anything. I wanted to believe him so badly, but I have to answer for the whole squad. That's good. Aaron clapped his hands together. So everyone else on your team checks out? There won't be a problem with Mai. She's Fury's direct agent and outranks me. Fitz and Simmons are at the top of their class at the academy. Their family backgrounds are on file, spotless. Hydra wouldn't dare recruit them. And Skye, honestly, do you think she'd turn on us? Aaron considered for a moment, then nodded. Then only one person remains, Grant Ward. Coulson's expression tightened. Ward is definitely our prime suspect, but he's built such a solid reputation with the team that, without concrete proof, I can't act against him. Aaron's lips curled in a wry smile. That's what a successful spy wants you to think. Flawless performance, total trust. You'd sooner believe in his innocence than doubt him. Which makes him dangerous, Coulson agreed. Enough talk, Aaron said, straightening. Let's get down to business. What do you need me to do? Aaron asked, folding his arms. Phil Coulson leaned forward, his expression grave. When civil unrest breaks out, I want you to take Agent Ward into custody. Aaron shook his head. You can't just muscle him in. I've tangled with him before. He's far too cunning. I'm sorry, Phil, but that's the truth. Coulson's eyes narrowed. Ward doesn't suspect that I've been onto him. If we catch him by surprise, and with Agent Mai backing you up, we can pull it off. So what's the plan? Aaron pressed. You've got everything in motion already. You're not asking me to spring him an invitation, are you? No, Coulson said flatly. Interrogation. Aaron frowned. Interrogate him in front of the team? Exactly. I want you to question Ward where everyone can see. Let them witness firsthand what sort of man he really is. That way, nobody on the team will risk going soft on him. Why not do it yourself? Aaron countered. He knows you too well. And those kids on the team, they're inexperienced, too full of themselves. They don't grasp just how twisted people can be. Precisely, Coulson replied. Ward already understands each of our weaknesses. He'll exploit them if we let him. Aaron exhaled slowly. I'm hoping I'm worrying over nothing. Coulson offered a wry half-smile. I wish I shared your optimism, but I'm not willing to take that chance. Aaron hesitated for a moment. Just to be safe, I thought I'd ask for your help. Coulson leaned back in his chair, arms folded. You know me. I don't waste time on trifles. It really is a small favor, Aaron said. Technically, you're half a member of my team. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Only in your imagination. Aaron smiled. I'll even advance your payment, a single 084 token, well within my authorized budget. A genuine warmth touched Aaron's eyes. Coulson, I've got to admit, I'm envious of your squad. You have such a considerate commander. How could I possibly refuse? He let out a short laugh and shook his head. All right, you've twisted my arm. Chapter 8 turn 69, Moans Returns, The Four Buyers of the True Stone, Part 1. Aaron watched Coulson disappear down the street before turning back inside. Hala followed him through the door, her heels clicking softly against the wooden floor. Though she'd been annoyed when Aaron asked her not to receive guests today, she reminded herself that she was still his guest, and in her better mood, decided to give him some face. She approached the great marble basin, where Abe, the young dragon, was curled in deep slumber. Gently, she scooped him into her arms and gave him a careful once-over. He doesn't look much different, she murmured, brow furrowed, but his foundation feels far stronger. Aaron stepped forward, his expression grave yet excited. The devouring dragon bone works by accumulating energy in small increments, he explained. Only when it breaks through that final bottleneck does the dragon undergo a true transformation. He paused, then tapped on the air, summoning a translucent panel that hovered before them. Its pale blue glow revealed Abe's data. Pet name, Abe. Species dragon, Saint Tier, unawakened. Magic energy, 9,500 plus daily growth. Virtually limitless potential, king among young dragons. Innate abilities, flight, dragon's breath, healing, weather control, and more. Aaron's lips curved into a triumphant smile as he studied the numbers. This time, I finally got it right. He closed the panel and set his gaze on Hala. With the bone's energy anchored so deeply in Ab's keel, he won't need another infusion for at least 10 years. Hala's eyes softened as she cradled the little dragon closer. 10 years? That's incredible. Indeed, Aaron said softly. And by then, he'll be ready to break through. When that day comes, I want you both at my side. She nodded, stroking Abe's iridescent scales. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Outside, distant thunder rumbled, a reminder that in this realm, power never stayed dormant for long. And with Moens's return and the 4 prospective buyers of the True Stone soon to arrive, the next chapter of their fates was just beginning. Chapter 8, The Phoenix's Report. Aaron leaned back in his chair, studying the runic diagrams spread across his desk. Even if he chose not to accelerate the Phoenix's growth with extra reinforcement, its natural evolution into the next stage would still occur in under 2 years. He tapped the polished oak surface once, calling out the name he'd come to cherish. Fox. In an instant, a brilliant orb of flame erupted above the table. From the dancing embers emerged his familiar, a resplendent phoenix, wings unfurled, each feather glowing like molten rubies. It hovered gracefully, then settled on Aaron's shoulder with a soft, crackling warmth. Aaron gently stroked the bird's fiery plumage, a smile tugging at his lips. Your power has increased again, hasn't it? Fox ruffled its feathers modestly. I've matured quite a bit since our last session, Master. Aaron nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Good, but that's not why I summoned you. How is Jean doing? The phoenix cocked its head and surveyed the room with amber eyes. She's improving. I believe the letters you sent have helped. Although she's still guarded, I've seen her smile twice. Small things, but progress. That's a relief. Aaron's chest tightened with hope. I feared she might withdraw completely. Fox's beak clicked in mild concern. There is one problem, Cyclops, Aaron frowned. What about him? He lingers around Jean constantly, casting her furtive glances, Fox explained. Not friendly ones. He hovers like an irritating fly, and she's growing uneasy. Aaron's jaw set. Cyclops had always been a thorn in his side, a rival both in power and ambition. I'll handle him, but first, I need you to keep an eye on Jean from afar. Let me know the moment she truly feels at peace again. Understood, Master, Fox agreed, spreading its wings in a silent promise. Aaron watched the phoenix's fiery silhouette shimmer in lamplight. Whatever lay ahead, he vowed to protect Jean and see his companion soar to even greater heights. With plans taking shape in his mind, he turned back to his runes, steadfast, determined, and ready for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Master, shouldn't you be dealing with this? Fox asked, hovering at Aaron's side. Aaron frowned, paused to choose his words, then replied calmly, "As long as it doesn't attack you of its own accord, don't worry too much. And keep a close watch on Chin. If anything unusual happens, report to me immediately. No heroics." "Understood." Fox nodded, though a confused look lingered on his face. In an instant, he flickered into crimson flame and vanished. Just before he disappeared, he stole one last incredulous glance at Abe, sound asleep in Hela's arms. Fox had worked tirelessly by Chin's side, absorbing primal energy day and night, convinced he could match Abe's power soon. Instead, the gap between them had only grown, and he found the realization infuriating. Hela noticed Fox's lingering stare and teased with a wicked grin. "I knew you couldn't help yourself. If Chin keeps sulking, I might have to pay the Mutant Academy a visit myself, but since she's finally showing some spirit, maybe I'll wait a bit longer. After all, distance makes the heart grow fonder, doesn't it?" "Ugh, you're shameless," Fox muttered, rolling his eyes before he vanished entirely. With the hand conference behind him, Aaron's days settled back into a steady rhythm, no more political maneuvering, just the quiet certainty of purpose. Aaron's days were consumed by alchemy, potion-making, and magical study. Yet despite his best efforts, his alchemical research had stalled. Without a significant boost in his mana reserves, forging 9 enchanted alchemical bullets in rapid succession remained impossible. Recognizing the dead end, he set aside bullet production and poured his energy into perfecting universal capsule technology. After countless experiments, Aaron hit upon a solution. By fusing space magic with the traceless stretch spell, he designed a simplified space matrix that universal capsules could tap into. This breakthrough finally made mass production viable, though for now, only skilled magicians could operate the new capsules reliably. Meanwhile, his work in pharmaceuticals yielded few gains. The existing repertoire of potions already met every practical need, so Aaron decided not to pursue new elixirs at this time. And as for advancing his personal magic, the grand project of spell fusion still lay far beyond the horizon. To make real headway, he devoted the bulk of his practice to mastering the enigmatic Karmatage discipline. October arrived in a swirl of autumn leaves. One afternoon, just as Aaron laid out the last ingredients for lunch, the air before him shimmered. A dark purple tear opened in space, and a solitary figure stepped through, emerging from the void with measured grace. "Who are you?" Hela lifted an eyebrow and summoned the night sky sword into her hand. A sliver of cold light flickered, and in an instant, the blade's tip slammed toward the newcomer's throat. "Stop!" Aaron shouted. Hela froze. The sword hovered midair with only a faint ping to mark its halt. The crack in space sealed itself, revealing the man beneath the shimmer. Jacques Mons returned after 3 long months. He stood in a black trench coat and bowler hat, his calm posture belying the sour look on his face. It made sense. Anyone would be upset if they walked in the door only to find a blade at their neck. Had he not conjured a shield of dark energy in time, blood would have spurted already. "Father Yatian," Hela said slowly, lowering her sword. Her gaze darted between Jacques and Aaron. "Is he your friend?" "Not exactly," Aaron replied. "Then who is he, and why did you—" But Hela's question died on her lips as something behind them demanded her attention. Yak knelt before Aaron on one knee. "Master, Yak Moen's reporting." Aaron's voice cut through the hall. "Enough. Rise." Hela's eyes went wide. "Your master?" she repeated in disbelief. Aaron gave her a flat look. "Yes. She's right to be confused," Hela pressed on, pacing a short circle around Yak. "He's a subfather. His magic reserve far exceeds yours. How can he possibly serve you?" A shadow flickered across Aaron's face, but he said nothing. In truth, although he held the rank of mid-level holy mage, his strength was split evenly between his physical form and his Asgardian thought body. On the surface, his power appeared no greater than that of a mid-tier grand mage, far overshadowed by Yak, who had already transcended into full holy mage status. Aaron's jaw clenched. "Why should I justify myself to you? I am Yak's master. That's an undisputed fact." Hela chuckled, her gaze drifting to Yak. He rose to his feet, regal and unreadable. She studied his stance, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. "He certainly has the power, but his sight, that's where I worry. You might as well join me instead of him. Your future will be much brighter," Hela teased. Aaron cleared his throat. "Hela, isn't it a little bold to recruit people right in front of me?" A wise bird chooses the strongest branch, she replied, her smile cool and self-assured. I merely offered him an option. If you were in his shoes, wouldn't you follow someone more powerful? How rude, Yake said, frowning. How dare you disrespect the master? Relax, Yake. I'm used to it. Aaron sighed, waving a hand. She arrived 3 months ago after you left. You haven't met her yet, so let me introduce her properly. This is Hela Odinson, eldest daughter of King Odin of Asgard, the legendary goddess of death, and sister to Thor and Loki. She's staying here as my honored guest, so please show her every courtesy. But remember, no one must learn her true identity. To the world, she is simply my cousin, Hela Gaius. Ack's eyes widened in surprise. Then he bowed deeply. Understood. Hela inclined her head. Pleased to meet you. Ackay stood straighter. Your Highness, I'm Ack Moens, Aaron's first follower, and a holy mage who specializes in dark magic. Aaron leaned back, surveying the throne room's vaulted arches as he spoke. I remember you said Frank was your first follower in this universe. Does that mean Ack came with you too? Hela's expression remained calm, her dark eyes steady. That's right. Aaron nodded, a half-smile playing at his lips. I assumed your followers would all be mortals like Frank. I didn't expect true prodigies among them, someone powerful enough to rule a province in the 9 realms. Yak shifted beside Aaron. You flatter me. I'm only a junior sub-godfather. But your strength is undeniable, Hela said, her tone carrying weight. I could sense it the moment we met. How many followers of his caliber do you have? Aaron hesitated, lips tightening for just a moment. 2. Hela inclined her head, intrigued. Will you introduce me? Aaron chuckled softly. In due time. She laughed, the sound echoing off the stone walls. How many secrets are you hiding, Aaron? He arched an eyebrow at her boldness. More than I can, or will, reveal. And your Highness, isn't it a touch presumptuous to demand them? I'll find out, Hela replied, eyes glittering. Then you'd better be patient, Aaron shot back. Turning to Yak, he asked, So, how have you spent these past 3 months? Any new breakthroughs? Yak glanced at the floor, tugging at the sleeve of his robe. For the past 3 months, I've been traveling as a fortune teller, perfecting my mastery of the fortune teller's elixir. Aaron regarded me with a knowing smile and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a small vial of potion appeared on the table before me. This is the clown elixir, Path Sequence 8. I've been saving it for you. I bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Carefully, I uncorked the vial and tilted it to my lips. The liquid was bitter and acrid, burning as it slid down my throat. My body trembled for a heartbeat, then the sensation passed. A few seconds later, I flexed my fingers, stretched my limbs, and closed my eyes, gauging the shifting energy within. Do you feel? Aaron asked. I opened my eyes and let out a low breath. Sequence 8 is meant to boost combat ability. For an ordinary fortune teller, this would be a dramatic increase in power. For me, well, it's not revolutionary, but it's still an edge. Aaron chuckled. Such is the nature of the lower sequences. Aaron leaned back, his expression cool and detached. Even if you never reach godhood, your current magical prowess still ranks you as a Sequence 2 angel. He paused, then shifted topics. What else have you managed to acquire? Yak hesitated for a moment, offering a rueful smile. Master, after I left Earth, I landed on Xandar quite by chance. Thanks to my divination abilities, I've built up a modest reputation, made some useful contacts, and earned a fair sum. Unfortunately, my agents have already spent it all on gathering intelligence, so there's nothing left to show. Aaron nodded. I understand. And the artifact, has it been sold yet? Not yet, Yak admitted, but my agents have already found potential buyers, each willing to pay over 10 billion credits. Aaron's lips curved into a sneer. 10 billion? Pathetic. Anyone offering that much must already know what they're buying. Don't rush into a sale. Let them wait. Yak bowed his head in agreement. That was my thought as well. Hela, who had been observing in silence, leaned forward with curiosity. So what are you actually planning to sell? Yak glanced toward Aaron. Receiving no objection, he opened his palm. A small, blood-red crystal materialized there, its facets glowing faintly from within. This. An infinity stone? Hela clicked her tongue as she eyed the glowing gem in Aaron's palm. Where did you even get that? Aaron shrugged, a faint smirk playing on his lips. From the Dark Elves, I killed Malekith, their so-called king, and this was my trophy. He spoke as though it were no great feat. Malekith's power had been a joke. Hela raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. You call that a trophy? To me, a single infinity stone is little more than a trinket. Unless you gather all 6, it's useless. Hardly worth a second glance, even for someone of the father rank. Aaron shot her a wry look. Not father rank yet, then? She folded her arms, her expression cool. My divine might hasn't fully returned, but the helm of Hades remains mine. She reached down and touched the black helm at her side, Odin's gift, the key to darker powers. Still, I refuse to rely on what my father offers. Only when I've defeated him and reclaimed my inheritance will I don this helm. Then I'll become Lord of the Dimension, breach the threshold of the Father Realm, and harness the full might of the Infinity Stones. A predatory glint flickered in her eyes. When that day comes, with all 6 stones in my grasp, no force in any world will stand in my way. Yes, of course, Her Highness Hela is extraordinary, Aaron said flatly, then let out a long sigh. The Infinity Stones, some covet them at any cost, while others brush them off. It's a curious thing. Yak leaned in. And who are the bidders? Aaron tapped his fingers on the table. The supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire, the collector of the realm of nothingness, the grandmaster of Sakaar, and Thanos, the Mad Titan. The Mad Titan? Aaron sat bolt upright. Thanos? I've never heard of him. Yak bowed slightly. Thanos, Master. Any other questions? Aaron narrowed his eyes. How much did he offer? Yak hesitated, then spoke. Hundreds of billions of universal credits, along with the eternal favor of the Titan race. He's even prepared to unleash a full-scale war on behalf of the seller, no strings attached, and he has the power to do it. Aaron drew in a sharp breath. As expected of Thanos, the price isn't sky-high, but the sincerity is undeniable. It's hard to turn down. Yak exchanged a nervous glance with Aaron. Master, shall we accept Thanos's bid? Aaron exhaled in a dry laugh and shook his head. No, I don't much care for that snap that erased half the universe, but I won't be complicit in speeding up his madness. Even I have my limits. Are there really only 4 buyers? Aaron asked, eyebrows raised. The top 4 bids are the only ones worth mentioning, she replied. There are a handful of lower offers, but they're essentially dead money. Those bidders don't even know what they're purchasing, and none of their offers crack 9 figures. I considered alerting the Supreme of Xandar. She would undoubtedly bid high. But since I live on Xandar, I didn't want to risk her using my tip-off for some ulterior motive. Aaron gave a slow, approving nod. Good call. You can never be too careful.